son's dad said, when Mike was 15, he said, we're seeing too much of each other. One time a year is too much because his wife was just jealous of him, just jealous. That's all you can say. And so in the intervening time, Mike is now 52, 53, somewhere around there. And he's seen his dad exactly twice in all of that time. You know, I, and my ex has only seen his grandchildren one time.
You deserve to see them even that.
You know, my mother-in-law, my former mother-in-law, when my son graduated high school, he hadn't seen his dad in 3 years. And she said, "Well, I wish your dad could be here for this."
I don't mean to interrupt y'all.
And 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 Mike looked at her and says, "My dad is here," and that's why he felt about my heart. Yeah. So that changed her attitude towards Bob. Unbelievable.
My son will tell people stuff like, I didn't point fingers sometimes at my dad, who's been there forever. Or he'll point at me and she doesn't. We joke, as I do both, as I am the all mother, both mom and dad, I get all of the business. As fathers do, it's damn right.
Well, and you are gifted with a special needs child, and
Yes. It's doing really well. We did put him on some meds and it's helped.
mhm,
It's a hard choice. Yeah, my ex apparently. So Mira is an amazingly talented individual, and she's a registered diagnostician. She's also an advocate, and she's my son's advocate, and she did some of the supervision with Jeremy and Michael because we don't supervise visitation. And yeah, at one point he started asking about school stuff, and I was only there because my son asked me to stay for dinner. Okay. And so they went and talked, and she said, well, I don't think my parents are like that. She goes, what do you think your parents can do? They have no say over something. I went, they're welcome to try and have them do something. I will eviscerate anything.
that I
And I
can't,
live in Georgia, and this family lives in California. It's very expensive.
you know, there are so many
Georgia
moms.
courts don't like California.
Well, there's so many moms of special needs children that are raising children alone, and it's
And they're
just,
terrified that if something happens to them,
yeah, 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 absolutely. But it's not only that. It's like you said, I need some support, and it's 24 hours a day with you.
oh yeah.
And you know, I have such great empathy for that. I can't possibly do it. You know,
Honestly, having empathy is probably one of the best things. Do you need one up? No,
I, as she said, I sprinted up the thing yesterday.
yeah. I saw this. We have a person trying to get through. Sorry.
Well,
Yeah.
I use this primarily to sit on if I'm somewhere and I have to wait.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Well, they still got 13 minutes. You know how they are. They're wandering. Murder. Whoop. We almost had our first victim. It is. Yeah, yeah. I know I gotta go spend money. Huh? Yeah, that's why I want to do it right after this. Because if it's later, I can't go outside. That's true. But at least you'll be able to see me from your room. I put. Yes, it might just be me. It's fine. I can talk along. Mm-hmm. They're adorable. This is true crime. So if you're looking for Star Wars, live long and prosper. Hello. We're talking murder. Hello. Long time no see. You can ignore my email, just checking in, make sure everything's going okay with you. Do you need anything, questions, concerns? You know, I'm trying to be a good director.
I feel very cared for. I feel very seen.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I was like, I know she's gonna be here, but just in case she needs real words.
I was just, Except you're playing on TikTok.
As one does. I mean, other people, not me. I've never been on it before.
Oh my god, it's my Achilles heel. Time suck. I love it.
I just really enjoy not having to think.
And then TikTok's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
You just doom
Just-
scroll.
Yeah, it's like, it's fine. But sometimes I use it for professional development, so that's nice too.
I learn really cool stuff on there,
Uh-huh.
actually. And it's nice because you can learn from like professionals.
Yeah.
Like,
People
it's
are
not
actually doing what they're
like
supposed
the top
to
of their field.
Yeah.
On there, like
and you're like, tell us more. I think I emailed everyone. Okay. They are here. So that's what I was just double checking. That's adorable. See, I told you I got lots of work.
excellent. Well, I had like a list to go through that I wanted to look at, but I did the highlights
I love my co-workers.
of your people.
I'm not late.
A wizard is never late.
Of course not, darling.
Well, I ain't gonna go that far now.
I know, I lie.
I noticed my blushing
But
Bob's not in
do
here
you know where your wife is?
yonder talking.
Wait, this is my
Ask
surprise
me where
face.
I've been. I've
Huh?
been smoking. I'm gonna scare you poor children. I can't wait. Oh damn, y'all! Y'all are somebody's gonna have a lucky day. I have roots to two crime scenes.
I'm so late. I don't know if Talia and I can sit next to each other on
Yeah,
this
we can.
panel.
I don't know if I'm gonna sit between you.
Just don't interrupt my groove when I start talking about the cray cray.
Damn it, Tally.
Oh Lord.
Do I need to sit next to him so I can like punch him every now and then?
It's okay.
Okay. You just let me know if we need to switch seats in the middle of the panel.
Who's the moderator of this panel?
Me.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure I wasn't sitting in the moderator's seat.
No, I'm just here for color commentary.
No, you hear the referee, darling. I hate to break it to you.
This
No,
could
no,
be
no,
true.
don't say that.
So
That's not
Tally,
right.
this is mine and Lex's panel. So like this is our third time. So you can be kicked off next year.
Oh, you think so, do you?
Yeah. I put people on the panel.
Mom, she's being mean to me.
But he was being mean to my other best friend.
Look
so.
at Mom's cosplay.
Isn't she cute?
You're so cute in an oppressed way.
And that's why I'm fancy, because I'm Reba McEntire's fancy, because my mom put me out.
Are you doing the cold?
Huh?
Are you still rocking the cold?
Yeah, I got my badge.
Okay, just checking.
Colt for life. How dare you?
I'll tell you the reason why I was late is because I could not operate buttons. I couldn't get it
These
on.
people, the Murdoch's an
Finally,
amateur hour by per
Nicole
piece. It ain't even
Rivas
close.
had to do it for me because
Like I
I'm
say,
like,
nail to the fork.
I can't operate your buttons. You're just gonna have to do it for me.
It's
So-
complicated buttons.
They are. They're floppy. The little pin is floppy on the back. So
You're not used
and
to
then
flopping.
I can't.
I confirm.
Yeah, I and then
Firm
I can't.
buttons.
And then I can't see up close with my glasses on. So
You're used to being the button pusher, not the button.
I left my glasses in Louisiana.
oh my gosh.
I was, it's like 3 a.m. I'm trying to get into the car and get going to the airport. I'm looking all over the house. I can't find my glasses anywhere. I'm just like, fuck it.
Did everybody write their names?
And
Yep,
of
they
course
can even
fell on the
read it.
floor. As soon as at the airport, my husband
I
took
can't
me.
You got your name?
Yes.
Oh, there I can read it.
And
hang on.
Oh, let me turn this where it won't.
All right.
Focus. We are starting now. Sherman. Sherman.
Somebody.
Hi. What?
Hi.
I told you. I know we're like.
It's not important.
this
It's
thing
just me
on?
griping about something on my phone. So go ahead.
Welcome to True Crime of the Carolinas. If you do not want to talk about murder, you want to leave now. We are.
It's a how-to guide, y'all.
We are not going to be serious. We are going to be irreverent at times, and you're going to be like, "That's insulting," but that's how we deal with trauma. Okay, so we are not being offensive much, but this is just how we deal with things. I want to go ahead and put that blanket statement out. So if you are easily offended, Tally will offend you.
Yes.
My name is Jessica Reed. I am the Geek Track Director for ConCarolinas. I'm also the Con Secretary. So I take notes and I plan the Geek Life events. So if you like it, you're welcome. If you don't, that makes me sad. At each of the panels, you will find QR codes in each of the rooms where you can do a panel survey where you can just give us your feedback and also make suggestions for next year. We're always looking for room for improvement. And you get entered into winning badges for next year just by completing the survey. And next up,
Hello, my name is Casey LaCourte. I am a writer. I also work in publishing, so I'm kind of on both sides of it. I'm TikTok obsessed. I do work with some writers on their TikTok marketing, and yeah, that's about it.
Oh yeah, you work with writers on their TikTok marketing. Yay. Because I probably need help in that. Anyway, I'm Alexandra Christian, and weirdly, I'm normally a romance writer, so it's kind of weird that I really like true crime. And I also work for the court system in my county, and we got a lot of, as that lady on TikTok says, we got a lot of toilet brushes in Chester County. So I get to hear about true crime a lot. So that's probably how I got interested in it. But anyhow,
I'm Tally Johnson. I'm a storyteller, folklorist, author, and general pain in the butt. I
he's also my husband.
Civil War ghost stories of South Carolina, and I am going to talk about the best, worst family you've ever heard of from South Carolina. Nightmares are free.
Wow.
Murdaugh's ain't nothing.
I was going to say, I do want to put a plug in if you are interested in Murdoch. We are saving that. There's another panel at 1:30, I believe, in this room.
Yes.
And so because that ride is wild. So
That guy really is a toilet brush. Just saying.
I think it's genetics.
Well, yeah.
But we'll talk about that at the panel.
Yeah.
We are going to start first with our official storyteller, BSer, Tally.
Oh, goody. We're going to take a little ride down Highway 9 to Dillon County, South Carolina. We're going to discuss the Bigums.
Not the biggins is what I thought.
No,
When he was talking about this initially, I thought he was talking about the Biggin family. I was like, who are these people?
no. The bigot is going to tell y'all about the big hams, okay?
No.
We're going to start the story with Leonard Smiley Bigum Jr. That's his real name, Smiley. His first crime was people thought he murdered his father with cyanide to inherit the family lumber yard. Then, during Reconstruction, a newly freed slave who worked for the lumber yard dared to say, I don't want to stick my arm in the saw blade. So Mr. Bigum got a 10-penny nail and rammed it through his temple with his bare hands.
He's
He was
strong.
He was put on trial
Sounds really strong.
in Florence and found not guilty in 15 minutes with 50 witnesses, all of whom said, oh, hell yeah, we saw him do it. And here our troubles commenced, because then
I think they commenced with the cyanide poisoning.
I mean,
Well, no.
yeah.
Then his wife decided that he was living too long after having his arm torn off in a hunting accident.
In
So-
a what accident?
Hunting.
How do you get your arm torn off in a hunting accident?
Supposedly the gun misfired.
See, I heard honey accident, and I was like, a bear got him?
In a hunting accident.
No. Supposedly his gun blew up and blew his arm off.
Mm.
That sounds suspect.
He
That
had
sounds
it
like license
coming.
attempt number one.
Yeah.
Then his loving bride, after deciding that he had outlived that too long, killed him with cyanide in his morning coffee.
Turnabout.
Hey, you know what?
That's all right.
All's fair in love and cyanide.
This is the one that Sherman's gonna like. In 1909, his son, Dr. Grover Cleveland Bigum, was hanging out with his hunting guide, a man named Avant, at the Sunnyside House in Pawleys Island, South Carolina. They spent the night in a hunting blind facing the beach below the house, drinking, 200 proof moonshine. While Dr. Bigum is saying, there's a ghost that walks this beach at first light. She wears a diaphanous gown, and she walks back and forth, and if she sees you, she will come and she will suck your soul out and leave you dead on the beach. He told this guy this for 8 hours straight. Well, guess what happens at first light? His blushing bride comes out the back steps, walks down to the beach.
In a diaphanous
It's
gown.
diaphanous gown, baby. 3 steps later, boom! Single shot rings out. She goes down with a hole in the side of her head.
Everyone
But
knows
not
you
a
can't
ghost
shoot a
wiggle.
ghost.
Oh, we get
Maybe it was.
That's just
Now,
foreplay.
maybe
of
it
course,
has
the, of
salt
course,
in the
the
bullet.
direct, of course, the defense was
Supernatural
he
style.
didn't know. Avant didn't know it was a person. He thought it was a ghost. So they had the trial, and despite the fact that Avant said, "Oh hell yeah, I fired the gun. Dr. Bigum told me to," they were found guilty of manslaughter and not murder.
Whoopsie doodle.
I want their
Dr.
lawyer.
Bigum's response is to say, all right, I'm out. I'm going to Atlanta. Never served a day in jail. Would come back to Dillon and visit family. Ride in the front car of the train and like waving out the window.
I thought he murdered all his family. Who's left?
Oh no, I ain't got to him yet.
Okay.
And we're waving out the train window as he bops down the road and never spends a night in jail. Like he talked, supposedly they held him in a secret room. Yeah, the front porch, which is where Southerners put our crazy. The other brother, Edmund Bigum, had a lengthy career of being a miscreant. His first brush with being stupid was at the Greenville train station, where he fell suddenly in front of an arriving passenger train and had his poor arm stuck out over the railroad tracks. And the damned old train cut it off, to paraphrase David Adam Coe.
That song's gonna be in my head all day now.
The problem is, again, about 100 witnesses waiting for the train. He didn't fall. Some bitch laid down and did this. He got $10 and a free ticket from Southern.
Exactly. None of them died with their arms intact.
Uh-oh.
Right?
Somebody cursed them.
Now,
Sounds like a curse.
long about 1921, Edmund did not inherit from Daddy's death, did not inherit from the sister-in-law's death, and was needing money because he had about 6 kids. His older brother is with his mother at the family home in a town called Aram, South Carolina.
Harem?
Aram.
Oh, I was gonna say I'll go there.
Aram.
And-
No, I don't want to go there.
One day, supposedly, the older brother went crazy and shot everybody in the house but Edmund. However, Edmund shot everybody in the house
Hmm.
and then put the gun in his younger brother Smiley Jr.'s hand and ran away and said he was fleeing for his life. The first trial had it in Dillon at the new courthouse. Halfway through the presentation from the examination from the prosecution, Edmund says, "I ain't killed no damn body. And if you say so, may God strike me dead. And if you're lying, may God strike you dead." 30 seconds later, the prosecutor falls face first on the floor. Matt
Cyanide.
Cornell. Hung jury. Let's try this again with feeling.
Mm-mm.
3 months later, they try him again. May God strike me dead if I'm lying. Lightning hits the courthouse. Mistrial. Finally, let's get the hell out of Dillon. So they go down to Conway, just above Myrtle Beach. Y'all get stopped
Oh
there.
my God, this is what's wrong with Myrtle Beach.
Y'all get stopped. Y'all get stopped in
There's
traffic in
lots of
Conway
things
trying to go
wrong
to
with
Dirty
Myrtle
Myrtle
Beach.
I think it's
or
the
Myrtle
syphilis.
Beach. Myrtle Beach, if you prefer. Then we have the trial, and he is found guilty because they finally figured out. Wait a minute, he has fingerprints on the gun. He's the only person in the house who didn't get shot at. There's not even any scalp marks on him besides the whole hand being gone. They
That's
finally
what they
put him
were.
in jail. Put him on
That's
death
what the whole
row.
family does. So.
After 25 years, he gets out. Guy wrote the book called The Last of the Biggums, which is not a love letter. His grandson defended Edmund in his last appeal to get out of jail. And at age 70, he finally gets out and lives 3 years later and dies. One daughter survived the shooting at the house, and there was one sister who lived in like California. She didn't have any kids, probably because she had trouble finding dates. Because could you imagine taking her home to the brothers and being like, "Hey, I got me a girlfriend." That's great.
So tell me about yourself.
Do you have both your arms?
So yeah, and yeah, so like I say, and the other daughter died shortly thereafter of the flu. So yeah, these people were prize winners. And what I love about it is, I think if they had quit after the second time, Edmund would have gotten away with it. Because I mean, a mistrial and a hung jury. Because I mean, people every time he testifies, people die. I'm not sure I'd have tried a third time. I'd have been like, "Y'all
It's
go,
gonna be hard to find a jury. for
take
that
him
third
home."
one.
Right,
I ain't
exactly.
messing with
Be
this
like,
fool. So yeah. And the only thing that really sucks about the whole mess, ain't a
Only
single
thing?
ghost story involved except the one about the wife and the diaphanous gown.
I'm sorry for your loss.
That diaphanous should be a drinking game because y'all hear that word for the rest of the con.
The word,
It's
the
not
phrase
from
of the
me,
con
from
is
Sherman or from
diaphanous
Lake.
gown.
Y'all be talking about, the coffee's pretty sucky today. Yeah, how much the happiness?
Well, thank you for that story about, a family full of toilet brushes. Thank you. Thank you.
You welcome.
I love this one. Y'all, seriously, if you are a true crime person and you're on TikTok, you should totally be on the true crime TikTok channel because there are lots of people that tell stories hilariously, and this one lady, she calls people toilet brushes, and for some reason I think that's the funniest thing I've ever heard. So now everybody is a toilet brush. I apologize if I see you later on in the con, you'll be a toilet brush too. But anyway.
I don't want to be a toilet brush. I'm too pretty.
That's not the girl that does her makeup while she tells the story.
No, that's
I love
Bailey
her.
Sarian.
Okay,
I love her too.
I did good. It only took 10 minutes to tell the entire story of history. I'm proud of myself.
Thank you for
That's the
last
shortest story
minutes.
you've ever told in your life.
Part of the most coherent anyway.
That's why we
He
made
had
it an
notes.
early panel.
Goodness.
All
I
right.
ain't even had no drink yet.
We're gonna skip you,
Skip me, please.
and then we'll come back. That way we're going in between families.
All right, I found out this was Tally's girlfriend after the fact. Lavinia Fisher,
Oh yeah.
his ghost girlfriend.
She's on the approved list yet.
I did
All right.
warn her you would fight for her.
Fight for Lavinia. That's what I used to live in Charleston up until just recently. Lived there for a very long time. Now I live in New Orleans, so didn't get any less haunted. Lavinia Fisher was around in about the 1820s, and her husband John Fisher ran an inn outside Charleston, and they were named aptly the 6 Mile House because it was 6 miles outside Charleston. And if you go on any ghost tours, any haunted tours, anything, they're going to talk about Lavinia. And the big thing is the ghost story behind it is that she was hung in her wedding dress, and her final words were, "Do you have any messages for the devil? I'll give them to you when I get there," or something. "I'll give when I get to hell." I can't remember. Tally probably knows.
Tally, what are
Yeah.
the words?
What was the quote?
If you have a message for the devil, give it to me. I want to see him in a few minutes.
So
Badass.
we love
And
the
hot.
ghost stories. We love the whole thing. It's all a little bit of bullshit. If she is haunting, I think it's legitimate. I do think the haunting could be legitimate, but the stories were written by, what was his name? Peter Nielsen, who is a Scottish author who claimed to be there at the execution and told the story, and he was not actually there. He heard the story, he embellished, he made it nice and spooky. Authors, we do like to do that.
Was
a
it the
little bit.
first fan fiction?
Pretty
Right,
much. And so that he embellished a lot of it. According to the original story that he told, she was the first serial killer, first female serial killer. They would have boarders coming into Charleston or leaving Charleston. They would them to the basement, torture them, and then take them out and bury them. And they would rob them, and it was a whole thing. And that was the story.
Well, I like there's also a version where they had the bed. So when they go and pass out on the bed, they would release a trap and the bed would just toss them into the dungeon where sometimes it would fall on spikes.
Sweeney Todd style.
There's
Yeah,
a lot of
yeah.
fun. Yeah, that was
Supposedly
my
this is one of the
favorite.
inspirations for the Sweeney Todd story.
Yeah.
Supposedly.
But it's,
Did they make pies out of people?
No.
it just seems,
I mean, they
wasteful.
did
It
have
just seems wasteful to
They
not.
did have
but
it right. They did
yeah.
have an inn.
Yes.
If you guys like Terrence Bennett music,
Pretty loving. Yeah.
Terrence Bennett has done Rita the Genetic Opera and all those. His most recent music, I think, is American Murder Song, which has a pretty Lavinia song.
It is the most catchy thing ever.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to look for it. It's a good story. That's why it makes a good ghost story. That's why there's so much, and there's intrigue, and there's a female serial killer, and she's hung in her wedding dress. So you see the woman in white at the jail.
Her
and
diaphanous wedding.
her
gown.
diaphanous wedding gown. Thank you. And so it's a good story, but they actually did a little more investigating, and there's some different theories. There were a lot of highwaymen because there was a lot of money in Charleston. People coming in to spend money, people making money and leaving. A lot of people got robbed. And so finally the town had enough. They rounded up a posse and they went out to try and figure out who was doing this. They stopped by the house, the 6 Mile House, the inn, and they ransacked it. They couldn't find anything.
Well, first, they stopped by the 5 Mile Inn and set it on fire.
No,
Didn't they set that one on fire?
not to my knowledge. I think on the way back they did.
Okay.
5 mile in too.
Yeah, it's
That's
at the
that's
5
how
mile
they
mark.
named them. That's how
Yeah.
they named them because how far away they were from the
They were
town.
very creative. then.
Because there was, I think the 5 mile was an inn, but it wasn't a boarding house, whereas the 6 mile inn was an actual boarding house where people could stay. And
And the 7 mile
so
in.
they
had those
went
signs.
in, they searched everything. They were trying to find out if this is where people were getting robbed and if this is where people were going missing or if they knew anything about it. And they left someone behind to keep an eye on things. And they kept going, doing their thing, going farther out. Lavinia and John had enough of this guy being here. They ended up getting into a scuffle. They got into a fight. They beat him up. And I think that's where the story came from. The one who got away, who didn't drink the tea.
Mhm.
So he went back to the posse. They came back to the house and were like, well, obviously, if you're fighting, it must be you. You're guilty.
And the rumor is it was Lavinia who was the main person who was beating the crap out of him.
Yeah, she whooped his
So
ass.
good job.
Yeah.
She's
But they also figured out that, again, the husband was simple-minded,
as,
Lavinia ran
as
things.
most husbands
and
are.
he blamed Lavinia for all the killing. Meanwhile, everybody else is like, wait a minute, this little flip of a girl who's like 5'2" and maybe 100 pounds sopping wet is gonna take out a 200-pound farmer.
Yeah.
Even
Just
in his-
How
in this
dare
guy
you?
after
Well,
this
no,
now.
no, but
We
I'm just
could
saying,
kill
And
just
the
as
but-
fun
but-
thing is,
but
it
then it's
happened
like, he's
that
like
long ago.
He's like 6'6"
Everybody
and
should
350.
speculate. Yeah. There's so much speculation around it. There's so many different stories of him being simple-minded and her being the ringleader, like telling him what to do. So they came back, they burnt down the 6 Mile Inn and hauled them off to jail for assault. And then according to that's when they went back out and they found all the bodies. The true story is they found like 2 bodies out in the woods, probably from the highwaymen they were searching for, and they blamed it on them. Further speculation now, most recently, has said that the government wanted the land. That is where Charleston Naval Hospital was built.
Seems like a bad place for a hospital.
That was the hospital I used to go to, and my husband's military.
That explains a lot.
It wasn't great. Kind of spoopy. But yeah. So you have all the different speculations, and then there's another story where when they were arrested, her and her husband were put in the cell together, and then they got with a third party and they escaped. The husband got out, but the rope they made of the sheets and stuff broke, and Lavinia was trapped, and then her husband wouldn't leave her.
Why
Came
would,
back.
why would they not let the woman go first? Like, I watched the Titanic. That's what.
Well, and there was
rules.
another thing saying that they were saying she said you can't hang me. I'm a married woman. And they were like, fine, we'll hang your husband first.
And she also did the thing like Ann Bunny did, when she said, well, I'm pregnant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then, however, like 2 days before the hanging, evidence that she was not appeared, and it's like, well, we'll do him first and not have to worry about it, because just in case he decides to try again, we're not going to take the chance.
Yeah, it's just an interesting story because one, it's a great ghost story, and two, it's like okay, they found other evidence that this isn't really how that went down, and then for third, new evidence coming to light that it was kind of maybe they were targeted, and it's like all these robberies are happening around this area that's got land where we want to build a military facility. It could be them. It could totally be them. It's them.
It's them.
It's them. Let's just go and wrap this up nice and neat.
We solved the crime.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That they say her ghost haunts the jail and the site where they say they've seen her with the site where she was hung. But I've actually been through the jail. They don't do the tours much anymore. They did back in the day. And it's super creepy.
Tally, did you have a thought about ghosts?
Ghosts at the jail.
Before the
The woman in
school
white.
for the Charleston School for Design
Daphne's
moved
gown.
in, she did. A lady in white was seen to have a holding cell that they recreated for the ghost tour. She has appeared in there multiple times in the white dress.
They're actually
The
they're
diaphanous white
photos
gown.
But
in the diaphanous white gown.
after I did an investigation, after they started fixing it up, Wi-Fi access points are held on like EMF readers, and security lights, screw up like infrared photographs and stuff. If she's there, she's moved on because on the outside the deal's creepy. Inside it's kind of like, it's like, yay, I'm back in middle school. It's not.
After the remodel.
Yeah,
So it's
before the
hell?
remodel, and the Charleston jail will eat up with stuff anyway, because you had like yellow fever victims, murder victims,
Lots
Lavinia,
of
It's South Carolina, probably syphilis.
Civil War. So
Pirates.
they figured out that there are two dead bodies per square foot in Charleston, the city of Charleston. I mean, it's been.
You can't actually be buried in Charleston proper anymore.
Yeah,
It's full.
everything's full. They're full. Y'all keep going.
Yeah.
Just like South Carolina, we're full.
Legitimately,
Keep driving. Go to
cannot.
Georgia.
Yes.
According to my husband, who grew up in Charleston, he's a resident of Charleston.
One of the guys, the bridge was named after.
You can't really be buried in Charleston. I think so.
You got to know someone.
Well, they've started doing more of the mausoleums and things, but it's and the thing about the wedding dress, they were like, they burnt the house down. How would she get her wedding dress? Like she wasn't.
Maybe she just liked white dresses.
But she could have been wearing white. But I'm just saying, like, if that had happened to me, I'm gonna be haunting somebody.
Everybody.
You know what I mean? Like, that's a justified haunting.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Next victim.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna be a modern murder person, and the jury is out on whether or not this person is actually a toilet brush. Tally says yes. I say, I'm not sure. But because of where I work, the reason why I decided to do this one is because I've actually looked at the case file and exhibits recently. So I'm going to talk to you about Kristen Pittman. Now, you might not recognize the name Kristen Pittman, but you probably do recognize Christopher Pittman. He is she now. She has transitioned. But probably about 2002, 2003. The only reason I remember is because I was teaching second grade at the time, and my students came in telling me about this the night after it happened, because a lot of them lived on the road where this happened. So apparently, when Kristen was 13 years old, she was having some really hard times. She had a really bad home life with her dad. Parents were divorced. Mom was not really in the picture, kind of came back and forth. Kristen says her father was abusive, but that's never been, validated or anything. But she was having some hard times. She had been the police been called on her several times, got in trouble in school, just a kid with problems. And so in order to fix those problems, to straighten them out, her father sent her to live with her grandparents, who had always been, like her stable point in life. She had come to Chester and spent summers with her grandparents, and they were her grandparents. And so they thought, well, we'll just send him to Chester to stay with them, and they'll get him all straightened out, get him right. He can go to church and everything. There's always, forcing people to go to church in there. And so she moves in with grandparents and starts, having a normal life, going to school in Chester, going to church with grandparents on Wednesday nights, Sundays, but still having the same problems. Now, right before she had been in a children's home for disturbed children right before coming to live with grandparents. And while in that home, they prescribed Paxil. The doctor there prescribed Paxil for her. And but when she got to Chester, her doctor in Chester, who was her grandparents' family doctor, had said, you know what, we don't have any samples of Paxil because, a lot of people don't have fixed income, don't have a lot of insurance or whatever. And so they were giving the grandparents samples so that they didn't, to offset the cost, He said, but we don't have any samples of Paxil, but I do have samples of Zoloft because it had just come out at that time. And so they put
Mhm.
they put Chris on Zoloft, and which taking somebody from one prescription medication for mental health and putting them on another one suddenly like that is never a good idea. Even though they work on similar parts of the brain and similar brain chemistry, they work completely differently, which has been proven since then. So the dosage that they put him on initially was not helping, so they doubled the dose. 2 days after they doubled the dose, Chris gets in trouble on the bus at school and gets thrown off the bus. Then later that night goes to Wednesday night service with her grandparents, and is bothering the lady who was playing the piano. I don't know, acting out in church, whatever. Grandparents get Chris home, send him to his room, and say, if you come out of the room, you're going to get a spanking, which I think spanking a 12-year-old's kind of inappropriate anyway. That's just me. But being a teenager, what did he do? Comes out of the room, gets a spanking. So he waits until grandparents are asleep that night, gets his grandfather's shotgun that he'd been trained to use, shoots both of his grandparents in their bed, gets some papers and a candle, and sets the house on fire. Takes his grandfather's shotgun, his dog, and $33.
Hang on. Does the dog live in the story?
The dog does live.
Okay.
Yes,
I was
the
gonna
dog
leave.
lives.
What kind of dog?
I don't know. It doesn't
It
say.
ain't that kind of pet.
It's always that kind of
I
thing.
would never tell a story where the dog died, just so you know.
Just checking.
So,
We're out. We're
see,
good,
I'm
guys.
sorry.
It's
I'm
just
like,
people murder. It's
yeah.
right, exactly.
People style.
So anyway, gets in the car, drives himself 2 counties away to where the car breaks down and the police catch up with her. For some odd reason, the Chester Circuit in South Carolina, you've got different circuits. The 6th Circuit solicitor at the time, John Justice, who Lucy Blue used to work for, and worked for at the time that this happened, says, we're going to try Chris as an adult. I think trying a 12-year-old as an adult is kind of ludicrous, especially a child who has mental health problems. I think that's
Can I
not a
interrupt
good.
for a minute?
Yeah, absolutely. I always interrupt you.
The best part of this story is and this ties into another story she's gonna tell. He ain't do nothing. Person what murdered his grandma and stole the car and stole the dog
I'm
and
getting to
everything.
that.
else.
Sir, spoilers.
Hey.
Spoilers.
Yeah.
Hey.
Quiet on set.
But my favorite part of the whole thing is when they caught him, they bought him Wendy's.
He was a child that was hungry. What would you have done?
Was it a double
You know
stack?
I would have done.
Anyway, I'm getting to this. When they caught
With French
Chris, of course, at first he tries to cover everything up, because he's seen murder shows, and so that's what you do, right?
Smart enough to set it on fire.
Right, exactly. He said, no, it wasn't me. And as unfortunately as this happens in a lot of stories, he told them that an African-American man had broken into the house, shot his grandparents, set the house on fire, and he ran away. Of course. But then later on, he ended up confessing to the whole thing. Really, crime scene photographs are interesting because how they found his grandparents' bodies, I'll never know, because it's very it's not very, unless you know what you're looking for, it would be hard to see. Just thought I'd insert that.
I would
This
hope
is
the
my own trauma.
investigators know what they're looking for.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, it is Chester, so
Cool. Wait, what? It is. Did you say it's Chester?
yeah, it is Chester. So they might not know what
They
they're looking
do know about meth labs, though.
for. They
so-
do. They do. And
So
it-
fires.
It's kinda like Chinatown. It's just.
yeah. If you've ever been there, you know.
Keep going.
So anyhow, they try Chris as an adult, and she ends up getting 30 years. And there were numerous appeals and all this other stuff, all of which were denied. Finally, In 2010, Chris was granted a PCR, which is a post-trial conviction. Basically, if you win the PCR, then you get to go back and have another trial. Well, her lawyer did win the PCR, and they were granted a new trial. And instead of going back to trial, she took a plea deal and ended up getting 25 years and was released from prison on February 1st of this year. While in prison, Chris came out as trans and transitioned to being Kristen. I kept calling her Christine yesterday, and but she's Kristen. And that brings me to my questions about it. And the reason why I wanted to tell this story is because, you know, if somebody is being told by their grandparents, parents, church members, and everything that what you are is wrong, and that you are not allowed to come out as trans or gay or whatever, and you already had problems with depression, might make you a little violent. You know, particularly if you're being given medication that is known to have side effects that can cause teenagers to become violent. So, if we allow a transgender teenager to be who they are, if we had allowed Chris to be who she was, then would these people still be alive? Is a question that I have about this story. And I'm sorry, I'm like totally bringing down the room. We were all like
Well,
laughing about Lavinia Fisher, and now, you know, I'm like, well, you know, trans rights.
But this is why we our charity organization this year is Time Out Youth, because they are
Okay,
supporting the
perfect
LGBTQ plus teen community in Charlotte. So go to the charity auction tonight, spend your money on things that I don't want, okay, and support teens so they don't, you know.
Now,
Oh, but I have to know the funny part of the story is
Huh?
if you go on YouTube and look up an old episode of 48 Hours.
no fair, no fair, no.
Yes,
No,
go
it's
and look
not-
up
no, I
48
agree with this.
Hours. Tally was on an episode of 48 Hours.
was.
Shut the front door.
Oh,
When
no,
they
no.
had
Hold-
this, when
hold
shush,
your
shush, shush.
applause.
when they had the new trial, when she was granted the new trial in 2010, 48 Hours is a big story, and they came to Chester and they sat down at this little mom and pop place that we have in town called Jeans. And Jeans is one that, you know, every small town has a Jeans, you know, this grubby little greasy spoon, you know, bad food, but people keep going there, right?
Mhm.
Tally used to go there for breakfast every morning. So when the reporter from 48 Hours
With
was
her
there,
daddy.
yes, with my sainted father. And so so Tally is sitting there at the table when the 48 Hours person is coming around and interviewing people about this. And they said, "Oh yeah, well, what do you think about Christopher Pittman being given a new trial?" And Tally says in his best rednecky voice, what did you say, honey?
Something along the lines, they ought to just hang the son of a bitch. Now,
Eloquent as always.
here's yeah, classy as hell. But here's why. The I knew the Pittmans. I had met Chris because the Pittmans did genealogy research at the library I worked at.
Oh God, of course they did.
And genealogical.
Ouch.
This ain't gone. Diaphanous is about as good as I can do with fancy words. So they'd come in several times. I'd help them with stuff. I'd talk to Chris. Chris was a nice enough kid. Little ADHD, and I could kind of relate to that. So. And when I found out what had happened, what happened was I was shocked, upset, and angry. And then they come and they ask, and this is my only defense for being so bloodthirsty.
Mm.
I was at lunch.
Oh, he hangry.
He was hungry.
The library, the day at the library had not been peaches and cream and just, you know, read picture books all day. It had been one of them days at work where you want to slap the hell out of somebody, but everybody's bigger than you are.
I don't believe that was your case.
And yeah, because well, I am the biggest. So I'm sitting there at lunch, and the guy comes up and, "What do you think?" And I was like, "No, just hang somebody," because the whole thing was, and this is gonna relate to the next one she's gonna do. He lied about it. He premeditated. I swear he premeditated it.
But kids lie about everything. I was on the moon with
But
Steve.
this is but I mean, it's one thing to say, oh, I wasn't at that party at so and so's house drinking rock gut Milwaukee's Beast. I was at the ball game. Everybody tells that lie. A black guy broke into my grandparents' house, shot them, kidnapped me, drove me to Blacksburg, and threw me out of the car with my dog is a little bit more extravagant. I don't think any of us have had that much free time. So
I mean,
he incriminated somebody in a county that's known for. I mean, Chester was one of the Klan counties that got put on lockdown for
Well,
being.
he knew that was a story that people would believe. Well, in his teenage mind, right?
Hmm.
And a whole bunch of other things.
In his teenage mind, I think probably he thought, well, this is a story that people will believe.
So yeah, but I mean, and like I say, if I'm mad at somebody and I want them dead, and I got a shotgun, boom, boom should be sufficient. But I'm gonna burn down the house. I'm gonna steal the Jeep, and I'm gonna steal the dog and take off points I know.
I'd probably take my dog. If I could.
There's some adding going. I mean, there's some. I mean, Zoloft will screw you up if you've ever been on it. It's not a pleasure cruise. But yeah, I mean, I'm sorry.
no, who got the dog?
So that day when they asked me what I thought about the new trial, I was
You
not
do
like,
this.
oh, freedom and fairness for everybody. It was like, piss on it.
That's fair.
Because sometimes I'm an asshole. I mean, yeah, it happens.
I will. Okay, let me say this. I'm not saying that she shouldn't have been punished for what she did. Absolutely, I agree. Telling a lie like that, particularly that sort of lie, where he could have put actual people in danger. Absolutely, that's despicable, horrible. She totally deserved to go to jail. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is, I think that there were things that could have been done ahead of time that would have saved a lot of heartache, both for her grandparents and for her.
And now I'm no longer that bloodthirsty. I'm glad she transitioned. I hope she's happy, and I hope she moves to like Montana.
I hope she's on different medication.
Yeah.
And well, that's the other thing. The local doctor who was prescribing her Zoloft was like, okay, I got a sample box in. Here's one for you. Here's one for you.
Yeah.
Grandma's constipated. Here's some for her. I mean, it's just like, oh, and today I got Oxy, and here's yours.
Right.
Not exactly the Mayo Clinic. I mean, this is kind of one of those guys who make dope stick about. I mean, he's just like.
And I think I was probably less sympathetic before I actually read, because I read Chris's confession and everything. And I used to teach children, and her confession, the way that it was written out and everything, was very childish, very childlike. And
And
I
there was
just kinda,
abuse involved too. There was physical abuse.
right. I mean, I think that's probably why I'm a little more sympathetic than I used to be.
Because it's South Carolina.
Because it's South Carolina.
Here's a pro tip.
You will be
South
wrong.
Carolina,
Yeah.
they can execute you as young as 10. And
Because it's South Carolina.
mental deficiency isn't a defense.
Don't.
Welcome to the South.
Yeah,
Take your
right?
clock back to 1922.
But what an interesting perspective you're able to get by being able to go into those files. Like, and I know people can access the files, but
Yeah.
like,
Reading is hard.
Well, now I will.
but just I Google. I do my, like I don't. That's
Well, just
to be
if
able to
you're
read
ever
that.
interested in stuff like that, or if you're like a real true crime junkie, or you're interested in writing like a true crime book or whatever, anything, once trials are over, everything is public information.
Make a records request.
Yeah, you just have to make a records request unless it's sealed by the judge. Now, like the Murdaugh crime scene photos and stuff like that, those I think are still under seal. Maybe
Yeah.
not.
Supposed to be.
But the reason why I was looking through the files is because when SCDC releases somebody, they have to like make sure all their P's and Q's are done and crossed all their T's and all that stuff. So a lot of times they will request information from us. There was an order in the file that had been clocked, but in the file that they had at SCDC, they didn't have the signed original from the judge, and so they needed to make sure there was a signed original from the judge. So we had to go through and look at every flipping piece of paper, and y'all, there were boxes and boxes, and all of like the transcript for that case was like this, and so we had to go through and look at all these different pieces of paper, which is how I ended up looking at the crime scene photos and reading because I was terrible at doing this because my coworker, who's the general sessions person, she's like, yeah, keep looking for sessions, and I'm like, yeah, I'm looking for it. Yeah,
Research is
I'll be
fun.
right with you. Hold on. So
I'm
yeah.
looking.
I'm looking, but you can go and you can do a records request and look for stuff like that if you're ever interested in.
My turn.
Your turn.
We're talking Taco Bell Strangler in a little city called Charlotte, North Carolina. Yes.
I've
Yep.
never heard of this.
You're welcome. I know. Okay. So, at least 10 women are attributed to this killer. All right. And we're going to go way back into time, which seems like a decade ago, but it's the 1990s. You do the math and you cry. Okay. So, give you a little history. In 1993, the Charlotte area, there were reported 122 murders and 350 reported rapes. And there were 7 investigators working homicide. Okay. Like 3 years ago, there were 123 murders, and it was considered one of the deadliest years in decades. And my mama every day texted me when somebody died. So it was a big deal. Okay. She was really concerned about my well being. And we were all in lockdown. I was like, I'm not going anywhere in Charlotte. So the population in the 1990s was about 450,000. We've doubled that. Okay. So we're bigger now, but there's less cops, same crime. All right. So the first known victim was Caroline Love. She was 21 years old and worked at the Bojangles on Central Avenue, right down the street. On June 15th, 1992, before leaving work, Caroline, she got some quarters from her manager, and she had to do some laundry, so she started walking home. Her cousin, Robert, saw her, offered her a ride, and took her to her apartment. That was the last time he saw her. Her roommate, Sadie, came in that night and realized she wasn't there, so she contacted Caroline's sister, Kathy Love. And Kathy was looking for Caroline. Apparently, Caroline's supervisor had called her sister because she hadn't shown up for work the next day. So Kathy, Sadie, and Sadie's boyfriend, Henry Wallace, went to the police station and filed a missing persons report. It's very nice of them. So the police went to her apartment and discovered some suspicious signs such as furniture in disarray, missing bed sheets, and they found the roll of quarters. So she had made it into the house. Okay, but her hamper was full. So she hadn't made it out. She was declared a missing person, never returned home. Sadie, the roommate, ended up moving in with her boyfriend, Henry Wallace. Caroline's body wasn't discovered until almost 2 years later in a wooded area. Stay out of the woods. Our next known victim was Shauna Hawk. She was 20 and studying to be a paralegal at the Central Piedmont Community College, CPCC. She lived with her mom, Dee, and worked at Taco Bell on Sharon Amity Road, again, right down the street. And Henry Wallace was her supervisor. On February 19th, 1993, Dee came home, started cooking dinner. She noticed that Shauna's car wasn't there, but her purse was, and her coat were in the house. It was a cold day. It was 41. It was winter. Okay, so her mom and Dee knew something was wrong, so she called Shauna's boyfriend, Daryl. He came over and they started looking around. And it wasn't until he went downstairs to the bathroom that he found Shauna's body submerged in water. She had been strangled by an object that was wrapped around her neck and used to compress the throat. There were signs of sexual assault. The officers interviewed coworkers, friends, found nothing. June 23rd, so a little while later, Audrey Spain, who worked at the Taco Bell where Wallace worked, didn't show up for her shift. She never missed work, so her boss, Mark, went to check on her that night. He drove by her apartment, saw her car parked. He tried calling, but she didn't pick up, so he just left a message. And she was supposed to pick up another shift that night. When she failed to appear, Mark called 911. Police went to the apartment. No one answered, so they had to leave. June 25th, maintenance entered Audrey's apartment. Don't be a maintenance guy. So they entered through the glass door. Again, don't have a glass door, guys.
Well, the lock was broke, so they got in early.
I mean, there's no such thing as a locked glass door. That's why you got a broom handle.
I was wondering who's going to bring up the broom handle.
I had to.
Taught her
Yep.
well, children. Taught her
Mhm.
well.
Once inside, the worker discovered Audrey's body on the bed. A ligature had been made from a T-shirt and bra, which with part of her T-shirt shoved in her mouth. There were abrasions on her back, face, and knee, and above her right hip. Small contusion, sexual assault. So, 2 murders. Young African American women killed by strangulation. Bodies washed off, worked at Taco Bell. Holmes showed no sign of forced entry, but according to CMPD, there was no connection. Next victim was Valencia Jumper, student at Johnson C. Smith, who was studying political science. She worked at Food Line on Central Avenue, near the Bojangles. And she worked at Hex in South Park Mall. On August 9th, she made plans with her friend Zach, and he arrived after midnight and noticed smoke coming from her apartment. So firefighters get there, and they discover a pot of beans that had been burned on the stove. Looking around the apartment, they discovered Valencia's charred body. She had been strangled, then had rum poured on her body and around the room before the killer put the beans on the stove. He then struck a match in her bedroom. I think he was trying to disguise the murder with the beans, which seems really
I was about
rude.
to say beans are very specific.
Very specific.
He's hungry. Hey, people gotta eat.
Henry Wallace attended her funeral with his sister, who was her friend. Next victim, 20-year-old Michelle Stinson, mother of 2 small boys. She had worked at the local Taco Bell and was friends with Wallace.
Okay, wait now. How long did it take them to solve this crime? Because Casey and I've got it, and we've only been listening to the story for 5 minutes.
I knew it from the get.
Right.
Just you wait.
I mean, spread it around, Henry. Come on.
Oh no, he
He
kept
was.
saying like 3 roads.
That's just lazy.
Oh,
Right, exactly.
it gets worse.
3 girls at the Taco Bell where he worked. Come on now.
Mm.
Is it a combination Pizza Hut and Taco Bell?
Well, no, only 2. Yeah.
Sorry.
On September 15th, her friend James stopped over for a visit and he knocked, but no one answered. And then he saw her 2 boys knocking on the window, trying to get his attention.
Oh.
So he got into the apartment and found her in a pool of blood on the kitchen floor. Tried calling 911, but the cord had been cut. So he noped out of there, taking the kids next door to call the police. Police discovered she had been stabbed 4 times in the back. Also indications of strangulation. And I saw it in one report that this may have happened in front of one of her kids. So after Stinson's murder, there were a lot of unrest in the community. I wonder why.
Jeez.
People wondered why the cops weren't doing anything. The then homicide
Too hard to
detective
figure out.
Sergeant Gary McFadden was assigned to the case. He later became sheriff. Patrols picked up in the area, and we now have a bit of a cool-off period. His only child, Wallace, had a child born on February in that October. So the following year, in that February, Wallace was arrested for shoplifting in February. So the police now starts to reach out to the FBI. FBI don't think they had a serial killer because there shows some diversity in how the victims were killed. Because, some were set on fire, some were put in water. And after all serial killers are white men. So this case had the FBI stumped. Next victim, Vanessa Mack, 25-year-old who worked at Carolinas Medical Center. 2 daughters, 7-year-old and 4-month-year-old. 4-month-year-old. Yeah. Her sister worked at Taco Bell with Henry Wallace.
If only there was a link.
Right.
Her babysitter came February 20th at 6 a.m. to pick up the baby. And when she walked inside, she found the baby laying on the couch, which was unusual. And so she walked through the house and found Vanessa dead on her bed. They found a towel and a long sleeve shirt around Vanessa's neck. She had blood on her nose, ears, and back of her head, and her purse was strewn across the room. Next, we have Betty Balkum, otherwise known as Susie. She was 24 years old, assistant manager at Bojangles on Central Avenue. So March 9th, didn't show up for her work. Manager tried to reach out, couldn't, reached out to coworkers and her mother. Still didn't show up. So after another round of calls, manager and coworker went to the apartment and they knocked. Didn't get anything. So manager and mom went and filed a missing persons report. So after an hour after a report, police called the manager back. A maintenance worker, dang it, had entered the apartment and found her dead. A towel along with another cloth had been wrapped around her neck. She had small abrasions. Items from her apartment as well as her car was missing. Her items were pawned, and her car was found at a nearby shopping center. Susie was friends with Wallace's girlfriend. Next victim, 18-year-old Brandy Henderson, killed on the same day as Susie in the same apartment complex. She had left her apartment to go to a doctor's appointment, leaving her boyfriend at home with her 10-month-old son. Her boyfriend's friend, Henry Wallace, had stopped by to say he was leaving town. And so the boyfriend then left for work, and when he came home, the door was unlocked, and the living room was a disaster. His son was gasping for air with a pair of shorts wrapped around his neck. 10 months. So he moved to his son. He removed the shorts, panicking, and that's when he saw Brandy laying face down with a towel wrapped around her neck. He removed the towel, called 911 before performed CPR until the paramedics got there. Fortunately, Brandy was dead, but her son survived. It was later found out that she was assaulted while holding her baby,
Oh my God.
and some valuables were taken. The morning after she was killed, Gary McFadden brought his team in to compare notes, and they found that the women, while they didn't seem to know each other, all had associate in common, Henry Louis Wallace. So they started to investigate him.
Ding, 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 ding.
Do it a thumb good.
They found he had an outstanding warrant. They then discovered that his palm print matched one on Susie's car. So police staked out his apartment on North Sharon Amity on March 11th through 12th, and they finally tracked him down March 12th, 5 p.m. However, our last victim was Deborah Slaughter. On March 12th, her mom stopped by Deborah's apartment. No one answered the door. Mom comes in, she finds her daughter lying on the floor in a pool of blood. Her items were strewn about. She was lying face up, a sock stuffed in her mouth, and 2 towels around her neck. She had been stabbed 38 times. So it was later discovered the victim's own knife was used, and Deborah was a coworker of Wallace's girlfriend. So he was arrested March 13th, the day after, and he confessed to the murders of 9 women in Charlotte. He then confessed to a 10th murder he committed before moving to Charlotte. It was an 18-year-old from his hometown. He had a crush on her. She turned him down. So he killed her and threw her in the lake. And there's also one that he did not admit to, but later it was found. In May of 1992, as at the very beginning, he picked up a convicted drug dealer and prostitute, Sharon Nance, or sex worker. And when she demanded money for payments, he beat her to death and put her along the railroad tracks. So there, of course, when he was arrested, they asked him if he might be schizophrenic. He said, no, there's only one Henry, a bad Henry. And that is the Taco Bell Strangler in Charlotte, North Carolina.
And yeah,
Right? And it took so many years, but I mean, so long because, again, they were poor, they were African American, and that doesn't often get reported. Those two things, especially if they're combined. So make sure. 1994. It was a 2-year period.
well, yeah, that guy is a confirmed toilet brush. So
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
on the bright side, now you know where not to eat in town. Bojangles and Taco Bell.
No, he's arrested
Get
now.
your
It's fine.
fix somewhere else.
I was about to say, did he get the death penalty?
Mhm.
He did. Absolutely. Absolutely.
He's made several appeals in an attempt to overturn his death sentence, even though he stated that his confessions have been coerced and his constitutional rights have been violated. But the Supreme Court said, nah.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Everybody.
So we're.
Good Lord.
Thank you for coming to our panel. Hang on before you leave.
Commercial.
I know. So that's what I said before you leave.
I know. I'm
Tally.
stopping them.
Tally, who are you, and where will you be?
I'm Tally Johnson. I tell lies for money. I write true lies for money.
Not that, oh, yeah, that is.
Prospective press table, $10. I'll sign them. Best book on South Carolina ghost stories you'll ever read. I will be in Burnham at 3 o'clock I'm only here for the booze, which is about ghost stories, not liquor. And then
Well,
at
not
10,
all-
Well, I mean,
and then at 10 o'clock, main programming, me and Braxton. I tell lies and ruin his improving on the upright electric bass. If you haven't heard it, stay awake, go to Starbucks, come see us. It's awesome until I talk. And buy my book.
I'm Alexandra Christian. I do not have a table, but if you were into paranormal romance or sci-fi romance or any sort of
or
smutty sort of
Sherlock.
book, or Sherlock Holmes, I'm glad to get a book because I do have some here at the hotel. I just broke the pen. I will be in the Murdaugh panel at 1:30 in this room. And I've got like a fan fiction panel later tonight, but I honestly, I can't remember what time it is or what room it is. So use the signs.
My name is Casey LaCourte. You can find me on TikTok. This is my last panel for the weekend. I did a bunch yesterday and today. And I'm just going to go around shopping and consuming panels and having fun and harassing Jessica a little bit.
I always support harassment for me, not for others. Don't harass others. Part of our cult. My name is Jessica Reed, Geek Track Director. I read books for a living. I don't sell them, so you don't have to give me money unless you want to. You can follow me on
You give me
TikTok.
my money. You give me her money. It'll be all right.
You can buy me school library books. My next panel,
Right, exactly.
except the things I want. I got distracted. You can find me on TikTok. I am random. And banned books. We were talking banned books at 3:30, I think. Probably. It's either in here in Fountain View. It's a very important topic. Come talk to me about it. And have a great time.
Thank
You're
all y'all.
released. I always forget to
And
mention my
remember,
TikTok.
when you
because
hear
mine
the
is boring.
word, what is it, Sherman? Take a shot.
Diaphanous.
Because trust me, this one will help. Y'all be wasting. Y'all be wasting.
I'm
the whole
telling you, that's
time.
my favorite word of the weekend. Diaphanous.
All right,
Don't make
y'all are
me spell it.
behind. Y'all
Right,
got to get that whole
don't make me
bottle
spell
together.
it.
Y'all are doing a great job. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. I gotta drive home. I can't be drinking all this shit.
I fall over the table trying to get out of here. God bless. I'm trying to hurt myself today. I know. And that was the second time.
I got it from a convention. I know.
Everybody would have died when alien AI came through the portal anyway. So it was all the people that had it. No, because she called alien AI. And they came through. And they just shut the door. Like, you can't ring a bell. You can't ring a bell. We were thinking whether or not for the training, you didn't like season one. I did not. No, that was too much gold. And Card was apologizing for actually being a card. I didn't care.
But you're saying because it didn't fit.
No, it didn't. That alien AI would have killed everybody.
Oh my God, that's
I mean, it was and with they talked about the Romulans having this embassy for AI robots and things like that. Yeah. It was silly stuff. It just didn't make sense because in the effect, Geralt said there were I can't get how many Romulan cybernetics like to be this close to you.
I'm done with you later, so I'm going to go spend money.
So the Romulans have a thing like
Yay.
AI of cybernetics.
Okay. 1:30. Murdoch. I know you want that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we gotta get to this panel one.
Yeah, that
I double checked. It's okay.
Okay, you too.
All right.
I saw some people were.
That's okay, I'll step on the phone one time.
Facebook.
Well, what else is new?
Oh, that's true.
Well, you know, I like looking at those.
Yeah, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
My favorite time of the year.
Yeah, yeah.
I have, we got, new members, they told me how awful I was,
Yeah,
and he said, you know, how awful that thing was, that paper.
yeah,
And
yeah.
I said, just stick around, I got more.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't seen, well, you weren't here last year.
Like 40 years, I think.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, before the pandemic, so
Yeah.
2019, yeah, that would
But
have been.
I had a triple white house in 2020.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know it
Yeah.
until I saw you show up again on Facebook. Oh, you, oh, yeah, I didn't know what happened. Yeah.
But, you know, it's been a rough couple of years.
Yeah, yeah,
We got through it, but, you know.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I caught COVID and, was in the hospital for a few days myself.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know, the end of the camp until 1 o'clock. Well, you were upstairs playing on top roof or?
Well, I actually day trip,
Okay,
but, they were nice enough to let me into their room for the day.
oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. I got a place to cool down and change.
Yes, yes.
So much. Sorry.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, actually.
You need to get a cooling system for that.
Yeah, I had, you know, the original one that I had a cooling thing and
Yes, yes.
but it just,
Oh, really?
yeah, after a while. I mean, I've been,
This one, 12 o'clock, yeah. Almost at home, yeah, okay.
about an hour and a half, it's time for me to find some water.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's just life these past couple of years.
Yeah.
Not just for me, not just with the pandemic, but
Mhm.
just everything. Like my mom died last year. She
Oh,
had
really?
she had colon cancer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Actually, this past month, my dad went in for a valve replacement, and it went wrong.
Oh, really?
And he's doing okay now, but he's in ICU. I thought we were going to lose him today.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, but I just have to do it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
But he's doing better. So,
Yeah.
I said after the pandemic and everything,
Mhm.
something I've got to get back out. So all I'm doing right now is working and being taken care of. It's just not effective.
No, no.
This year, I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Coming back down.
Okay. Wait to see.
Getting back out.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't get any on any panels this year myself, so, but I'm working convention committee.
Well, I work weekends, so
Mhm.
I took Memorial Day today,
Oh, okay.
and I just day tripped it.
Okay.
And I might inquire about that next year, like, you know, maybe doing some handles on Saturdays on here.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not really, just, you know, I just want to come out and get back in public.
Yeah, yeah. Well, this year there's a horror thing, so.
And the,
Yeah. I don't know.
it looks like it's a coffee tree or something, but like,
Oh, I think that maybe it was before.
I mean, okay, if that's your thing.
Yeah, they're,
I'm not gonna be too eager to post for pictures with that, but that's the kind of thing that if it gets out online,
oh, yeah,
it can
yeah.
get thrown back at me on.
Yes, yes, I
Facebook.
understand.
Yeah.
That's my position.
Yeah.
But that's not good enough.
No.
And because it's not good enough, then I'm not gonna actively fight against you.
Yeah.
But you want my support? You're not good enough.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna take a step back and let everybody else fight it out.
yeah, there's a lot of things here. I mean, there are different factions, and I mean, they've already grown to be irrelevant. You must declare that now. But I mean,
It's the same position I have.
yeah,
Like, I have moral disagreements, but I'm tolerant, and I would not seek to use the law as a morality.
yeah,
And that's just my position. It's
Yeah.
like, and then I get thrown down on by my evangelical friends who say, no, we need to defend X, Y, and Z.
yes,
And I'm like, okay, remind me, what's the divorce rate in America? And what
yeah,
we need to clean our own house.
yes. I mean,
But at the same time, we need to allow people to be free.
yes, that's true. I mean, personally, you can do whatever you want, but eventually there is going to be a judgment. That's all you have to do.
I mean, consenting adults, Romans 1 gives you the freedom, gives you the liberty to utilize your free will however you see fit.
Yes,
And incidentally, I throw that in conversations and say, feel free to use that against your more forceful evangelical friends, the ones that will throw the law.
yes,
Use that against them. Tell them, I am free to do what I want because Romans 1. That at least, if they're paying attention, at least that gets them off the back.
yes,
I mean, you still have the second half of Romans 1 where it talks about judgment,
yes,
but, that's your choice.
yes. I mean, that's the thing. There's a tendency to want to have moral laws or enforce morality, but America, even though there were people that are nominal Christian and have done arguments with it, it was explicitly unreligious. But and what we have to do is, if you become, if you can make the point of accepting into your life and making it future, then you are under obligation, and not everybody else is, and you can't force everybody to do it. But you also have to let them know that eventually, because whatever all this stuff you live, there's eventually going to be a judgment, just like the way you think it goes.
Well, also in my experience, my salvation experience, there was nothing that was a part of my own life that I delivered myself. Everything in my life today is an outward of the Holy Spirit. Like all the things that got purged from my life and all the changes and all that came after acceptance. That didn't come, I didn't clean myself up and then come to Christ. No, I came to Christ first.
Yes,
And that's one thing that I think is lost in a lot of these conversations. Like, oh, well, I'm this, so I can never be a Christian. You absolutely can. You just
yes, that's so
you
you work.
accept Christ, and then you allow Him to work through you, and then those changes are made. So it's just, you can practice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great seeing you, man. Happy to be here.
Yeah, I'm
I'm happy to be anywhere. Is what I would.
Oh, yeah.
And I did.
Rough stuff.
And it was right in the middle of COVID. So
Yeah.
when I was admitted to the hospital, they only allowed me to have one visit.
Yeah,
Not one visitor at a time,
yes.
one visitor. I'm essentially laying on my deathbed because, like, I had to wait 3 days for the surgery. They wanted to look under my system. And they said, well, you're stable, so you can wait.
Yes.
But I'm laying there in the hospital, and my wife is the only person I have. My kids are stuck at home, and I can't visit. Just my wife. That's it.
Yeah,
I was so glad.
yeah. There are a lot of people that died.
And I did get COVID, but I actually worked through it.
Oh, you did?
Like, I worked at COVID,
Uh-huh.
and I got COVID,
Yeah.
and they're like, well, just wrap up until I get the login.
Yeah.
If you get feeling too bad, take time off and lay down. But, they were like, if you're up for it, just,
Yeah,
make yourself comfortable.
COVID affected my mental
go home and try to log in from home. And after that, they sold the building. Yeah. So I've been working from home since 2020.
Well, all through the pandemic, I was dealing with merger. And it was not pretty.
No, no, it wouldn't be.
I was actually worried that our department would be insights and all of the, we actually. The other company, their network operations team is in Brazil. And some of them actually came over and started working for us.
Oh, really?
Remote.
Uh-huh.
They transitioned into our team.
Uh-huh.
And then the other half of their team went on.
Okay. I'm gonna go and try to get some keys. I don't have another tenant until 1 o'clock. It is. There's water down the hallway.
Yeah, I can jump in the game.
Okay, yeah. And there's water upstairs as well. I didn't bring any. Yeah, that's the one we got. Who's good? That's good.
I get it.
Yes.
If I end up getting the picture,
Yes.
it can cause problems.
Understandable, yeah. I remember somebody saying something about, I was right in the hurry.
You know, I have 3 people make that same comment. And I'm like, I am not going to go down all of these comments and go, no libertarian, no
Yeah.
libertarian. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
And it's not going to change their minds
No,
anymore.
it's not. No.
So I'm just like,
Made up their mind about that.
my question is, why don't things work being,
I don't know.
why continue to just, and there's that one guy, with the, Morgan Stanley names,
Yes.
I see his name pop up.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, especially nowadays. I see on Facebook stuff. Nope, I can get it. Yeah, vote on it. That's always an option, but some people don't take it.
I don't go on other people's pages because it's just too much time effort.
Oh, yeah.
I'll post, it's one of those things, if you see me post something like that,
Uh-huh.
I'm in the mood for that sort of thing, like, good friend.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and I actually, what I do is I will pop in to Facebook maybe 2 or 3 times a day.
Uh-huh.
Just to jump down.
Yeah.
And then I go away for like hours.
Yeah, yeah.
And these people respond in like 5 minutes. And if I happen to still be online or if I'm bored, then I might have a back and forth. But usually I'll just stay away for half. Because they're sitting with you.
Yeah.
I told them, I was like, you comment and we'll see your response.
Yeah.
I'll get back. I got a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm on Twitter too. And I'm actually going to start a podcast.
Oh, really?
A friend of mine years ago was on Twitter. And I was talking to him and he's like, you're a smart guy. You could do that. I've never done anything. So I then naturally thing that you would do with Western trivia. At first is the toughest online trivia competition on the internet. And so, and we're actually in season right now, but my podcast is going to track the competition on that.
It's turned on now.
It's called 6 Things on the Internet.
Okay.
So you get 6 questions every day, the entire league, we all answer questions.
Yeah.
And you're playing head to head against somebody. And you assign points to questions for them.
Yeah.
And if they get right, they get those points. And they assign points to people.
You can just get them at Staples. Yeah.
So the toughest question you think is on that one.
Yeah.
Put 3 on it.
You don't like mine?
Oh,
I know.
there's heavy to make up an entire bid.
The
They are
podcast is
really
basically
heavy.
taking 6 questions, and I'll dig through and I'll get 6 things about that question those questions that I didn't know. Even if I knew the answer to the question, I'll dig a little deeper and find something I didn't know, and I'll post it. And at the beginning of the episode, I'll read the 6 things, and then I'll go into detail on some of them. It's like a 5-10 minute thing. It's not gonna be long. And then I'll do some match recap, talk about defending, talk about gameplay, and all that sort of thing. How my character it's gonna be, I don't know if anything will come of it. I mean, maybe the podcast will grow and I can spin off sort of that maybe a reality podcast. Oh, okay. When I, we get enough focus stuff and trivia. I'll be able to. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it, enjoy it, and I'm trying out different things. Oh, okay.
11:50.
Try it out for a little while, you know, anyway. The last 10 minutes.
Yeah, I should do it.
Yeah, I don't know if there's an actual form of that.
I don't know, the Game Show Network has some really intriguing trivia.
Oh, okay.
It's basically a musical chairs kind of game.
Yeah.
You get questions right, you move, wrong, move back, and at the end of the round, they chop off the guy at the end.
Oh, okay.
It's a lot of fun. It's a little bit kind of weakest link without the that snap.
Okay. I know
Because you
that-
earn your spot by getting questions right. You don't go out.
Oh, okay, because I know that they cover revival.
Yeah, and I considered doing that, but like I actually have a friend, one of the other trivia people, and his name is Ian. Watch the show. He was on last season, and he wore a kilt on the show. I mean, it was like if you saw the show, you'd be like, oh, that guy. That's unusual. But he ended up getting every question right through all the rounds and got voted out because he was a threat.
Oh, yeah.
Because everybody's looking at him like that guy hasn't missed a single question, and the 3 of them just went, get out.
Yeah.
I don't want that guy.
That one competition, yeah.
And that's how that game works.
Oh, yeah.
You have to. It's like a middle ground kind of game. Like you have to be good enough to not get voted out early for being bad.
Yeah.
But then you have to be not good enough to be a physical threat.
Yeah.
And
I think there's an arbitrary in line.
that's such a tight.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, weakest link. I don't think that I would want to get on.
Yeah.
Because playing along with them, I'm slightly better than most of the contestants on that show.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm right. I'm in the right wheelhouse for it. But see, my thing is, I would get on there and I'd miss a pop culture question, and they'd be like, "That guy's an idiot." How do you not know good enough? Come on, or Adele, whatever. How do you not know? Because ask me anything about science, history, whatever. Don't ask me about politics.
Yeah, because that's so changeable. There's no way you're going to keep up with that. I mean, unless you're stuck in TikTok.
I had a question I learned about religion on this generation. Doing the other day. I was like, pick a name.
Yeah.
I just saw it and I was like, well, could have been worse last time, huh? Let me check.
Okay.
It says Lakeview, Amy Ravenel, Berta Plattis, and Richard Fierce.
Well, glad you're still on Facebook.
Or just me.
Yeah, I've been.
Yeah, you just come up and sit with me and we'll talk.
One of the complaining about how bad Star Trek.
How are you?
Pretty good.
I hear things and I
Are you
say,
Amy?
I'm Amy. Yes.
Hi, I'm Ellie.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
like, I just want to be entertained. I don't care.
Yeah. Did you have a panel before this too?
No, I was off talking to people.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
And I'm here now.
I've got a couple where mine are so close together, like it's like it goes 2 to 3, and my next one's 3 to 4. And it's like, yeah.
Yeah,
That
tonight I
counts.
kind of have it all mixed up too.
Uh-huh.
I like have a signing at 6, but I have a panel that goes from 5:30 to 6:30.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I have to like run.
You don't have those postcards with you, do you?
Oh, false stuff.
No, him. Sorry.
Oh,
he's my co-chair at Multiverse.
Sorry.
It's okay. Should I? Here, let me give you candy then. To fix the table. That's what I got. We forgot to hide our candy bowl last night.
Oh no.
It disappeared, like not the bowl, but all of the candy has
Oh,
gone. We were like, oh
no.
dear. Should have thought about that. Write my name down. Yep. Hi. Nope. Do they have the outdoor market set up? Have you been outside at all?
I have not, but I think it is set up. I think I saw it through the window.
Have you seen the outside market? Do they have it set up?
I don't know. Haven't been outside.
Yeah,
yet.
I haven't.
I mean, it was early this morning, but I haven't seen anything then. Yeah. So, are we just talking about young adult books that we like in general, or
I'm assuming.
That
Yeah.
was my assumption.
that's kind of what I got from the description?
Yeah.
I was like, well, I'm moderating, so I guess we'll just talk about.
Yeah, I
Books
have
that
a
we
list.
Okay. Yeah, I did too.
Yeah.
So I was like, let's just. I guess we'll just do that.
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm always so impressed that anyone can wear that much fur and not
Die.
overheat.
I
That's-
know.
It's impressive. Lovely. I put on a sweater and I'm like, nope.
I tend to get cold now. I always have a sweater.
I'm always warm. I think we have one more person, maybe.
Yeah, I think we should be.
She is in the
Yeah.
panel. I don't know.
I have not
Haven't
heard
seen her,
anything.
but.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, she was here last night. I didn't see her, so she should be around here somewhere. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Maybe she'd run a little late.
Okay. Okay. Excellent. put out another shirt or just not? Oh, good. Oh, we have a lot of them. Yep.
My two best friends are coming to Multiverse.
Oh, awesome.
Who's S.H. Roddy and Alexandra Christian.
Yep.
Yep.
We do know them. They're awesome. Lex was with us for multi-virtual in 2020.
Mhm.
And was super funny. I believe that she did the D&D for charity.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, yeah. Mhm.
I can see her doing that. Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. There were potato golems involved. So it always gets weird.
I did the vendor hall the first year.
Yeah, you were with us in 2019. Yep. I thought I recognized your name. It's a distinctive name.
Yeah.
What? Richard's moderating. Yeah, our moderator showed up, but I don't know.
Give her a minute,
Yeah.
I guess. If she comes late. then
It took me a minute to figure out where Lakeview was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to figure that out. I was like hunting around and I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, it's like hidden back
In
here.
the back
Yeah.
corner, yeah. Well, they really shouldn't have Lake Shore and Lake View because we were like,
It gets very
it
confusing.
does
Uh-huh.
every
True.
time. I showed up at first and was like, no, it's not in Lake Shore.
Mhm.
We're viewing, not on the shore. Yeah.
She comes in.
Yeah.
All right, we are missing one, but we're gonna go ahead and start, and then if she comes in, then obviously she'll be here. So welcome to Yay Books, or YA, Young Adult Books, and how they are not just for teens. I'm Richard Fierce. I am a young adult fantasy author, and I've written over 38 books, I think. I lose count. And so I'm pretty familiar with young adult, um, you know, market. So
I'm Allison Charlesworth. I am one of the co-chairs of Multiverse Convention in Atlanta. I read YA, and I have for, well, since I was an actual teen. So that's why I'm here.
I'm Amy Ravenel. I write the Restless Spirit series for Falstaff Books. It is not a YA book, but it is good for older YA. It's like Supernatural, but with more romance in it. And my credentials for YA is I used to be a teen librarian, and I also read YA.
So this is going to be us kind of just talking about some of the books that we like that are young adult that are good for adults as well. And I think, and you know, I don't know if you guys are the same opinion. Young adult is not necessarily the market that it's targeted; it's the age of the characters and the stories. So I always like a lot of people in certain literary circles are like, "Oh, you read young adult, you're a grown person. What are you doing?" And it's like, well, that's not what that means. It doesn't mean it's for young adults, though it is like, you know, that's the age range. But it's that the characters are young adult, so it's anyone can read it, whether you're, you know, 8 or 80. You know, it doesn't matter. So I think, you know.
So I usually think about young adult as being, I did actually think of it as being for younger people, generally written in their direction. But just like we get movies that can be, I watch Shrek and I find it hilarious because they put little things in there that are for adults that you can sort of pick out yourself. And I think that a lot of times in YA they're dealing with really difficult topics, but they usually seem to end with a note of hope, which is not something that you always get in the adult market. A lot of times it's less dark, even though it's grappling with really serious topics.
Yeah, I agree. It's the hope thing that I really love, and the fact that it's always kind of optimistic when you're reading it, even if it's a dystopian, it's pretty optimistic. So I think that's what I love about it.
What flavors of young adult do you guys prefer to read?
I do read a lot of dystopian. I of late have been reading some silly sort of romantic ones, which are adorable and fun and very, very uplifting. Again, nice escapism from the real world. Really kind of any of them. I read a lot of sci-fi and fantasy, so those as well. How about you?
I read a lot of fantasy, a lot of sci-fi, a lot of romance. Very big on the romance.
I am mostly fantasy because I write fantasy, so I love reading fantasy. So yeah, most of my reads are fantasy, but I do have a list of some that are not fantasy. So
Okay.
you have to share those. But, I guess we want to start with some of your favorites and kind of what they're about. Yeah.
All right. So I think one of my first adults diving into YA stuff was probably Hunger Games. I also did it with Harry Potter back in the day. I think I was 19 or 20 when those came out. And since have evolved past that. Don't really do the Harry Potter stuff anymore. Personal choice. But Hunger Games definitely pulled me in, and the Throne of Glass series by Sarah J. Maas.
Ooh, I love that series.
It was a really well done, high fantasy. It's a teenage assassin, but again, still has that sort of hopeful stuff in the background that always makes me happy.
Okay. Let's see, which one do I want to start with? I'm going to kick off with the Inheritance Games and the Naturals, two different series that are written by Jennifer Lynn Barnes. The Inheritance Games is about a girl who inherits a fortune from some man she does not know, but she has to solve all sorts of puzzles and clues to inherit it. And the Naturals is sort of like Criminal Minds for teens. So it's like teen profilers that are solving murders. So they're both really interesting books.
I've read both of those series. You and I need to hang out.
I know, right?
They are really, really well done.
I've seen the Inheritance Games mentioned a lot, but I haven't read it yet.
Oh, it's really good.
Now that I might have
Really
to
good.
put that on my list. My top two would probably be Aragon by Christopher Paolini. That's a classic. It was written by someone who was a young adult. And, he wrote that at the age of 15, and it was technically self-published. His parents had a publishing company, but they only published their own books, so I classify that as still self-published. And his mom sold the books out of the trunk of her car, and it was like legit self-published stuff. And it was brought to a publisher by the stepson of Carl Hyacin. He found it in a bookstore and loved it, and then they took it on, and Paolini became a New York Times bestselling author at 19, which is crazy. So, but it's such a good story, and it's long. They're long epics, and it follows Aragon, and he's just a farm boy who comes into control of a dragon egg, and then it hatches, and he bonds with this dragon, and it's the only dragon that's left. Without spoilers or anything, but the only dragon that's left, and Galbatorix is the evil guy, and he wants this dragon, and so the whole thing is him training to this final showdown between him and the big bad evil. And there's a really awesome scene. He kind of alludes to this word of power that Galbatorix has, and then when it's like unveiled in this scene, it was just like it's one of the scenes like in literature you just can't top it. It's so good when he used that word that negated all magic. It was amazing. And then my second one will be Bridge of Legends by Sarah K.L. Wilson. It is about a character named Tamerlane who has 5 days to save his sister, for she'll be sacrificed to an ancient, long-dead dragon during a festival that happens every year. And the reason they do this sacrifice is it keeps the dragon bound. So basically, massive, massive dragons are held captive by magic, and there's cities built on top of them. And so he sees his sister being taken to this palace for the festival to be sacrificed, and so he's trying to find a way to save her. And he's going to break into the castle and everything. And then there's another character called Mariel, and she's what's called a center, so they can smell emotions, and they use that ability to track down criminals. So she smells that he's got these emotions of like what he's plotting to do. And so she's trying to track him down through the city to figure out, who is this person that she was smelling. And then as it unfolds, it becomes an enemies to lovers type of story. And it's so well done. Like the world building, the magic system, like just it's amazing. So I always say, read it. Most people have never heard of it, but it's amazing.
That's one of my favorite tropes. The enemies to friend to lovers or significant others. That's a great one. Along with the goth one and the frilly one, the besties. Those are my two.
Absolutely.
Another one, so that reminded me of Beasts Made of Night by Tochi Onyebuchi. And that one is like a Nigerian American mythology in which there are sin eaters. So basically, when people sin, they manifest as large animals. And they have people called sin eaters who can then absorb those animals to keep them from, destroying things. So that was a really, really cool one. Really different. Most of us grow up, I think, learning a lot about Greek and Roman mythology, sometimes a little Norse here and there, but we don't often get, a lot of the other cultures, their mythology. So it was really, really well done.
Nice. My phone went dead. Hang on.
Yeah.
I know, I'm so prepared. Anyway. Let's see, another good one. The Star Wars YA books are really good. They're written by a bunch of different authors, but my favorite ones are the ones that were written by Claudia Gray. Leia, a Princess of Alderaan, which basically follows a 16-year-old Princess Leia in one of her first adventures. And then Lost Stars, which basically retells the original trilogy, but it's from the point of view of two side characters. One is on the rebellion side, and the other is on the Empire side. And it follows them all the way through. It's very cool. It's a
That's very
fantastic
cool.
book.
Let's see. I have 2 more fantasy ones. Children of Blood and Bone. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, so I'm probably gonna
Adeyemi?
Yeah, okay. That one, she does obviously New York Times bestseller. She has lots of other books as well, but that one was huge when it came out for good reason. So it follows a warrior on a mission to restore her home to the way it should be by fighting against an unjust monarchy and restoring the magic that they're trying to eradicate for good. So, and it does have a sequel, and they're being developed into movies, which is pretty cool. So, and then
She's delightful if you meet her in person. Like, she's a really fun book reading person. We were lucky enough to see her at one point. And
nice.
yeah, she's awesome.
That's cool. And then Year One by Nora Roberts is another one. It is her first book of a trilogy, and it's also her first foray into young adult and fantasy. She normally writes different genres, but
She's a romance writer.
Yeah.
it's set in a post-apocalyptic world, and both good and evil magic begin to come to light. And it follows multiple characters and different story arcs that try to seek out a better life in this new world, and just try to survive with all these changes happening. It's like basically a mashup of Divergent and Harry Potter. So.
So, sort of topically, we have Scott Westerfeld, if you've read any of his stuff, mostly does dystopian type things. One that seems on topic of late is Peeps. So there's a whole series called Peeps in which basically people get infected by toxoplasmosis, which we do. I mean, we absolutely get infected by toxoplasmosis, but it ends up causing them to become almost zombie vampire type things. But they all have their cat familiars because that's, of course, how humans get toxoplasmosis.
I'm not giving up my cats.
Yeah. That's a really fun series. And then another one of his that is also dystopian, but not so much, channeling The Last of Us, is the Uglies Pretty Specials. And so it's in a world where basically at age 16, everyone has all these surgeries to make them pretty, to make them look perfect. Their teeth are, they never rot. They turn into these lovely, lovely people. But then there's a lot of ugly things happening in the background that they also do during these things. And then the Specials takes it a step further where there's groups of people who are charged with keeping everyone in order. So their surgeries turn them scary. So, we got sharpened teeth, super fast reflexes. Those are a fun one.
Let's see. Oh, so many choices.
Mhm.
A fun romance one that's set at a con, actually, is Geekarella by Ashley Poston. It starts a whole trilogy, and each book is sort of based off of a fairy tale. Like Geekarella is based off of Cinderella, but it's set at a sci-fi con, and she and her father used to love watching this sci-fi show that's sort of like a mashup of Stargate and Star Trek and that kind of thing. And she wants to go to the con, but of course, her stepmother, will not let her. So she and her best friend that she works out of the food truck with, they put together an outfit and she goes anyway. And of course, she falls in love with an actor who's like doing the reboot of the series. And the whole series, it follows like a different main character, or different main characters as it goes through. Like the second one is sort of like the Prince and the Pauper, and then the third one is Beauty and the Beast, of course. And they all sort of have this geek, fun con feel to them. But the first one's called Geekarella by Ashley Poston.
About any non-sci-fi fantasy young adult? Have you guys have any of those?
Red, White, and Royal Blue is a cute little romance, LGBTQ romance. It's adorable. I don't remember right now who wrote that one, so I'll have to look it up. But that was a super cute love story.
As far as like romance, Jen Bennett is a really good one. She has a lot of good YA romances, and most of them are set in San Francisco, but they're all very cute. And of course, Sarah Dessen, who's a North Carolina writer, and she has tons and tons of YA sort of romances, sort of women's fiction for YA, and they're all usually set on the coast of North Carolina.
Hi, come on in.
Hey,
welcome.
I just looked at my schedule and I said, my thing's at 1, it's at 12. I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Hi.
We've just been chatting about our favorite books.
So I think we have
cool.
a question there.
Let's ask you one.
Oh boy.
Comment on my lateness?
Yeah.
While you're getting this everything installed, I was gonna ask if you read the Sean McGuire's Wayward Children.
Oh yes,
Great
I have.
I hadn't really thought of it. I mean, do y'all think that why like I haven't like thought of it in terms of like the characters as the audience, like how you classify it. What would y'all say like how do you differentiate YA from other stuff? What are the criteria that makes sense to you for? Is it just the protagonist or like just the characters? Just separate it into its own.
Well, I know as a librarian, we look at the age of the characters. If it's going in YA, because some YA can hit some pretty heavy themes and some pretty scary themes too.
Yes.
So I think it's the age of the characters and probably the voice. If it sounds younger, I guess when you're reading it.
Yeah, that's
that
the
makes
biggest thing is the age, and then some of the topics that are dealt with
Mhm.
through that, like how the character, deals with grief and things like that, and it's kind of like showing how the character is learning to be an adult from
Mhm.
that in between period. So yeah, that's
And definitely that age is what editors look at, the age of the protagonist.
and
And if the book starts with a 15-year-old but ends with a 90-year-old, that then it is not YA. Because it needs to begin and end while they're a child, unless it's a look back, which I've seen some.
and if you want to introduce
Oh,
yourself,
I'm the late Berta Platis. I write a young adult series called The Fair Folk, which is currently out of print, but under consideration with fall staff to come back to life. And then I'm also writing one called By Honor Bound with Nancy Knight, and it is about a young woman who finds that her genetic strangeness is actually that she is a dragon, and that makes her the queen of a country, and she is a beekeeper. She's like, what? Now I have to be the queen of a country?
I hate when that happens.
And it happens so often.
I know, right?
magical world. Problems.
So I came prepared with some books that you may not have heard of that are really good YA books. Do y'all have any like that? That books that you can recommend that are, because anybody can Google what's a good YA book and all the latest and greatest will come up. But there are some books that are probably really appealing that nobody hears about.
I know.
Especially indie press. And
Mhm.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. What was one of yours?
I just finished reading it. It is by Kiyash Monsef called Once There Was. And it's about it's written by an Iranian American woman. And it's about an Iranian American girl whose mother has died. Her father is murdered, and she becomes the owner of his veterinary practice. Now, of course, she's not a veterinarian. She's 15 and she's in high school. But she goes in all the time and helps out, clean cages and stuff like that. And then finds out that what her father did secretly and why he was away from home all the time is that he was a veteran to mythological creatures. And she has the same magic. And so she's going off. It is the most unbelievable, but there's so much Persian mythology built into it, things I've never heard of. So certainly wasn't in the Violet Fairy book that I read when I was a kid. So it's a fascinating book. Very well done.
The one I mentioned, The Bridge of Legends, that would be mine. The obscure that most people probably haven't heard of.
So I've got Never Steal from Dragons by Patrick Dugan, which some of you may know because you know Patrick and he's here. But it's a cyberpunk pixie. It's on my to be read, so I cannot tell you that I have read it, but I have read all of his other stuff, and it's all fabulous. So
It's
I
called
imagine-
Never
Never Steal from Dragons. So
Oh, it's a good rule
basically,
of thumb.
yes, a pixie ends up working for a dragon, which we don't recommend.
Either stealing from or working for. And what was yours again?
It was Bridge of Legends series. That's the series name. And it's by Sarah K.L. Wilson.
Because I'm going to get all of these. I love YA.
And it's a enemies to lovers story, so it's kind of like fantasy romance, but it's so good.
I love that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have anything obscure. I never know if it's obscure or not. But I've got The Wicked Deep by Shay Earnshaw.
I've never heard of it.
that.
Oh, nice. Yes. The Wicked Deep is about a group of 3 sisters who were hanged for being witches. And their ghosts come back every year and possess 3 teenage girls in order to drown 3 teenage boys. And this year things might go a little different. So that was really cool.
we covered kind of some of our top picks of young adult from like fantasy, just whatever genres. Do you have any top favorites?
Just the usual. I read so much all the time. And what I found is that that YA is like a lifelong passion. It's so interesting, and I guess publishers of traditional publishers continue to publish widely in YA what they will not publish in regular because they give a lot more leeway. I don't know why, but they do. And it can be like you said, some really heavy hitting issues, and then some are really lighthearted. I stick with the lighthearted. If I want to read about heavy hitting issues, I watch the news, which can be fictional as well, but in other ways. I'm trying to think of one that all the usuals like the Lord of the Rings, which was not but I also read Stephen King when I was a child. And that's definitely not YA.
It depends on who you ask.
I loved books that were not considered YA, even as a teenager, like The Borrowers, because it just sparked my imagination. Little tiny people that lived in my floorboards. I just wanted that. I wanted that to be real. I think Luke Roman writes a really good YA series called The Last Hunter. That was really good books, and it's about a boy who enters a magical portal through his grandmother's shop in London. It's really good.
Big fan of Portal fantasy.
Yes, Portals
they're
are
just
great.
Yeah. So I have a strange one. This is also in my to be read. We're hitting the to be read instead of the have read, but I'm actually pretty excited about this one. It's called The Weight of Blood by Tiffany D. Jackson. And so it's basically a retelling of Carrie set in a small Georgia town where they have been accused of racism and all sorts of things, and they're having their first integrated prom. So yeah, should be really, really interesting. But it is a YA.
It's a YA.
It is a YA. Yeah.
That's one of those I'd want to read first before passing it on to my child, just in case.
I understand that.
There's a thriller one. They Wish They Were Us by Jessica Goodman. It's a kind of like the Gone Girl type books. It's got teen romance, friendship, drama. It's all in there, and it's about a secret society of an elite prep school and the mystery surrounding the murder of the school's most popular girl. So kind of everything you want in a YA book.
Prep school, secret society. I'm in.
There is something about the boarding school thing.
Yeah,
Being
Cruel
sent off to.
Intentions,
Yeah. I love those.
And it's being turned into an HBO Max series starring Halsey and Sydney Sweeney.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah.
Very cool. What else do I have? There's a series of books called the Janie's series and the Mary series, and they're written by the same three authors. And each one is kind of like a Monty Python type retelling of like a historical or mythological figure. Like the first one is My Lady Jane, and it's about Lady Jane. Oh my God, what was her last name? Lady Jane Grey. Thank you. Who was only queen for like 16 days, something like that, before she was beheaded. But in the retelling, she can change herself into a mouse, and her boyfriend or the guy that she likes can change himself into a horse. And it's done sort of in a way that's very funny, very Monty Python-esque, that kind of thing. So, and I think the second one is My Plain Jane, which is about Jane Eyre. And then there's My Calamity Jane, which is about Calamity Jane. And then they've started on the Marys. And the first one of that is My Contrary Mary, which is about Mary, Queen of Scots. And they're all hilarious.
What was that author? What was the name?
Oh, Lord.
Sorry.
There are like three authors.
Oh.
I think
with the titles we could find.
Yeah. The first one is My Lady Jane. So, yeah. Couldn't remember all three authors, unfortunately.
knowledge out there.
How did they, but so they're not, the three authors are not writing simultaneously. The three authors don't write each book, or they take turns?
They write each book. It's just each one takes a character and they write a chapter. So it's told from 3 different points of view.
Oh, interesting. Wow. Oh, another one I read recently it came out, I think, in 2014, but Meg Medina's Yaki Delgado Wants to Kick Your Ass. And it's about bullying. And it's a girl's first day of high school, and somebody comes up and says, "Hey, Yaki Delgado wants to kick your ass," and she doesn't even know who that is. So she spends all the time skulking around in the halls, watching for who this person might be and why they want to hurt her. It's a case of mistaken identity, but it's sort of a self-fulfilling thing. By skulking around, she draws the attention of Yaki Delgado and does get her ass kicked.
Let's see. I have a couple others. Girl in Pieces by Kathleen Glasgow. This one's pretty intense, and it's about the things that come with being a teenager, especially when you have experienced too much loss at a too young of an age. It's hard to put down, and it's heartbreaking. So if you like lighter stuff, probably don't read that one. But it's yeah, it's intense.
Legend Born by Tracy Dion, which I think has gotten a whole lot of press and push of late. Tracy is a North Carolina author, and this is sort of an Arthurian legend mixed with Black Girl magic, literally magic. So Black Girl magic and magic.
I think it's set at Carolina.
Yeah.
At UNC Chapel Hill.
Another boarding school one. There you go. Like she's off at school. Yeah.
Has anyone read The Fourth Wing yet?
No, but it's on
like
my list.
everywhere right
It's
now.
on my
It
list.
is. I haven't read it yet, but from what I've read of the blurb on it, it looks like classic.
I'm a sucker for Dragon Riders. I'll admit. I
That's,
started with Anne McCaffrey, and I've gone from there.
that's what I write is Dragon Rider
Yeah.
fantasy. Yeah, so I'm like, that's why I was like, and the book just looks beautiful, like the painted edges and all that.
I do like that they're bringing back the printing on the edges of pages, and then what do you call it, the pages right when you first open.
Inchies.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The
And
inches.
yeah, and
Starting to do the maps and the side decorations. It's
oh,
just really
I love
lovely.
the maps.
Yeah.
So in my dragon book, somebody wants to ride a dragon, and since the dragons are shapeshifters, they think it's terrible. It's like, I am not a pony. Yeah, but they need to, in order to do battle, they need to have that extra oomph of having somebody shooting from the. And they keep saying, "You're not going to hit my ears, are you? You're not going to pierce my wings, are you?" They have to practice.
I was wondering what, if you define YA as like having characters and protagonists who are in that age range, what do you think that the big appeal is? This is massively popular with adults too. Why do you think, is it like, I would not know to be individual, like what draws you to that if you're not part of that age group yourself? Why do you think it's so popular with them?
I like the fact that they're so different. That there are such different kinds of stories available. But for the tried and true, like dragons and dragon riders and stuff like that, it's an endless supply of stories that have they're pretty light on battle details. Like you don't have somebody stop to explain what their axe looks like or their gun or whatever, and more about growth of character growth.
Yeah, that it's not my favorite part of it, but like that is a kind of defining thing of young adult is it's less descriptive and more just story driven, which is not a problem for me. Some people don't like that, but what draws me to it, I think, is as you get older, your mindset changes on a lot of things, and so to read about characters who are still kind of like wide open with their imagination and decision making skills and all that, like kind of like makes you feel young again. So that's why I like it. Yeah.
Well, and I don't know about y'all, but I don't feel like I'm an adult. Like I'm heading into, 50 here, not too long from now. And I don't feel like an adult. I don't know what I want to be when I grow up.
I'm always looking for an adultier adult.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, to be honest, and so I mean, I think they're still relatable, and they do tackle really tough questions in a way that I think that YA does a really good job of helping people understand others, because you're so focused at that time on figuring yourself out. I think YA makes people think about, well, what about from the point of view from this other person that is different from me in some way or another? And so it increases empathy, definitely makes you consider other people's point of views, which I think all teenagers and most adults probably could use. And then the experimental stuff that they are allowed to do, like you were saying, that they get a lot more leeway to do things differently with YA. So you'll see a lot of them written in poetry instead of prose, or they'll use text messaging, or they're just different formats, I think, that make things a little more interesting, a little more experimental. And I think as you get older, you're looking for new. Sometimes you want the same comfort stuff, but sometimes you're like, oh, let me do something totally different. So,
And the thing I love about them is they're fun. It's a lot of fun. Even the ones that deal with weightier topics, they deal with them in a way that shows you that there can be light at the end of the tunnel. I mean, whereas a lot of adults are a little more jaded, young adults still have that hope, and there's a light at the end of the tunnel. I mean, you're going to get through this valley, and then things are going to start going up again. And I think that's what I love about them.
I think they also, because they have to compete with video games and social media and those sorts of things for teenagers, they have to be compelling.
Yes.
They really have to grab you.
You
So-
can't stop and describe the leaf on the tree
No.
outside of the
Yeah.
character's
Yes.
house.
I write for YA. What I have to force myself is to forget all of the knowledge I have, and the experience I have, and make myself be 14 years old or 15 years old. I have to remember what that was like. And some days I wake up and I am 15, and some days I wake up and I'm like, oh my God, I think I'm 80. So you just have to think, would a kid know this? Because I know this because I have seen it happen. But would a kid know this? And what's really interesting is when you have a character who is fresh and just a normal kid, and then there's another character the same age who has been through big stuff, and they have a totally different perspective. And that makes for really good storytelling.
For me, I don't have a set target, like age-wise audience in mind. I write character-driven stories and just have them be the young adult, and kind of like her, you have to forget all of the things that you know and write, and people who don't realize that's what young adult is about is some of the criticism is like, this character just keeps making mistakes. And I'm like, well, yeah, he's young.
Right.
That's what you do when you're young. You make mistakes. So, it's the learning, they're doing what they think is best and then finding the consequences of that and things like that. So, and I think that applies to all ages, even though you're older and you're more experienced and more wise, you still make mistakes and you still learn from things. So, yeah, I don't have a set, I don't keep in mind like, oh, I'm writing this to teenagers or young adults, but I kind of make it like all ages, any age could pick it up and they would enjoy it. And you write.
I actually write adult, but
Oh, okay. Yeah.
but they're like in their 20s, so.
And 20s, early 20s is considered new adult, so they're
They are
still
technically
considered
new
sort of
adult, yeah.
YA too.
And they are also still making a lot of mistakes.
And-
And you're sitting there going, look at your life, look at your choices. What are you doing?
Anyone else have any questions?
Or even book suggestions.
Yeah.
You guys have like some really good
suggestions
YA books you guys have read.
Yes. What's the name again?
Question too about like basically reading a bit about why fantasy, why sci-fi, why romance, what about why work? I was just googling to see like is there much of that out there? And actually the way the book is the first one on the list that I found. So is there like do you feel like there's a conflict there that makes it hard to do, or is there?
No, it's really, there was one that I adore, and it's called, so it's the name of a woman dressed in blood. Anna. Anna Dressed in Blood.
Really
That
good.
is
That is a good book, and it's about a ghost and a really angry ghost, and the young man who gets stuck in the house with her and befriends her. Really, it's really good. And there was a series that I read, and boy, I totally forget it, but it's about a young woman whose parents are ghost hunters and do not believe in all of that. They just film, they go into it, and they're ghost hunters, except she really can see ghosts, and she won't tell her parents because she doesn't want to get used by them. And it's really interesting. Every house that they go to, they're like, we're filming here, we're seeing electroplasmic light, and she's like, oh my god, because he's sitting right here.
That is funny.
If you love the slasher flicks, you know, like the Jason movies and Nightmare on Elm Street, there's a series called There's Someone in Your House. Or the first book is called There's Someone in Your House by Stephanie Perkins. And it's very much a teen slasher in the vein of Scream kind of book. I think there's a second one too, but I can't remember what the name of that one is. So yeah, there's quite a bit of horror.
I don't read a lot of horror, but I know some authors who write horror, and it is a tough market to make money in, and that may be why there's not a ton of young adult horror, because unless you're Stephen King, most people do not sell very well with horror. From what I've heard from authors who write that genre, like it's a passion project more than money making. So that could be why there's not really a lot of ones that we can kind of
Like
think of.
why horror?
Yeah.
But I always say ask your local librarian because she can dig up whatever you're looking for.
Absolutely. When I was a young adult myself, I loved horror, but I read adult horror. So that may be the thing, is that when kids want to read it, they go looking for adult books.
To be honest, there's nothing scarier than being an adult when you're an
That's
adult.
true.
So
That's very
you
true.
know.
Yeah.
Delilah S. Dawson does have a couple of YA horror. So she's got Servants of the Storm, which is set in Savannah. I read it years ago and I can't remember, so I literally had to pull up the description. And she also did one for, let's see, it was called Mine, that just came out recently. She's really, really good and scary, frankly. She can do scary very well. So the Mine one that just came out it says Lily Horne is a drama queen. It's helped her to rise to stardom in the school play, but it's also landed her in trouble. Her parents warn her that Florida has to be different. It's a fresh start, no theatrics, but this time the drama is coming for her. Her new house is a real nightmare. The pool is full of slime, the dock is rotten, and the swamp creeps closer every day. But worst of all, the house isn't empty. It's packed full of trash memories, and Lily begins to fear the ghost of the girl who lived there before.
Ooh, that looks good.
She's really good with world building. You really get into her.
So I'm gonna read these because I'm wondering if they downplay some of the horror that's part of horror, or if it's how it's done. How interesting! It may be just a plain old crazy, scary horror book.
Well, if you want to go old school for YA horror, you could pick up some Christopher Pike or
Oh,
L.J.
yeah.
Smith, which I think you can still find some of their books around.
I could have brought a box of them in my basement. my sons moved out and left all of their Fear Street and,
Yeah.
and all those books in
Mhm.
the basement.
I wonder if our sort of inclination to protect kids from the horror stuff has eased a little bit from when we were kids. Because, like you say, I mean, I read Stephen King. That was
Mhm.
all of us have the Stephen King that traumatized us at age 11 when we shouldn't have been reading.
I did
Stephen
not
King.
because I was a
Cemetery.
wuss.
You
Still
were a wuss.
wuss.
I am a wuss. I'm a horrible wuss. I will be up for 3 days
Oh.
after I read one of
Yeah,
them.
After
But
I read
them-
Salem's Lot, I kept all the
Yes.
curtains closed because I was afraid if I opened them, I'd find somebody's face like on the second story.
Ooh.
Oh,
No,
My
that's-
brother
that's not a
started
good
with
one.
Cujo, and that
Oh,
traumatized
my.
Oh,
him.
yeah.
So.
Uh-huh.
I think Thinner was my first one, where they eat and they just can't stop losing weight. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was spooky.
All right.
Did anybody else in the audience have suggestions that we have not mentioned that you desperately need us to know about? Because I need more. Yes. Cool.
it's got
Yes,
everything.
Always. I
Right,
know.
yeah.
Like
Wow.
this is everything.
No, that
Okay.
sounds definitely wonderful.
You just reminded me of one. Go ahead. Okay. Eon and Eona. It's a duology. It's young adult. It's fantasy though, but it is kind of like a Mulan retelling almost. It's like the spin on like so. In this world, there are dragon eyes, is what they're called, and essentially they bond to spirits of dragons, and they're able to like control the elements, and it's all like Asian mythology. And the main character is a girl who is in the disguise of a boy, and her master is in on it, and they are trying to get her to become the next dragon eye that there's an opening for. And when she goes through all of the stuff, they find out that one of the spirit dragons that has been gone forever reappears and chooses her, and they think that it's like there's something to it, and it's because she's a woman and not a man that dragon has come back, because that dragon is a female and that's who she bonds with. But there's a transgender character who's like really close to the main character. It's super inclusive, all kinds of cool mythology, and it's really good.
Is it
So-
ION?
EON
EON
is the
and
first one, and then
EONA.
EONA is the second one. So her name is Eona, but she goes by Eon as the boy, so that no one knows who she is. It's a good.
So many great suggestions.
Yeah. To be read. Yeah.
The importance of representation in YA specifically. It seems like a part of the focus is in YA is on that like teenagers are very identity focused, like figuring out who they are. And I think that drives a lot of the plots in YA stories. So because of that focus on the self and defining the self, do you think that representation of characters of different skin tones, different orientations, different gender, different relationship styles, do you think that's more important in YA? But I think it's important everywhere. But do you think it's more important in YA because of who the audience may be?
I don't know about more important, but it's certainly an important aspect of it. Yeah, kids are looking for that. They want to see themselves
Yeah.
in the stories.
So I think you see that with like the suicide numbers for trans kids and things like that. So yeah, I think it's exceptionally important. I think sorry, my brain just totally shut off mid sentence there. So
But yeah, I agree. Everybody kind of wants to see themselves as the hero. So I'm glad that there are more and more books coming out now with very different types of heroes, so that everybody at least gets the chance to see themselves. I mean, it's very small and not nearly as big. But I remember getting excited when I would see a redhead as a main character.
Yeah.
So
And for me, it was Latinas as a main
Yeah,
character, which
exactly.
I still look for because there's not that many. So
And I think, like she said earlier, that there's more leeway with young adult.
Mhm.
It's more, you can do things like that, like be more inclusive than with the more adult stuff. It's like, there's kind of set rules as to what they'll take and what they won't take. You can find so many good authors who would probably never see the light of day outside of going indie. So, yeah.
Yeah.
The big publishers, like what they publish, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's better than because it was published by them. It just means that that's what they felt like they could sell them.
Mhm.
The quality is not.
It's all about the bottom line, the
Yeah.
dollar.
Well, and
There's no different quality to go seek out.
it's like in the
No.
movies, and they keep doing remakes and remakes and
Yeah.
remakes. It's like there's
There's
so
so much new
much,
stuff.
so many
Uh-huh.
stories.
Yeah.
Do something new.
Yeah. So I
we did a podcast one time with Catherine Lundoff, who is a queer paranormal author. She's probably in her 60s now, I think. She actually said that at one point she showed up to a publishing house and they said, "Oh, we already have a lesbian writer.
Hey,
One.
One.
So we don't need your book because we already have a lesbian writer." So, and I don't think that's necessarily fully changed. I'm sure it's evolved some.
Readers read a lot. They want a lot of
Different stuff.
They want a whole bunch of
Absolutely.
lesbian writers.
Yes, exactly.
And when they find a story that's a niche, they want a whole lot of story in that niche.
Yeah.
They want
Yeah.
all the stories.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. I love that she does the stuff that centers people who aren't the traditional, I don't get to see myself as a middle-aged woman in things as a hero very often,
I still want to be a
Yeah.
chosen one.
Yeah,
I can still be a chosen one.
Exactly.
There was a meme about, it's not young adult, obviously, but there was a meme about why is the chosen one always like a teenager who knows nothing about anything?
Yes.
What about the 90-year-old woman with a cane? And somebody was like, that's a great idea. And they wrote, there's a
Nice.
whole series of like the hero is this 90-year-old grandma and it's like magic and all this stuff. So
Yeah, I have a friend who's working on a series of urban fantasy books. Her name is Alexandra Christian, and she's working on this urban fantasy that's about a group of people in a retirement home who are fighting monsters.
This one yet, but it is now on my to be read. It's called Dreadnought by April Daniels, and it's about a closeted trans girl who becomes a superhero. Supposedly fairly emotionally difficult because she's closeted, but then becomes a superhero who presents female, so then has to come out to the whole family and all of that. But I have heard really great things about it. Mm.
Expelled with victories greater than death. They just won a bunch of awards. Charlie Jameson is a trans woman who lives in San Francisco and was also founding editor of Higher Nine. Her resume is ridiculous. Top-notch writer. Who writes some of the best YA science fiction. Charlie Jameson is
anyone else?
All right.
Anyone
Just
else?
say who you.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, where can we find you?
All right. We'll start with me, I guess. I'm Amy Ravenel. I write the Restless Spirit series. First one is White Spirit. And I think my next panel is at 5:30, where I'll be talking about cats. I own 6 of them, so I'm down for this. And another one at 9, which is about fanfic.
Excellent. Do you write fanfic too?
I started out in fanfic, yes.
Awesome. So I'm Allison Charlesworth. I'm one of the co-chairs of Multiverse Convention in Atlanta. We are focused on inclusion and diversity and making the con scene look a little more representative of who's doing the writing and creating. I do have some cards up here if anybody wants to grab one with information. My next panel is at 2 o'clock in Olmsted, and the topic is How Realistic is The Last of Us? So So let's talk about
Oh, I saw that.
cordyceps.
That sounds really interesting. I'm going to be signing at 4 o'clock. My 2 books with Nancy Knight, and it's from 4 to 6, and I think it's right up front here is where the signing table is. My name is Berta Plattis, and I have a panel at 5 o'clock. It's called Dinner's Ready. I think we're talking about food in books. I hope they're not expecting me to cook because I have a Pop-Tart. I mean,
Microwave or a toaster?
a toaster, a raw Pop-Tart.
Yeah, those are good. I'm Richard Fierce. I write primarily young adult fantasy, but I've dabbled in space opera, nonfiction, erotica, romance, a little bit of everything. But my jam is fantasy. So I'm out there. I'm on another panel at 2 AI writing and writers, and kind of what's the future of that looks like. And yeah, find me online, social media, websites, all that stuff.
And also, if you're playing the Falstaff game and need cards to get a 10% discount at the big old Falstaff table, I got cards up here for you. You get a collection of 5 different ones, you get 10% off your purchase. So, if you'd like one, just come grab one.
Yeah.
All right.
I
Thank you guys.
collect these.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Oh.
Mine is still blank.
That's all right.
It still has a bunny from
Absolutely.
earlier.
Absolutely. Yes.
That was Janet's bunny. What's that?
Or did Janet do that previously?
Oh.
I think Janet drew that.
It's been longer than I thought.
I missed it. Oh, it's actually cute. Okay.
Oh, okay. I won't do that. That's fine.
Came from the far back.
Oh, that's all right. Yes, absolutely.
Pitching children's books is the same as pitching anything else. You know, it's like this would appeal to their age. Got this long list of books to buy now.
I know. As if your list wasn't already big and long, right?
And I opened up my Kindle to see what things were available first. I just read.
bathroom. I think I'm moderating this panel. I've got 2 questions. I'm hoping that will be enough to keep you talking. Good choice. No, but I'm going to put them on the stack because the puzzle's great. Yeah. That's why I picked it up. I am Vicky. I'm going to be moderating.
All right, I am Ellie. I actually,
You rode down with Sarah.
yes,
Yes, I was just talking to Sarah about you.
I taken over for Susan.
Oh,
I did
fun.
not make it this weekend. I did not hear about the Murdoch trials until this weekend.
That's okay. That's okay.
So I've been trying to listen to podcasts about it. Luckily, I just love true crime, so I'm not complaining.
We'll make it a little more general. We'll have at least a couple of more general
Okay.
questions.
I think as far as I got in Murdoch
Podcast.
murders, and the Murdoch murders was they were explaining that it was suspicious to
So-
find somebody. I think his name was Tyler or something. In the road.
Stephen Smith.
Ah, that was it. That was it.
Okay. I got you covered.
Thank you.
Um,
But yeah, with his shoes still on, even though usually their shoes come right off. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the my aunt, my mother's younger sister, lives down in Walterboro, and she was a social worker for like the county, right? And she worked with Randolph II. So, and when in the 80s and stuff. So
Yeah.
and I am a third generation true crime buff. You're laughing at me.
No, because I think it's fascinating, and I'm just
Yeah.
like, yes, tell me more.
So my family grew up in Florence County, and when I was 8 years old, I read a book called The Last of the Pickens, right? About my hometown serial killers. I was far too young to be reading that book, but it was on my grandmother's shelf, and they wouldn't let me take books to my grandmother's house. So of course I had to read what was there.
Right.
And so I picked that one up, and I was talking to my great grandmother a couple of weeks later, and she described to me how I was related to the Bighams, and how she and her daddy used to go visit his cousin Dora, who was the mother, and Dora would tell them about when Smiley was getting out of jail. And Leonard, it was a family of serial killers. You're very sparkly today, Jessica.
Hello. I like your Attack on Titan cosplay. Like your Attack on Titan cosplay.
I accidentally made myself watch it. Felt like it was.
It works.
Did you get the end of the? I'm Lucy, by the way. Did you get the end of the PMs about the panel tonight? The stuff to read under the covers, scary stories to read under the covers.
There was a PM about it?
From like, okay, basically I'm on the panel and I wasn't sure exactly what it was. I thought we were just recommending books.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, well, I think it was, but Randy really wanted to do readings, and me and Rachel don't have an objection to doing readings on then, like everybody read 8 minutes and then recommend a book.
I didn't bring any books other than my own.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's you would read from your own.
Oh, I thought you meant like a favorites.
No,
okay, well, okay.
No, just maybe.
Okay, then I
yeah.
got it.
Okay.
Okay.
But
Thanks for letting me know.
you're welcome. That's what I hadn't taught you. And I went, okay, we're not doing this if Ellie doesn't have a chance to at least know what she's reading and
Well,
again,
luckily,
if
all my stuff is half order, so.
mine too. So this is full horror, but so you're cool with that? You're
Oh, yeah.
okay with it? Okay.
I'm not the best reader, but I'll do it.
It'll be fine. It's an 8:30 panel, so the people who show up will be people who actually want to see us. So
Let's see, is that my last panel?
Cold chill.
Very cold in here.
I am a a certain age now, and I'm starting to have hot flashes.
Uh-huh.
So I am perfectly
Oh.
fine, and I'm very sorry for the future that may be coming for you.
Yes. Okay, I
Yeah,
do
I
have
just-
one more after Scary Stories tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Logic and magic. Perfect. I can talk about
People
that.
laugh at that, but I swear to God, it happened
This
all
was
of
like
a
the
sudden.
only panel where I'm like, I've never heard of these murders. I got to do some podcast research now.
Uh-huh.
I'll tell the only thing that I know about these murders is what I have heard.
No,
having
no, we
lunch
don't.
With
And
my sister and
I
fellow
was talking to my mother, and I was like, I just keep getting hot all of a sudden, and it's not hot in here. I can see the temperature on the thermometer. My mother was like, I am so sorry.
I mean, there are some Murtaugh people.
Yeah.
And I am a paralegal. So I mean, I did used to work for a prosecutor's office. So, and now I work for a defense attorney. That lasts forever. Yes, it is.
Oh, I want to be on that panel.
Yes.
I've got lots of complaints.
As do I. Does mental health count? Does mental health count?
Yes.
Put me on that panel.
Local tally. So
And thus define their relationship. Is this yours?
it is.
Can I have some?
Of course you can. You can have some of mine.
Do you want I have a peach sparkling water in my bag that's available if you would rather have that.
Nah, I'm good. But thank you. Thank you so much for offering.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Is there a water dispensary right here?
Right outside. No, my problem is I need sugar or something because I haven't eaten.
I haven't eaten.
I have Vicky comes prepared.
I was about to say, Vicky,
Nice.
you got a purse of holding over there, huh?
Yes, yes. Would you like a fruit nut bar?
A fruit
Wow.
nut bar.
Fruit and nut bar. It's got cherries, cashews, and almonds, and a little dark chocolate.
That sounds fantastic.
Yeah. I think I'm just gonna order Uber.
Vicky is who?
Always have
I have a
Vicky.
dairy allergy.
I do not walk around without things. I also have cuties.
Nice.
Good
Uh-huh.
gracious.
I don't
She is
walk
ready to be the mom at Disney World in
Clearly.
any.
Thank you.
Yes, I don't walk around without food available for me. Yes, go right ahead, Mark.
That moonshine fudge, does it actually have moonshine in it? Well, it smells amazing.
I have the screwball whiskey fudge. I went to the shop over here.
Oh,
And I've got a Rocky Road and a pecan praline.
oh my
Nice.
Lord.
It's like pecan nuts. So this is the Rocky Road.
Mm.
Does
This
anyone know
this
any?
is the whiskey one, I think.
Does anybody know any like restaurants around the area that I can like Uber? What do they have though? Yeah, I have a dairy allergy, so it's really hard to find things.
There's a tropical smoothie. Down if you go across the lake and you walk on the other side of Zapata and you keep going, you'll be able to see it.
Okay.
Once you get around there.
Okay.
There's a pho place. There's
There's a pho place. Done. I want some banh mi.
All
All right. Done.
Hi, Brenda.
I thought that was you. I noticed your red hair, your pink hair. You know, and I was like, I bet that's her.
Hello again.
Yes, the lady that sold me this apple juice at the University Cafe goes, I remember you from last year. I remember your hair. And I'm like, thanks.
Is everybody having a good con? Me too.
I'm gonna do the plug. There's surveys in each of the rooms where you can scan it as a QR code, and you can rate the panel, talk about what you'd like for the future, and you get entered to win a badge for the next year. In each of that room. So I think they moved all of us in here outside of one more in here.
She's the leader of the Geek Life cult.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, we did the cult last night panel in here, and it was so much fun.
Just so everyone knows, it's not sex.
It is not a.
Very.
Forget it then.
Right.
We also are not allowed to murder people, but we burn people in effigy.
And the person, that will be the person. Otherwise, it's just a.
Since you were on the line, for everyone.
They kept trying to make it. And I was like, stop.
We called it the Institute of Classy ConCarolinas Cult.
And this gentleman walked in just as you said, classy, and he had this look on his face like, no, this is not for me.
No,
C's.
It's the 3 C's. I see.
Yeah, we said I think it's IC3.
This is really good.
Yeah, we created hand motions and everything. Great panel. All right, so it is exactly 1:30. So welcome to Don't Trust Your Soul to No Backwoods Southern Lawyer. And if you can't tell, my accent got a little deeper right there. My name is Vicki Perry. I'm going to be moderating this panel, and I am going to ask, starting at the end with Alexandra, people to introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm Alexandra, and hopefully I don't have almond husks between my teeth. I normally write mostly paranormal and contemporary romance, but I'm a true crime junkie, and I also work for the court system in my county, and we were all riveted by the Murdaugh case, as in we made people wait to file paperwork until the commercial. We're like, hold on, we're watching court TV, and watch the entire trial. So, yeah.
I am Lucy Blue. I am an author and an editor for Falstaff Books. I wrote this book, which is about a backwoods southern town and all the terrible things that happen there. I am not. Y'all are probably talking about burning people in effigies. I volunteer as tribute. Y'all are going to burn because I am not a true crime junkie. But I have.
She's very squeamish about it.
I have been a paralegal since 1988, and I have worked on both sides of the courtroom. I have worked for the solicitor's office. I have worked for and currently work for law firms that do a tremendous amount of criminal defense. So maybe that's I'm not sure why I'm here.
It's because of that.
Yeah.
It's because
But also my expertise on this particular case is based entirely on the fact that she's my sister, and I eat lunch with her a couple of times a week. And during the murder, it was just like my husband and I would eat lunch with her, and one of the other, we would look at each other, who's her? So what's going on with the Murdaugh case? And then just sit back and eat. It was like having tea.
Yeah. Oh, and in case any of you are not from South Carolina, or I don't know how they do it in North Carolina. A solicitor is the same thing as a district attorney.
Yeah, it's a prosecuting attorney.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm Ellie Rain. I'm an award-winning Gothic fantasy author. I love true crime. I just and like so far, it's clear things are about to get far worse than where I am at in it. But I've only gotten like 2 episodes into it.
Yeah. So I will tell you that I'm a 3rd generation true crime junkie, and my aunt worked with the Murdaughs as a social worker back in the 80s. So she worked with not the last solicitor, but the one before that. So my family has been fascinated with this, and it dominated our Thanksgiving conversation.
So I'll just be sitting back listening to you guys.
How many people know what happened with the Murdaughs? All right, then I'm going to ask Lex if she doesn't mind. As soon as she finishes chewing, I'll vamp.
Let me get this cherry out my teeth.
Isn't it good though?
It's delicious.
I'm a big
And it's
fan.
it's another somewhat healthy thing I can add to my arsenal because I do not like healthy food, y'all. Look at me.
No, that's worth it. It's the mix of the sweet fruit and the chocolate and the nuts.
And the cherries are delightful.
Yeah.
They're so perky. I love that.
So,
Okay, so picture it, Hampton County. So everybody thinks that the Murdaugh thing started with this society murder. This very prominent lawyer in Hampton County, Alex Murdaugh, calls 911 and says, "Oh my God, I just came home from visiting my mother and I found my wife and son dead in my kennels."
Wait, what?
yeah.
He
I
has like
haven't gotten to that yet.
oh sorry,
We started-
spoiler alert.
We started with the boat crash on this podcast.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
right.
Okay.
So it's kind of like Star Wars. You know how it doesn't go like in sequential order?
Okay. All right. All right.
Yeah, it'll cycle back. So the police arrive on the scene. It's the middle of the night. They have this huge estate called Moselle because in the South we still like to name our houses, and so the police arrive at Moselle and they find Mr. Murdaugh standing there. And right outside of his dog kennels, because they're big hunters, so they have all these hunting dogs, which will also play into something later. And his son, Paul, has been shot with a shotgun, lying face down on the ground. His wife had been shot with like an AR-15 or something a few feet away. And he's like, "I don't know what happened. I bet it's something to do with the boat case," which is another thing that's tied to these people. And People Magazine did something on it right before the murders happened. The murdered son, Paul, was involved in a boating accident with a bunch of his friends. He had said, "My friend so-and-so was driving and, we hit this bridge, very large bridge down in Beaufort." I mean, how could he miss it, right? But they were...
it was a large target.
Yeah, it is a large target to hit, but it was dark. Oh, and by the way, they'd all been drinking everything in Beaufort. All of them, not a one of them over 21. Well, the police arrive on the scene of the accident and they are like, "Well, who was driving the boat?" And everybody's like, "Paul was driving the boat. Paul was driving the boat." Paul's like, "Paul, by the way, who was so drunk he can't stand up. You should go on YouTube, look at him in the emergency room. He was impaired." They're all like, "Paul was the one driving." And the guy that he accused of driving the boat was like, I tried to get him to let me drive and he refused." Girl was thrown from the boat. There's like, what, 4 people on the boat? One, all of them.
There were 5. It was
5.
Paul's girlfriend, the girl who was killed, Mallory Beach,
Right.
and her boyfriend, Paul, and then the other dude.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
one fell off and bumped her head.
Right.
So
One
now
falls
there
off.
are 4.
Right. That was great. So one of them falls out of the boat, and they're like, "Where is Mallory? Where is Mallory?" Well, they find Mallory like almost a week later because she like floated down river after. She had hit her head and sunk to the bottom, and it's terrible, absolutely terrible. Well, of course, Paul was found at fault. And so the night of the murders, Alex is like, "Oh, it's got to be somebody that wanted revenge because of the Mallory Beach boat case, and he's telling the police, it's got to, about the boat case, like everybody in town knew about the boat case. And Paul had been getting death threats and all kinds of stuff. So they're like, it's got to be the boat case. It's got to be the boat case.
No, wait. Dad did it.
Yeah. He did?
Yes. They did at the hospital.
Called it.
Oh, they have footage the night of the boat crash when they all get to the emergency room. They have footage of Daddy Alex and his daddy, Big Daddy is who I always refer to him as, and Big Daddy going in and out of all of the rooms in the emergency room, talking to the underage teenagers who were on the boat. Getting their story straight. Paul wasn't really
talk to the police.
Right. Don't talk to the police. We'll take care of you. Paul wasn't driving, so-and-so was, and telling the guy who they're saying we're going to tell them that you're the one who was driving. He's like, don't worry. We're all lawyers. We'll take care of it for you. Meanwhile, the guy's like, I don't want to be known as the person who, killed the prom queen on a boat. Because, I mean, the girl is a beautiful girl, very popular. Everybody in town knew her, blah, blah, blah. Right. And don't allow them, right? Don't allow them to get the blood alcohol test. But you would not have needed a blood alcohol test to know that Paul was drunk as hell. I mean, like, he was trying to get up off of the table and pull his IV out, propositioning the nurses. I mean, just and I think kind of during the trial they tried to make Paul out as this really sweet kid, blah blah blah. Yeah, he was a little asshole. I mean, like many of the young people in these stories. So yeah,
It was practically an 80s teenage movie.
Right.
Type.
Right.
type
It was like
of-
an after-school special.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask why you think the Murdoch case caught us all in its tentacles. Why were we so interested? And I know
The same reason Who Shot JR was the talk of it.
Yeah.
It's white, privileged people who have always gotten away with every damn thing they've ever done
without any consequences.
And one of them has finally screwed up so bad, please pardon this expression, he's shitting his own bed by killing his own family and is going to have to pay for it. And we all want to see it. Half of us in South Carolina want to see it because we want to see him get what he deserves. Half of us in South Carolina are watching going, oh my God, if he goes down, are they going to find out about so-and-so?
Right.
That's why in South Carolina, at least, particularly in the legal community where I'm sitting, everybody was riveted for one reason or another. Okay, so that's my opinion.
now you're new to the case.
Yes.
What's catching your attention about it as you
I just love true crime. And
Okay.
like all these mysteries, the whodunits, and now I'm excited because my guess apparently, I'm onto something. Yes.
So
See, I've been studying enough, so
There you go.
I'm catching on to the
There you go.
the patterns here.
now, Lex, you're a true crime fanatic. I know this,
Mhm.
and I also know that like you work in a small southern town. You grew up in a small southern town. That's probably what got you here. Is there anything else that got you here?
Well, that particular case, I like bonkers stuff. Like, the weirder the better. I'm not
Right?
interested in, this guy who ripped off this person and then ran away to Mexico and then all that stuff doesn't interest me. If it's weird and or bloody, I am totally into it. We won't even talk about that Natalia Grace lady that I've been obsessed with this week.
Please,
So,
God, no.
but the weirder it is, the better. Plus, working in the places that Lucy and I work, we kind of like know some of these people. Like the guy who was on the stand, who they say really gave such a good testimony, one of the lawyers that got ripped off, and I can't remember what his name is, bless his heart. I've actually met him in the courtroom and
Chris
stuff.
something, wasn't it?
Oh gosh, I can't remember what his name is. But he's the guy. He was he got really upset with Dick Harpootlian at one point when they during cross examination because he was like, I don't think I like what you're suggesting. That guy, he represents a lot of personal injury things where it's like some product damaged some person and then they sue the company. We had a big case where a bunch of kids were on a bus and the tire blew and caused a wreck and a couple of the kids died. Several of them were very badly injured. But anyway, he had been back and forth to our sorry. Well, I'm trying not to get off topic, Jess.
Yes, very sad. Anyway.
Well, I'm trying to get off topic. We can only deal with one group of dead people at a time. Sorrow's prayers. I think yes, he was. I think he was involved in that. But we had met this guy. One of the male court reporter. That he was TikTok famous for like a minute and a half because there was like everybody is this guy because somebody in the courtroom was coughing and he's like, His name is Mike Watkins, and he is frequently at our courthouse. So we initially started watching because we were like, "Oh, we got to see if Mike gets on TV." And of course, his big old head was right there in front of the camera the whole time. So, but you know, so that I mean, where we work, we like know some of these people. We've heard their names. Alex had never had anything in our court, but some of his partners did. So
And one thing you have to understand about Alex, and I don't think people who are not part of this, judges in South Carolina are elected. They are elected by the legislature. That's how you become a judge in South Carolina.
Is that not, that's not all states?
No,
I
it's
don't know.
not. I can tell you that. So can I interject to this?
Yes.
All right. Politically speaking, the South Carolina is a legislature powerful state. Our governor has no power to appoint judges, to do anything like that. In most places, in most states, the governor appoints and then the legislature approves. In South Carolina, the legislature appoints, the legislature votes, the legislature approves. It's all in the power of the South Carolina legislature. Now, I don't know if y'all see the obvious.
Right.
That is a lot of corruption right
And
there.
the one they're calling Big Daddy of the defendant's father, Mr. Murdaugh, the senior, was probably is still, even after all of this, one of the most influential political movers and shakers in state government in South Carolina.
He's dead now.
he's not now.
Okay,
He's
yes,
dead,
yeah, okay. That's how little I know of this case. But that law firm was a center of power for the entire state government, including the judiciary.
His dad too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
And so my aunt worked for Big Daddy's daddy.
okay, so there you go.
Yeah. So
So yeah, every judge that came through the courtroom has had some contact of one kind or another. with
Right.
those people.
Exactly.
So where did we leave off in the story?
Yeah. Judge Newman. Yep.
So we
Yep.
Yeah. 6 weeks.
6-week abortion ban.
Unfortunately, that has been resolved and gone through the legislature, but we're not going to talk about that topic right now because I don't have the energy to be that mad right now. So let's go back to the Murdaugh. So what you were wondering what happened in the story. I'll give you a quick summary.
Okay.
As Lex said, he calls 911,
Right.
says my people are murdered,
Classic.
and then does not get arrested for several weeks as they do. The
Also classic.
investigative work.
Yeah.
So it gets worse. So let's
course
go
it does.
through there. Let's start there with the Mallory Beach stuff. When we were talking about the voting, how many people heard about that before the murders? Okay, a few of us.
Sort of. Only because
Uh-huh.
people in my office were talking about it,
Yeah.
and so I had heard little snippets of it
Yeah,
before.
I've
but not much.
been following Fitz News, which is a great news source if you want to follow the crazy court stuff in South Carolina.
If you want to.
all the stuff that led up to it.
Yeah.
And some whole big stuff. We're like, and it was like, we thought that was the big stuff. And then when the murder happened, like, oh my God, what else is going on?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
And there was more stuff that goes down. So let's go with some of the corruption that was happening behind the scenes. Now I grew up in a small southern town. I know Lex and Lucy did. Did you happen to grow up in a small town, or were you from Atlanta?
I'm from suburbs of Atlanta.
Yeah, so you
Yeah.
didn't grow up in a small southern town.
No.
Bless your heart.
Bless your heart.
Or maybe
And we
bless
mean
our
that
hearts.
it's
Yeah, my mom's from
sincerely.
Kansas.
Bless her.
Yeah. Now, corruption is sort of a thing, and Alex Murdaugh was heavily involved in corruption. Let's talk about some of the corruption that he was involved in. Do we want to talk about the cover-ups of Stephen Smith and perhaps his housekeeper?
Oh,
I
yes.
need some tea for this.
Well, corruption, like Vicky was saying, because of the way that the judicial system is set up in South Carolina, it makes it very easy for those things to happen.
If you have enough money.
If you have enough money. For
You know the right
example,
people.
right. For example, does anybody know what the term judge shopping means?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, kind of. Basically, the lawyer just has his paralegal call and say, what judge is going to be here this week? Whatever week that their motion or trial or whatever is coming up.
Because the same judge isn't in the same court all day, every week.
Right.
You have a calendar. Judges travel around. You like in our county, Chester County, they have criminal court once a month, 1 week out of the month. They have family court 1 week out of the month.
Right.
So
Right. So they'll say, well, what judge is going to be here this week? Well, it's going to be, Judge so-and-so. Well, okay. And then surprisingly, 2 hours later, you get a motion for continuance that needs to be signed by the administrative judge that everybody knows because they all go to the same parties. Everybody knows everybody. Everybody kind of parties with everybody.
Everybody went to the same law school.
Everybody went to the same law school. There is actually a term in South Carolina called the Blue Mafia, and Lucy and I, our poor saint father, was a member because he went to the Citadel. If you don't know the Citadel, their colors are blue, and people who went to the Citadel,
it's white privilege university.
Right, exactly. And if you went to the Citadel, and they take care of their own. And so there's a lot of that. USC Law School is also like that. Clemson is like that. And so everybody knows everybody else. And just because you live in a county doesn't mean that you can't be the judge in that county, even if you know that person. Now, we rely on the judges to recuse themselves from those things, but they don't always do that.
Everything that we're saying is true. However, I would say that most of the time, most of the people involved in the judicial system in South Carolina are honest,
right,
doing the very best that they can, very much interested in justice. But the corruption happens, and when it does, it happens big.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I don't want anybody to get the impression that I think that that people in South Carolina, that the judicial system is dishonest. It's not. 9 out of 10 people are just awesome.
But the organization is set up to allow people who are willing to break bad have the opportunity to do so.
Right, and in a big way for a long time. And I think that's part of the thing with the Murdaugh thing. Once the murders happened and they started uncovering what had been going on for years and years, I think that was what was
some of those things. What had been going on?
So you've got before that, they had the Murdaughs at Moselle had a housekeeper named Gloria Satterfield. There's this nice little, lower middle class Southern lady. She had been, everybody's housekeeper, wash lady, whatever. Nice lady. Practically raised the Murdaugh kids. About 2 years before the boat accident happened, she got tripped up on the dogs and fell down the back steps.
And let's use those terms in quotation.
Yes. And she hit her head on the back steps, and she died several days later in the hospital, never being able to regain consciousness to tell what actually happened. She left behind 2 young sons. And Mr. Murdaugh talked to the 2 young sons and said, "This is terrible. I'm so sorry that this happened. Let me set you up with one of my friends who is a personal injury attorney, a wrongful death attorney. He will sue me so that my insurance company will pay out, and you'll be able to collect the money from that." As of now, the Miss Satterfield's children have never received any money.
But Alec did.
There were. That's a recent thing, and I think it's all kind of tied up because Alex did so much defrauding of various and sundry insurance companies that it's just this big, huge legal mess. Alex set up an account called Forge. And it was like a wealth management company or something like that, some kind of thing. Basically, when attorneys get big settlements or whatever, they put the money into these accounts, and then that company deals it out to whoever it belongs to.
Over 20 or 30 years, whatever they choose to do.
Their attorney's office used a company called Forge International or something. It was weird. Alex set up his own LLC that was also called Forge, and he had them sent the insurance companies paying out to his LLC, not the company that the attorney's office was using. So he was ending up pocketing all of that money. Where is this money going? Nobody really knows. He says that he had a drug addiction problem. Yeah.
But you can't take that much
Right.
drugs.
He could be doing all the drugs in South Carolina every day and not spend the kind of money that he had been taking from all these people. That the money, nobody knows where any of that is.
Who do you think pushed that?
I think we liked it.
Well,
everybody raise your hand. Everybody gets the vote. Okay, so I think Alec did it.
I don't know what he was. Alex even at home though?
He was home.
He was home.
I need to know more details about the fall.
All we know is she failed. All we know is she failed.
That's it.
Now he has since said in the last couple of weeks, because he is yet again trying to protect his money from people who rightfully deserve it.
I think the kids did it.
He said, well, I lied about the dogs getting under her feet, and so that's in Nautilus, his insurance company can't pay the Satterfields.
Yeah.
So he lied about that. And I'm never in favor of blaming the dogs for human mistakes, you know. Some people say that Paul shoved her down the stairs, and there's a whole school of thought that says Paul was just a psycho and he was the one that was in charge all the time.
Even though he was a teenager.
Right, exactly.
No offense to teenagers. If anybody here is a teenager, I'm so sorry. But
Yeah.
we were not smart as teenagers. None of us.
No, I mean, I think he was a dumb kid and an asshole. I don't think he was a psychopath. And Miss Satterfield had practically raised Paul. I mean, she called him by pet names and.
Is there any reason that we believe that she didn't just fall down the steps?
No.
And he made up the thing with the dogs to give him liability.
Right. No. And they're thinking that that's probably what happened. Is she did just fall. Now, there's also the Stephen Smith, which is a horrible deal. Stephen Smith was a teenager who went to school with Alex's oldest child, Buster. So he was known, he had come out in high school as being gay. He lived in Hampton County, so he kind of got some flack for that, but, you know,
Seemed well liked. Good looking kid, you know.
One night he is traveling in his car, and didn't he call somebody and said that his car broke down?
I think so.
Yeah.
But you want to tell before that he was telling people that he was seeing someone that you wouldn't imagine was gay.
Yeah.
Somebody who's who's from a very prominent family. Y'all wouldn't believe who I'm seeing.
Right.
Yeah.
And he had also been known to being a sugar baby for many. That has also come out in recent months, that he had many older
Prominent,
male
closeted lovers.
Right.
The gay Southern husband trope.
Yes. So Stephen gets out of his car and is supposedly walking home. Now, the official story is that somebody out of the blue, in the dark, hit him because he was walking down the middle of the road. There is no physical evidence to suggest that he was hit by a car. First of all, his injuries were just to his head. He didn't have any other broken bones or anything.
He was flat out bludgeoned to death.
Yeah.
Yep.
Still had his shoes on. Was
Loosely
not even
tied.
loosely tied. So there is some. In fact, I think they have declared it a homicide at this point.
Yeah,
I
they
would hope so.
exhumed him recently.
Yes. And that is still ongoing, trying to figure out what's going on, because two of the Murdaughs, Alex and his brother Randy, were seen at the scene of that accident talking to people.
And there were rumors in the community that were reported to investigators that Buster and some of his friends had been involved in that. Now, again, all of this is allegedly.
Allegedly,
Let's just
for educational purposes only.
Yeah.
It's an ongoing investigation. Watch your podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
So, how are we feeling as an audience? Do we have any questions that you would like to ask?
Right, exactly.
Let's see.
That's right.
1, 2, 3, 4. Four that we know of.
That we know of. But we don't know that there aren't more. We also don't know that there might only be the 2. Or,
Right.
well, no, 5 if you count Mallory.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
So
that's right.
there might be only be 3. So I'm going to say 3 official, 2 possibles.
Yes. Yes. Because there's all kinds of stories about who may have killed Stephen Smith. My coworker and I, we were convinced that Buster did it. We were just convinced that he was the one that was having the affair with Stephen. Stephen said, "I'm going to tell everybody," and so boom, knocked him off. We have since decided that we think it may be the brother, because he had a penchant for older men. But again, allegedly for educational purposes only. I don't want to die.
My theory is Buster went to Daddy and said, "Daddy, this guy is going to out me as gay. He's going to say that I was sleeping with him." And Daddy says, like they said to the kids in the emergency room, "You don't worry about that. We're going to take care of that." Bear in mind, please, these people are also defense attorneys. They didn't have to do jack shit. They knew plenty of other people who, for money, would be happy to do jack shit for them. And that's what I think happened to that poor child. Yeah.
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 The older brother, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
brother that did not attend the trial.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is the good guy. The one that attended the trial is, to me, the fixer.
Yeah.
I think if he was included with all of them, he took care of things.
But I think the thing that, I mean, we were talking about this earlier, the thing that we have to remember, what this whole case is about, the way it happened and the way that the trial went down. Because skipping ahead, to everyone's shock, Alex Merle testified on his own
Oh my God,
behalf.
that was the dumbest shit.
Right. But you have to remember where this man is coming from. He has been living in this shell of white privilege and influence where his shit don't stink. He has never known anything but that. He gets away with everything. His siblings get away from it with everything. His daddy, his uncles get away with everything. It is inconceivable to this dumbass that he would be held accountable for anything if he was just given a minute to explain. And that's why he took the stand. And everybody says, "I can't believe his defense attorney let him get up there." His defense attorney didn't have no damn choice.
Right.
If your client tells you, "I want to testify on my own behalf," you have to let him.
And if you'll notice, if you watch in the trial, Harpootlian did get up and he said, "We have advised our client not to testify, but he really wants to speak on his own behalf." Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Because-
Harpootlian's been his attorney for a while, I think.
Yeah.
Again, part of that same circle of, I mean, Harpootlian, didn't he run for governor? I mean,
Harpootlian is a state senator out of Lexington County.
Yes.
right.
Yes.
The reason I always remember him is I used to work in radio and we broadcast the news. And for like a minute before we were broadcasting, we could hear the newscasters practicing. And the guy, whenever they go, Harpootlian. Yeah, he is. And if he wasn't before, he is now because he showed it.
You have a question there?
I do have a question. So there's one thing I can never figure out. Granted, I'm not like deep in this. I just kind of on the outskirts of it. But all the scuttlebutt about the housekeeper and her injury and death, I always wondered what was the potential motive for her, being tripped over a dog or whatever. And I'm glad to hear that now you're kind of thinking it wasn't. But was there ever a motive?
What I've heard, and I can only speak for what I've heard, other people may have heard differently, that they thought she knew too much.
Right.
And
I heard that she found drugs.
Yeah.
A great deal of drugs. Right. And And there are a lot of people who think that that's what happened to Maggie. That Maggie was the intended target
Yep.
that night, not Paul. The only reason Paul got killed was because he happened to be there. And it did come out in court that a couple of weeks before the murders, Paul had called his dad and said, "You need to come to Moselle right now. Mom found drugs and she needs to talk to you about it right. We need to talk right now," because this had been an ongoing problem with him and pills and stuff like that. Yeah.
I do too.
So I think he was pissed at both of them because the unraveling started with Paul and that boat accident. That's when things really started unraveling.
Right.
Maggie had already left. Maggie was living in their other home.
Right.
And she doesn't know. Yeah,
To make sure that she was going to be home.
I heard that she'd already talked to his lawyer about divorcing him.
Which I was really surprised that nobody sought out that lawyer or tried to do anything during the trial. People magazine actually reported on that way before the murders happened, didn't they? That she had been to see a divorce attorney.
So I'm going to bring us back to sort of the topic, if y'all don't mind, because we are on topic.
Oh, please.
But like, let's talk a little about the court case and what happened on the trial.
Well, I think Alex's age is what convicted him. Boomer arrogance. Because he didn't realize that everywhere he drove in his big car with OnStar, that OnStar knew exactly where he was. He didn't know that every text he ever sent, whether he deleted it or not, was still out there to be discoverable by the. He seriously. I mean,
Yep, and Paul's Snapchat.
And Paul's Snapchat. You know, they had everything but Paul going, "Oh shit, y'all! Here comes Daddy with a gun." But Murdoch had no clue about any of this. He was to such one. Not only did he not know, he thought it was beneath him to find out. That's just and so.
So the moral of this story is, if you're going to kill somebody, leave your cell phone at home.
But
and don't grab your own
also
smartphone.
like that probably also is more testament to he probably has done this before, and this wasn't a problem for him back then.
Right. I agree
Right.
completely.
Right.
Right.
So he's used to getting away with it
Yeah.
because he's not used to this technology, and so he probably went back to like, oh yeah, this is fine. It's worked before.
Yeah, he was a personal injury lawyer, though.
He never talked to those people.
Yeah.
His paralegal talked to those people.
As a paralegal.
Says paralegal.
So basically, a dumbass.
Yeah. Well, that's
He's a rich one from the right family.
Well, see, and that's
so
it.
therefore he can.
And this is something that I've realized in the last few years. There's a whole section of people that assume that if you have a lot of money, that you're smart.
Yeah.
And that is really not true. Really, really not true. Right. 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 Right.
He bullshit his way through.
Right.
Yep,
Right.
that is
Exactly.
perfect. So let's talk about that money stuff, about the chief financial officer of his
That woman had an axe to grind, man. I don't know if he had an affair with her back in the day, or
No,
he
she
ran
was-
over her dog or something. I don't know, but that was a woman on a mission. When
Everything in her attitude was, "Bitch, I ain't going to jail for you."
Right. Right. I mean, it was, and she was moderately. She had a tone of moderate annoyance in the pre-trial stuff, and she just. I mean, I would have had to have copious notes. She knew it all right off the top of her head. I mean, she knew exactly how much money had gone missing. She knew exactly, on this date, this check was written and never accounted for. I mean, she just gave a list. By the time she got to testify, because there was actually the defense tried to have all that stuff not introduced during the murder trial, and Judge Newman was like, yeah, whatever. I mean, this is his motive. But when she went to testify during the trial, she had moved from general annoyance to, I want to be the one to throw the switch. I mean, she was not happy, and so she was the one that actually she noticed that there were some discrepancies in their accounting,
And
and
I think the lawyer who had paid out his friend who
Mhm.
had paid out for it called him and say, "Hey, Alec is telling me he didn't get this that you have this check, but I don't see it."
Right.
And I swear to God, she heard that and her financial forensic accounting brain went boom. I gotta dig.
Exactly. Oh, I don't know, and I don't know how you can plead not guilty.
That's probably why she is like suddenly switching. I forgot the term you used. Sorry.
Mild annoyance to I want to throw the switch.
Yeah, that's throw the switch. Yeah, so maybe that's part of the reason. Like, what if like she's being threatened or bribed or something, and she just said, "Okay, fuck this."
And by the way,
You're going down.
The classic way to get out of stuff, if you're a lawyer and you're about to be charged with, misusing your escrow account or whatever, is, oh, you know what? My paralegal got divorced. I'll bet you. And seriously, you because y'all, not to tell tales out of school, but it's astonishing the amount of lawyering that is actually done by paralegals. The amount of responsibility and access that paralegals have. The attorney that I worked for that did this is dead and gone now, so I feel comfortable telling the story. When I was in college, now I'm not even a college graduate yet. This was my summer job. I was there to answer the telephone. We had a lawyer who had a teenage daughter. Very sweet girl, very spoiled, very much daddy's girl. He called me from court one day and said, so-and-so is going to come by the office, 17 years old. She wants to buy a thing, but her mama says no. So what I'm going to need you to do is sign a check from the law firm account and give it to her so she can go buy this thing. I said, no, sir, I shall not. I ain't signing nothing that I don't know exactly where it's going, and that somebody who gets paid more than me has not in writing told me, okay, we're dispersing this, you need to pay this invoice or you need to do this. Because I can remember thinking when I first went to work, they go, oh, good, we need to get you on the signature card for the bank accounts. Do what?
Yeah.
By the way, Lucy would definitely be in court on the I want to throw the switch day. I mean, she would be like,
no doubt.
She's like, I am not going to flip in jail for any of you bitches.
That's right. Oh, have you found out about so-and-so yet? Well, let me tell you.
Right. Right. But it's really, she had been looking for this check for days and days. She goes into his office. His father was very ill, and so he wasn't in the office. She goes into his office for some other reason and just happens to find the check, like wedged under something else, and is like, okay, this is what we've been looking for. And it had been like made out to his account or something. And so she started digging to find out, what is this forge? This is not the forge that we normally use. And then the shit hit the fan.
Yeah, and the day that she was calling to tell him that he was fired from the law firm is the day that Maggie and Paul were killed. Yeah. So the other thing I want to talk about is his defense. I lied about a lot of things, but I wouldn't lie about this.
Right.
So
if you've ever dated a school graduate, that does not seem unfamiliar to you.
That's exactly what narcissists say too.
Right.
Oh yes.
Right. Yeah. So that particular defense amused me, and I'm like, I don't think that's gonna do what you think it does, Alec.
I used to teach third grade, and some semblance of that defense was used frequently by third graders.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah. My favorite
was like, he's gonna
my
have a
favorite
flare.
witness was the housekeeper. Like not dead housekeeper, the one that was actually there. And she went and she bless her heart, she told it all, man. And I don't think she even realized that she was telling it all. Because she's in there and they're like, oh, so the day after the murders, what happened? Well, I went in and the door was open, and so I just let myself in. I walked around, and the police, nobody was watching the house or anything, so I just went on in and went about my business like normal. So I went in the kitchen, and it was real weird because all of the dinner dishes, instead of just being left there, because normally they just left all of their stuff there and I would clean it up in the morning. Well, all the dinner dishes have been gathered up and put in the sink, and I thought that was a little weird, but I just washed them up and everything. So then I went into the bathroom, and I could see that there was like there were some t-shirts in the closet that were all on the floor. So I just refolded them, put them back where they belonged, and there was a wet towel on the floor, and so I just put everything back in order. And I thought it was really weird when I went into the bedroom. There was like a whole set of Maggie's pajamas just laying on the floor in front of the doorway and everything. So I just picked them up, folded them up, put them back in the drawer and everything.
That's
And
like,
she's
I cleaned up the crime scene.
Right. That was her entire testimony, was her cleaning up the crime scene. And bless her heart, she didn't know. But here's my question. Why was nobody securing that house? Why was SLED not up there searching the house?
Yes, it's not him.
If he
Right.
says,
Allegedly,
"Don't
for educational
come
purposes
here,
only.
or I will sue you," you're not gonna come there.
Until they have the evidence, they're not going to look for the evidence.
Yeah.
Right.
And I would think that we can talk about the fact that they never did find the guns.
Yeah,
Like,
still haven't found the guns.
What do you think happened to them? Because obviously, I think they got taken out of the house in between.
I think they're at Meemaw's house. I think at his mother's house. I think they're either buried in the backyard or thrown in the pond or something like that. But they need to be checking Meemaw's house. And I think that that's probably a pretty good tactic for any Southern murder. Always check Meemaw's house.
Yes, if you think that
What's
your
it?
murderer is a dude, go to his mama's house.
Wait, so they
Because
don't-
that's where he went and hid.
So they don't
everything.
have like those hidden key version of guns under like little fake rocks or something just for decoration?
Maybe.
Maybe we don't.
Maybe.
We're from the South. They will put guns in anything.
Right.
So
Well, in AR-15,
yeah.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be hard to hide it. a
And
bunch
that
of
was
different
also
places.
one of my questions. Why would you shoot one person with the AR-15
Make
and
it
one
look like
person with a
there's two
shotgun?
people. Because they wanted to blame it on the Beach family or someone getting revenge for the Beach family.
A gang of hooligans came to my house and shot my wife and child.
Yeah,
Right.
no,
with my guns.
With my guns. Right.
Funnily enough.
How is it that like one got shot and then like the other one just kind of waited around for daddy to grab another gun? Like how did that work?
Yeah, it's a good
I don't know.
question.
He
Yeah.
probably knocked one out, like in a flurry because I'm sure
no,
one of them.
that
probably
wasn't what
thought
the crime scene said.
Really?
So Maggie looked like she was running away. I think they got to Paul first. Maggie heard the guns, turned around, looked and saw her husband had killed her son. He had grabbed another gun. She turned to run away, and he killed her. That's my theory. And again, I am not a crime scene professional. I just watch a lot of true crime.
If only the dogs could talk, because the dogs saw it all.
Yeah,
They were there for all of it.
They were there for all of
They
it.
weren't on the boat, but everything.
They weren't on the boat. Sherman, you go back there and
Okay,
think
do we
about what
have
you've
any more
done.
Questions from the audience? Do we have any more questions? Any more questions? Nope. Okay, then Mark's got a question.
Am I the only one who listened to this and thought, this is not real, this is someone fishing stupid soap opera?
So, yeah.
Exactly what it sounds like.
Yep.
It's exactly like. Do you know what this sounds like? What is the one, Southern Charm, or what are the reality show?
Yeah.
This is like a very special episode of Southern Charm.
And I would just like to point out that Amy Ravenel just walked into the room. who is married into T. Rav's family. Speaking of Southern charm.
Sorry, Amy. Right.
Well, it would work. I mean, I'd read that book.
But if you
I
were
think the book
writing
is
that
coming.
book, you would make the killer smarter.
Yeah, I really
Right.
would.
Right. Yeah.
Otherwise, you would be slammed by reviewers.
Yes.
Now, I know that we are at 10 minutes left in our thing. So since we don't have any questions, let's talk about what was the thing that most interested you about the Murdoch case. Like what part of it drew you to the case?
Human stupidity interests me a lot. And I think just the number of events, how it kept piling on, and it just got worse and worse and more ridiculous and more ridiculous. That's me. If you can find something that's just where you see things and you're like, are you freaking kidding me? If you can say that, I'll be interested in it.
It just made me mad. The more I found out, it just made these damn people. I kept saying these damn people. And what the thing that made me the maddest about it, I think, was not so much the things that happened and this came out and that came out, but was the feigned shock and horror of all the other people in this circle. Like, we just can't believe something. Bullshit. up to people getting shot in the head. Every other ungodly thing that has happened in this, everything that led to this happens every day to somebody that you go to cotillion with every single year, and you know about it. The only reason this is different is because the people who got killed are also people that go to cotillion with you every year, and that's what makes it. And that attitude as you can tell, still makes me furious. And that's I wanted to see how it came out. I wanted to see this guy get what he deserved. And I want to see, as they're dipping in all this financial stuff and everything else, that all the other people who were more than happy to do business with him because it was profitable, even though they knew he was a soulless piece of crap, are also going to get theirs. That is my hope.
That's literally everything she just said. Everything.
Okay.
Everything.
So this panel title is based on the night the lights went out in Georgia song, and it says, "Don't trust your soul to no backwoods Southern lawyer because the judge in the town's got blood stains on his hands." And have you not heard the song?
No.
That's a great.
I am sheltered. Remus is not the original, but it's the best.
That's a great God song. It's a country pop song, but it's a great God song.
I love murder country, and I would argue that this is one of the better murder country
I've
songs.
never even heard of murder country. It sounds amazing.
I have a list. I actually might have a
Hook me
playlist.
up. She has cuties, she has almond bars, and she has a list of murder songs.
This is the content I'm here for.
Murder country songs. So, like the what with the corruption that do you think I'm gonna bring this back? Like, do you think there is the fascination had to do with the privilege and the white privilege that this person has? Had this happened in a trailer park in Camden, South Carolina, would we care as much?
No. We wouldn't care as much.
Not unless there were more people dead. I mean, I think once you start killing masses of people, it's more interesting.
If you find someone's refrigerator in a trailer park just filled with severed heads that fall out, then probably we'll be more interested. But like you gotta one up the corruption that we're also used to, and it's really kind of getting annoying the number of arrogant assholes who immediately call the police about the murders, and they're always the ones who did it. I'm so annoyed at this. Like, think of something new, guys.
Right.
It's not a current happening.
Ugh.
You trace it back generations. I mean, this family's been corrupt.
They always think they're so smart when they do it too.
You gotta
But-
go deeper and you find out
Right.
more about it.
Mhm.
And they get dumber and dumber. It's hard to believe that this
You're next.
can go on.
So ominous.
And affected so many people. All his clients that he robbed were poor.
Right.
That's right.
People.
That's right.
He knew they couldn't fight back.
Right. And to answer the question of if this happened in a trailer park, would we care? I used to work for a prosecutor's office. The juiciest murder case ever did in fact happen in a trailer park. And what this lady did was she killed her husband. And as it turned out, for good reason. There was a abandoned freezer in her backyard. She lined the bottom of the freezer with charcoal.
Very smart.
No, she wasn't. And set that on fire. She put the body in it. She then put more charcoal on it, and she lit that. All good things.
The
But
secret's
then
in the
she
sauce.
closed the lid. So
Not
this
me
bastard
eat.
smoldered low and slow for days. Right.
The secret's in the sauce.
Exactly right.
And you said it was the juiciest murder.
Exactly. But here's the thing. And when the way she finally got caught was people kept going, and I kid you not, have they opened a new barbecue joint in Newton? So that's why the police were, and they opened up the thing about it is, once the body was discovered, forensics was crazy. Her story was crazy. Her motives were crazy. There were other bodies involved. This was an ongoing, another family saga because he was a drug dealer, okay, a meth dealer. And this had been on. Who here has heard of that case?
I have not, but I want to
Right,
read more about
okay.
it.
That case happened less than 100 miles from where we're sitting right now.
Oh wow.
But you've never heard of it. Why? Those people didn't have nothing. Nobody knew those people.
That's not true. They had barbecue jail.
They had barbecue. Right.
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 So
Exactly right.
we have
Right. Right.
we have one more question right here in the front. I don't know, but I'll ask my aunt.
By a train? Like, are they watching Bugs Bunny for their
Okay,
motives?
so
Like,
here's the thing. I have known a lot of people who have committed suicide by train.
right.
More,
Vicky, I mean, a lot of people.
I've known 3.
Okay,
Well, for
that's
one
a lot
person.
for one person. What
Yeah.
are you doing to these people?
My people in my hometown commit suicide a lot. I've got a variety of methods. If you're
Wow.
I was actually closer to that particular
Why,
method. Very
why
close to
are
that.
you writing romance novels and not murder?
Right.
Exactly.
I will tell you a true story. My uncle, my dad's oldest brother, he came home from Vietnam. His family would not allow him a gun because he had severe mental health problems from that. My uncle built a gun out of a spring, a rubber band, and a stick and a nail to kill himself. They
my
took
God.
that to the Sheriff's Museum in the state of South Carolina because it was an original way to die. This happened when I was 7, and I believe Vietnam killed him more than anything else. But I do have many creative ways that I have heard of people committing crimes and suicides because I'm descended from a long line of serial killers.
Wow.
What the story is that he was into things
Yeah.
so he did this. And then the family could get.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where they started in that county suing the railroads. I mean, that's
Okay. Yeah, I had a different image in my head then. I was thinking they tied him to it. Okay.
And no, it was not tied to the railroad.
I don't know why
What
my brain went there.
happens is that people get on a car in front of a railroad track. They turn instead of doing that, and they wait for the train to hit them. but you feel really bad for the conductors because they don't want that to
Mhm.
happen. That's why we have the little things that go down.
Oh, and it's over in Keens, I believe at 7, 9. It's at 9. Oh, well, thank God. And I'm actually moderating that panel, and it doesn't bode well since I don't even know what time it's gonna be. I do not have a table, but I do have books here at the hotel. If anybody wants to buy any, just let me know. I've got lots of smutty romance up in Amy's room, and I'll be glad to bring you some smutty romance for a price.
I have a panel I know at 6:30, but or at 7:30. I don't remember what it is. I'm so sorry. But the one that I have at 8, huh? Yes, writing good dialogues. If you're a writer, and you want your characters to sound like me, God help you. Come to the panel.
They'll probably sound a little like me and Lex.
Yeah, they will. And then tonight at 8:30, Ellie and I will both be on a panel, scary stories to read under the covers. We will be talking about both our favorites that other people have written and reading from our stuff. I will be reading from this book.
Yeah, and if you liked the Murdaugh stuff,
you'll love that.
You will
book.
love this
Yeah.
book.
Yeah, there's a very Murdaugh-like family involved.
I,
as a
I
background
like
character.
Lucy's other jazz age romantic mysteries. Those are my favorite. I got the big omnibus at Saga. Those are my favorites. So anyway,
Oh, right. I will be out in the hall at my table. Hopefully, more now that I don't have another panel until 8:30, and I'm probably just gonna be ordering Uber Eats for my food.
Yeah.
And tomorrow, I have another panel called "The Logic in Magic" at 10:30 a.m.
yeah. And I will be at the Fat as a Final Frontier writing panel about heroines and heroes of size and writing that in there's words in fantasy and science fiction and all that. I believe that will be in one of the writing rooms. I'm moderating that panel. Hopefully, I won't end on such a downer. So let's end on a good note. Did everybody does everybody feel like they know more about the Murdaugh case when they came in?
Yes. More than you wanted to, probably.
Less than I
More than you wanted to about our personalities individually.
You never ask people that. That's like saying, was it good for you? You just don't do that.
Etiquette.
I just asked that. Did you learn more?
Yes, you did. Yes,
I
you
was
did.
very specific with the question.
Thank y'all
So
very much.
thank y'all so much for your time with us today. We've enjoyed it, and we look forward to seeing you at future
Yes,
panels.
thank you.
Thank y'all.
Yes.
I have to run sign books real quick at Dino's table, and then or not Dino's, so at the Fallstown table
For Dino.
So, Lucy, you got 2 seconds. Am
Just
I ever going to be on the list for editing?
I am not the person to ask.
Okay.
I do not make those decisions.
That's a John
That is a
decision.
John decision.
Hello.
Absolutely.
Yes.
You have my vote. I can tell you that. But beyond that,
Yay.
I
Yeah, I wasn't sure, so I wanted to ask before I did that, and I asked Lucy.
Okay, yeah.
No.
Yep.
And I see that
Well,
Lucy
Lucy would like to know, but she doesn't.
Cool.
That was, I believe that in Fairfield County.
That doesn't
Yes,
surprise me either.
yes.
I lived
We'll
in
have to
Fairfield
read that
County
one at
for
the
a
same
while.
time so we can talk about it.
I'm gonna write my name and phone number here. Do you feel like you know more about the Murdaugh case now than when you started?
Oh yes.
And I was like, because we're like, even before the murder, we're just following that. You're just following out traffic. We're like you said, what's next? Waiting for the shoe. The shoe never dropped.
Hopefully my
I'm
moderation
still-
was okay.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
I was
still
worried.
worried.
I was like, I know a lot, but do I know the right questions to ask? Because it's so damn complex.
It is. And we could have talked about it for hours. You could have talked about just the envelopment or just the
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
just the
My husband
idea.
could have joined the conversation because he found it too.
That's right. That's right. I oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah, because you're husband got the liquored up lawyer or whatever the guy's
Whiskey
name is.
lawyer.
I'm like, I said, I heard
Whiskey
it.
lawyer.
Oh, sorry.
So good. I know. I don't know. I didn't know why we had it. I thought we'd put it there.
Did I do okay, Jessica?
You did amazing.
Okay.
I know it's hard to finagle us when you start.
Yeah, I was trying to get the right amount of audience participation, the right amount of this. That was what I was trying to do.
Yeah, you did a good job.
Thank you.
If I seemed really drowsy, I'm just tired.
Yeah,
That's it.
no, that's
You
okay.
did great though.
Thank you, thank you.
All right. That's a potty from popcorn.
Now we're going on.
Okay, I will start that list. Yeah, I love Murder Country. Like it's like you got Goodbye Earl, you got The Night the Lights Went Out in Georgia. Yeah, you've got like the Old Red. And you got Papa Love Mama by Garth Brooks. There's tons of Murder Country.
You finish the song off with Bless Your Heart. So
Yeah.
I know what that means.
Hello.
Come to raise rabble with the rabble.
Oh gosh, there's so much to talk about. Thankfully, they're coming to this panel. They should be more open-minded than.
I would think that, yeah, I kind of doubt that we'll get people coming to this panel who are like, yeah, they have all the books.
And we'll be like, you're going in the lake, sir.
I have to get a better secretary. I'm my secretary, so that's the problem.
That is a problem. You're not the token boy on this one. There's
Really?
2 boys.
I feel so seen.
You're welcome.
Allison is on this one too. She's in a panel over in Olmsted that ends at 3.
Okay.
So she's got like a 30-second walk and it's over. But
No worries. We'll chatter. Thankfully, the air is working in here, so everything's fine.
nice and cool.
Oh, you got to see what I've just bought off the.
Oh, that's good.
And it has.
Good choices. Yeah.
I was like, yes, I will buy your book or your mug.
These are hot.
Hello. Yep. Look at.
If anybody needs a sugar boost, I have the chocolate kind and the gummy bear kind.
Oh, can I get a gummy bear?
You totally can. Yeah. Cheese is the best. I really like cheese.
I love your tiara.
I picked the one with the bar.
So, what's been your favorite thing at the con so far besides me? Anybody? Thank you. Thank you. I'll take it.
Did you see the green one yesterday?
Oh, it's so sparkly.
Yeah, that was good.
Got to use con to play dress up. I'm okay with that. We started at Colt. That's great. Let's see. What has been your favorite?
Well, my favorite thing about coming to cons is always the hallway conversations and the over meal conversations. So I laughed my way through 2 breakfasts so far, which is saying a lot because I don't usually laugh before I finish the coffee. Yesterday I was so popular that I had to play Hobbit. I had breakfast and second breakfast.
That's not a complaint, though, right?
No.
Okay, good. Good.
I was smart enough not to eat the whole thing twice, but yeah. Yes. Are you allowed to say what's your favorite, or does everything
Oh,
have to be your favorite?
sorry. Let's see. The overheard hallway conversations.
Oh,
The
yeah.
randomness that you hear and you just giggle, or you jump in on like, oh, I do like that thing too. I think that's been my favorite.
Went to a fun room party last night. That was probably the best so far.
Oh.
See some folks haven't seen in a while. That's a good time.
Oh.
We did, by the way, we created for Multiverse. We created a discount code. You use the promo code Cult Carolinas to register. It'll take 15% off.
Yes. All right, you can keep your number 2 status.
Yeah, that's for any. It's a discount for cult members, and by using the discount, that initiates you into the cult and it makes you a cult member.
Oh my god,
pretty
I love
automatic.
that.
Yeah.
Yes, good marketing. All right, so it is 3 o'clock, so we'll go ahead and begin. We do have one member who will be jumping in shortly. She is finishing at a new panel, so don't worry, this seat will not be empty long. My name is Jessica Reed. I am the Geek Track Director for ConCarolinas. I'm also the Con Secretary, and by day, I'm a librarian. So this panel is a very important subject for me, especially this year. Next up.
I'm Samantha Bryant. I'm best known as the author of the Menopausal Superhero series. When it comes to banned books, I was an educator for 27 years. I'm still practicing saying it in the past tense. And I've raised 2 of my own children and several of other people's children. And so people trying to stop them from getting access to various things is a common threat.
I'm Braxton Ballou, like the bear. I am one half of the gothic metal dark ambient band Valentine.
It came with supplies. So I'm Jesse Adams. I'm one half of the founding team of Multiverse Convention down in Atlanta. The other half is the panelist who will be joining us in a minute. And I spent a couple years as a teacher. I'm a lawyer by trade. Now I've switched over to nonprofit sector where I'm an executive in a nonprofit in Atlanta, but I did spend 2 years as a teacher in the interim, and that was recent. So I ran into a lot of the same sort of issues with parent complaints and things like that, complaining about stuff I was teaching, which I welcomed it. I wasn't going to stop. So that's what I'm here to talk about.
So I thought we would start with just a little fun shenanigans. Okay. I'm going to give you the book and you have to guess why it was banned. We're going to start fun, and then we're going to get to the I hate people part of the panel. Okay. Charlotte's Web. Yeah. See, Charlotte's Web. See? Yeah.
Talking animals or witchcraft?
Talking animals or witchcraft? Is that what we?
I was going to go with religion.
I'm going to go with that for pretty much every answer.
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah.
Because talking animals are blasphemous. For same thing. Okay.
I think we all nailed it.
Yeah.
Let's do The Wonderful Wizard of Oz.
Well, that right out has witches in it.
Mhm.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's right
It's
there.
got witches and, anthropomorphic things that aren't human, which, yeah, a lot of religions are not fans of.
Also, because for creating an ungodly influence by depicting women in strong leadership roles.
Oh, that's a lovely reason.
So we're already at the I hate people part.
I was gonna say, like, I think I think I should have just made a sign that just said religion, and I could just.
Well, James and the Giant Peach.
Peaches are blasphemous.
Because the spider licking her lips was deemed too sexual. Never mind, it's really all a metaphor about, the birthing process, but it's a whole thing. But no, it was the spider.
Somebody has feelings about spiders.
Yeah.
Hi,
Hello.
I made it. Sorry.
Welcome. The American Heritage Dictionary.
It has naughty words in it.
And that is why I pull some of the books from my school. I did look them all up when I was that age, and as a good kid, if I can do it, anybody can do it. All right. Well, we know why Harry Potter. Harriet the Spy.
I don't remember that one. Well.
That's what we're guessing. You have to make a guess.
Encourages spying.
Disobedience. Say like rebellious child.
Yep, encourages children to lie, spy, tuck back, and curse. Sounds like my kind of kids.
I don't remember cursing in Harriet's Spy. Me
Well, I think what the people who make these kind of requests consider cursing would be
Mm.
pretty surprising to most of
I think they
us.
might say hell at one point or something. Okay, the best one, 1984.
Anti-patriotic sentiment.
Ah,
Pro communist.
nice.
And last but not least, Fahrenheit 451.
It's just so ironic that
I know the irony of banning that book.
I can't get my head. It breaks my brain to think about people requesting for Fahrenheit 451 to be
Right.
banned.
Sure, anti-religious, anti-government themes.
Communist again.
Because they burned the Bible. So they wanted to burn that.
Did you all see the BBC news this morning?
No. Tell us.
A group in Utah has actually gotten the Bible banned.
Yes.
Really?
For the same reasons that they are banning other books for
Yep.
for language, for sexual content.
That's what you
Violence,
call
yeah.
ironic.
Mm-hmm.
They're going after the Book of Mormon next.
Utah.
Yeah.
In Utah, that is bold.
For
I
fan
find
fiction.
I find this hysterically funny. I just want to, in case anybody's got any doubt on what Valentine Wolf is like, I found this hilarious.
So, what is your favorite banned book? Okay, we'll start at the end. Huh.
I am grabbing my list back out here. Okay. Overall favorite, probably Slaughterhouse-Five. I think as like just personal favorites that have also been banned.
Because when you were an angsty teen and you
Exactly.
found it and you're like, this speaks to my soul.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
I mean, it. The list is long and distinguished, but I mean, it's got to be The Handmaid's Tale, right?
Oh.
That's a
I mean,
Beloved. Toni
Oh.
Morrison.
There are so many of them right now. The one that's popping into my head is "I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings."
mhm.
Always loved that one.
Lord of the Rings. I know what you all just did. What? What? Really?
Is it the same stuff
It
with magic? And
pagan, satanic, conflicting with Christian teachings, and the funny thing is Tolkien was really religious, and he's the one who actually convinced C.S. Lewis to be religious, even though they went to a separate church, and that actually broke up their friendship because he was like, "How dare you? I didn't mean that Christian."
No, not like that.
So,
But not like that. Huh?
yeah, and that's why I'm morally opposed to the Chronicles of Narnia, because everybody's like, "This is religious fiction," and I'm like, "But you hate Lord of the Rings? I will fight you." Sorry, this is a separate panel. So, what, if any, are there? What benefits, if there are any, do you think there are for banning a book? Do you think there's any benefits?
Depends on what you mean by benefit. Who are we benefiting?
You have to define it.
I mean, sure. If you don't want your children exposed to certain things and feel that legislation to an entire group of people is the way to go about that, that can control what your kids can see. You can tell where I stand on this subject.
I have seen some authors comment that they feel like it's a publicity boom, that it can bring attention to your work that maybe wouldn't have gotten otherwise, because people are like, oh, they're upset because they're gay people in this. I'm buying 10 copies, something like that. So I guess that's sort of a boon, but that's not really how I'd like my work to take off.
I was going to say the success de scandale, to the extent that I believe in conspiracy theories. If we find out one day the RIAA of America wrote Tipper Gore a huge check to make heavy metal evil, I'll be like, okay, yeah, that tracks. I will smile and nod and go, okay, that explains literally the 80s. Got it. So I guess if you want to, if you want somebody to give you free publicity.
I think that even though there may be some benefit to authors, like you might get more sales if there's controversy around a book because it gets it more publicity. That's a benefit to the authors, maybe the publishing company, but I don't think that even comes close to balancing out the detrimental effect of banning books. I'm kind of an absolutist on that. There's just no,
And I mean that in a sense that some people don't necessarily like. Like, I don't think that banning any books is a good idea. It comes kind of from my lawyer background, but it's like with freedom of speech. There's some things where I absolutely detest what people say, but believe that they should be allowed to say it as much as I hate it. So even there are terrible books out there, in my opinion. There's the Turner Diaries. There are awful books out there have just full of hateful ideology and everything. I still don't think you should ban them. I don't think any books should be banned. That's my opinion.
Yes, sir.
Theater, that kind of stuff. Well, I won't assume do you agree with that as far as being banned? That type of speech being banned. That's what I'm going for. Sorry.
I don't think that necessarily applies to books, because part of the reason that that particular type of speech that immediately causes a significant risk of immediate harm, the reason that type of speech is banned is because of the immediate effects of it. It's the immediacy of it that makes it dangerous. It's yelling fire in a crowded theater, for example, because then people will stampede and run. There's not the same immediate threat if there's a book sitting on a shelf somewhere that someone may pick up at some point. So I don't think it's necessarily analogous.
I see your point and think about that. That makes sense. But I'm thinking because until we get there's a lack of mental health here.
Yeah.
Given that I'm concerned then about the literary equivalent of shouting fire, even though it's not immediate. There's no counter to that. There's no calming influence of another family member or so forth.
Well, there is.
And it gives one the freedom of practice and so forth. So you can see where I'm going with that. And it's the extreme that I'm worried about.
The tricky bit is who gets to decide, though, and there are counterpoints for whatever philosophy you see addressed in the book. We can find you a book that has a different point. Right, but if you're not interested in seeing it, then it's a moot point anyway.
Then it's your choice not to.
Yeah.
Like, it is a matter of choice and well, mostly of choice. And also there's in the jurisprudence around free speech, there's it's generally accepted that the best remedy to speech that you disagree with is not to ban that speech, but instead it's counter speech. Speak the opposing opinion. So I think that's what she's getting at, is that yes, there may be things that you find objectionable. You can choose not to read those. You can choose not let your kids read those, whatever they are. But the correct way to deal with that is not by outlawing it for making that choice for anyone else. If you feel like that view needs to be opposed, write a book or find a book that opposes it.
And I find them something without magic, because that is their personal. Now, if the parent comes up to me and says, you have to remove all books on magic, we're going to fight. We're throwing down. Not really, but really. Meet me outside.
Do you wear the sparkly dress when you
Of course, because it distracts them. They're like, with sparkles. Yeah. Because, like, personally, if it was up to me, we would ban Nicholas Sparks. Because I don't believe in crying. I don't like emotions. But I believe that you should be allowed to cry if you want to. But it's my party. And so
I had one other thought on, are there any benefits to getting a book banned? And one potential benefit I see is the galvanization of people who would stop that from happening. It's like sometimes the more insidious thing is the way things can disappear or be banned and you don't know that it's happened. When we're having some big public thing about it, I now know, and I'm galvanized to be a part of the opposition. So that can be, I guess, kind of in the same line as that it could be good for the author's career because they get some publicity. It can be good for the overall balance because the world knows.
I get it. We're against banning books too.
Yeah. Well, somebody's after where
Yeah.
the wild things are, you know, so.
Yes, sir. Oh, F you, Florida. Okay, so I'm gonna give you some statistics first. I'm gonna, because I'm a librarian. I did my research. I'm gonna give you my stats, and then we're gonna cover banned versus challenged because most books are challenged and not actually banned. But I'll explain that. So in 2022, the American Library Association, I'm gonna call it ALA because it's a lot of words. They reported 1,269 demands to censor library books and resources. And I know for a fact that that number is not accurate. It is much higher. Most do not get reported. It's more of considered a soft censorship. In 2021, there was 729. Okay. In 2022, there was 2,571 unique titles challenged. And in 2021, 1,800 were challenged. A majority of these were about LGBTQ plus, and about Black people or Indigenous people, and being treated unfairly, and history. In North Carolina, there was 32 attempts to restrict 167 titles. Most challenge was Looking for Alaska by John Green. Okay. Texas had the most attempts with 93 attempts for 2,349 titles, with the most being The Bluest Eye. So prior to 2020, the majority of the books challenged were done by parents to remove a single book. And most of it was directed towards public and schools. However, in 2022, 90% of the reported challenges were for multiple titles at one time. So it was people going, here's my list. You shouldn't have these anymore. And 40% sought to remove or restrict 100 books or more at once. 40% of those, okay? 30% were parents. 28 were patrons, so people who just went to the library. 17% were politically and religious. And those are the ones who are banning the big titles, okay? There is the conservative goal to remove books based on race, history, gender identity, sexuality, and reproductive health. And what some of these groups are doing are using social media to distribute these lists to their followers or to other members of the community so that they can then go to their school board. And I know for a fact this has happened in Charlotte. It's not been reported, but it's happened. It's happened in Cabarrus, except Cabarrus County, it is the school board trying to ban and not the public. And they tried to, this past year, make it that the school board could just automatically ban any books that they did not like without it going through a process. Because if you come up to me and say, I don't like this book, it should be pulled. Okay, sir, here's the paperwork you have to fill out. You have to fill out all of this, tell us specifically why it's banned, your reasoning, and how you are a member of this library. Generally speaking, most libraries are now making it, you have to be a member to do it. So that way some of these groups can't just come in. It then, like in a school system, it then goes to my school. I have a school team that we have to review it. For public libraries, they go to a public library team. And for like my team, it's made of teachers, admin, and parents. We have to read the book. We have to look at why. We have to then say why we think it could be banned, and then we have to look at their justification. So we don't look at the justification first because we don't want to be looking for what they saw. And then we give a verdict. Most of the time, most books are just challenged because most people go, you're dumb. Talking animals is not blasphemous. It's okay. And then they get a paperwork that's saying that. Not you're dumb, but
We try to say it nicer.
we,
than that.
we use real important words. And
Well,
then
maybe it should say you're dumb.
but then they'll be like, "You hurt my feelings." Then they'll cry.
I think
You
So-
can't do the emotional thing.
Mm-mm.
there's a little. I wanted to interject a point there if
Yeah.
I can, which is that it may. I agree with you. Talking animals aren't blasphemous, but I think it's important also to point out that so what if they are? Like that's
Right.
still not a reason to ban them because it is
Right.
considered blasphemous
blasphemous
by a
according to
particular.
Right.
Exactly. It's because that's
Which faith?
subjective.
Yeah, everything's subjective. Yes. So then the paperwork gets sent back to them, and they can decide if they're going to accept that or not. If not, for us, it then goes to the district level, school board, either the school board or county commissioners. And if they don't accept that, that's when it'll go even higher to some type of court system. Most people who are trying to challenge stop before that because it's a lot of work. So that's why they are challenged. It's challenge versus banned. So now it's a lot of these organizations and political figures who are getting things banned who have a stronger support system. So why do you think school districts or we're leaving out Florida and Texas? Why do you think school districts or public libraries are giving in to the pressure to remove some of these books? Anybody can jump in on that.
Lack of time and resources. I mean, schools are vastly underfunded, vastly under staffed. Everybody's tired. The things that teachers, I know Jesse had a short-lived career as a high school teacher and figured out that that was not a good thing because of what they were asked to do beyond their job description because they're understaffed.
Right, with that exhaustion is the whole choose your battles, and it's just a matter of where can you put your time and energy, and you've got think problems that can feel bigger in the moment. When you're teaching in public schools, there's so much to deal with on any given day that you're trying to survive this, and it can be hard to lift your head up to see a bigger picture because you've got the small picture is already completely overwhelming.
There are also some the people who are making these decisions in the school boards in the schools. A lot of times, those are, if not elected, then at least politically vulnerable positions, like the way that principals are chosen, superintendents, and things like that. So a lot of times they will capitulate just out of wanting to play both sides or not cause a stir.
Protecting their power
They're
rather
protecting
than
their position,
principles.
protecting their position by placating the parents. That was a lot of P's. Protecting- yeah.
Or cowardice.
Another way to put it.
Yes,
Yeah.
cowardice.
Or they have bills to pay. I mean, that's the other thing too. I mean,
Yeah.
it's, when you, at the end of the day, you get to a certain point and you're looking at organized political opposition and, you have to pay your mortgage somehow. And this might just be the path of least resistance. That's the part that tends to terrify me the most, the 1,000 little cuts.
You can feel it very strongly in your heart, but you also need to feed your family.
It's like, yeah, I mean, I could get fired and, have taken a courageous stand, and then that will be of awesome comfort when I'm trying to find a new gig from my cardboard box home.
I do think a lot of libraries, staff, and admin are running scared. They're doing soft censorship, soft challenges instead. So I know of schools who they're afraid. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep, they cut all funding to the library for that.
To me, incredibly movie generous and say short-sighted.
Thankfully, a majority of the public does not believe in book banning. So the community then fought well, one, they raised enough money to pay for the library. I donated, but the community of the library fought back and said, "Nah, we're keeping our books and we're keeping our library, and you are our officials. We voted for you. We can kick you out." But it is frightening. I know that when I'm ordering books, I think about it. I'm like, well, am I going to have a parent come at me? If you go on social media, if you look at it and you've looked at any of the publicity that people have, teachers and librarians are being called pedophiles, that we're groomers because we are supplying books.
Mostly just books that the worst they do is acknowledge that certain groups of people exist.
Mhm.
Like that's, which I think is what a lot of this is about. Like I think that's what the focus really is in most of these cases, is that they're trying to prevent the normalization or sometimes even the acknowledgement
Of other.
of groups different from them. You know, they don't want to acknowledge blackness, queerness. They don't want to, like, they don't want that to become normalized because it, I mean, I'll be frank about it, it threatens white supremacy.
But it's also they want to ban history because they don't want to acknowledge what we've done, like talking about the Holocaust. Well, you have to have an opposing view. No, you don't. That's not. Yeah. Punch Nazis in the face. That's the view. So some school boards are saying, well, if you're going to have something about the Holocaust, you do have to have the opposite. And it's like, no. One public library in Tennessee, y'all gonna love this. They said that their teen fiction cannot have any type of like murder or mystery, anything like intense like that. Their teen fiction.
So all teen Bibles are gone.
I don't know what's
Yeah.
left to read. Like there could be no violence in the teen fiction. So it's, but
Right.
also like, don't take away my murder, okay? We'll fight you.
I really am trying to think what there's left to read.
There's really nothing left.
There's the Lord Miracle, which is basically Nicholas Sparks.
Okay.
But
So
Sweet Valley High.
Romance is okay then, as long as it's straight.
Yes, because romance leads to babies.
Okay.
We want babies from teens. That one's
there's
banned.
some tense moments. Like there's one where the tree outside her window is scratching and she thinks someone's trying to get in. I mean, that's terrifying. So clearly that would have to go.
Like I lived on like Lois Duncan. Like I'm like, yeah, who did kill that? Then now I'm like, I mean, sometimes there's dead bodies in the pool. It's fine. Just I turned out great. Yes. Show up.
Yep.
Listen to what's going on at your school boards. Listen to what's going on at your
There's
county commissioners.
library meetings too.
Yes, library board meetings. Usually, well, depending on which county you're at, it'll skip the library board. It might just go straight to the county commissioners. But the school board, especially, because that's where a lot of these are being targeted right now. I mean, all the counties around here have had
Like
it.
for your friends of the public library, if your public library has a friends group, that's often how you can help galvanize support when it's needed.
Yes. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. Local politics influence book banning more than anything else. So it is. Some people only vote every 4 years. No, you have to know who your representatives are who are going to support the library. And I mean that's
And often, so there's the people who end up making those decisions. You know, a lot of times, again, politically motivated, they got to see, they're going to be doing the calculation in their head, seeing how many people showed up to this meeting and how many of them, if 20 people show up and 15 of them are loudly screaming to ban books, I mean, that's what it looks like to them.
Mhm.
That's where their community, their constituents favor it. So you got to get 20 more people to show up on the other side of it and let them, make them wonder at least, is this a good political calculation, or ideally try to show them that it's not.
And post on social media about it. Let other people know what's happening when you hear it, even if it's just to share uh, something you've already read. Um, because you'll be surprised at the people who will step up for you and who will not. I was actually on a panel for banned books, and my brother got mad and called my mom. He's like, "Can you believe she's doing that? Sometimes books should be banned." And she was like, "You're stupid. I'm here with her." I was like, "Have you ever read a book?"
The school district that my youngest child still attends, and that I until recently taught, had a spat of book challenges like you were talking about, where they show up with a slate that they clearly got from some organization.
Moms for
Mom,
Lemonade.
and that actually is the local organizations that. Well, that's the organization that's targeted locally here, specifically.
But we were successful in smacking it down. We deluged the school board with letters against the banning. Basically, I told them that if they were going to ban these kinds of books, I would need to find another school for my child, because they just showed me that it's not a safe environment for my child or any of their friends.
Finding local activism groups, honestly, is a really, really good move. That's why all of this stuff has been gaining traction, right? Is because there's an easy handout. Here's your 100 books that we want you to get banned. Here is your list of how to approach people and what to say. Get all of these people to come and show up, and they're organized in that way. And so it looks disproportionately like more people are leaning that way than actually are. So local activism groups are a huge thing to do.
Who else just wants to cry just thinking about it? I'm over here
It's
like, man.
horrifying.
Oh, yes, sorry.
I forget which state. Did you see that one of the states that introduced their book ban? Someone challenged the Bible.
It was on the BBC this morning. We
So
just
the
talked
Bible's
about it. It was
actually
Utah.
one of the most challenged or banned books in the world for that reason. Well, one, because it also goes against a lot of other people's political viewpoints, but mhm. Mhm.
Just a word of warning, just also kind of covered this, and we did it anyway, and people told us it's gonna happen.
Mhm.
Leopards ate my face.
So, have you ever planned a book?
Yes, absolutely.
Can you speak of any instances? Tell us about it.
Sure. I used to help in the baby wearing and home birthing type society in Atlanta.
Did you say baby wearing?
Baby wearing, like with the sleeves.
Okay,
and
okay.
the
I was like,
wraps and-
that's a weird accessory.
We just stick them to you with Velcro.
They're a little slobbery, but they are cute.
They are cute. They are cute. You just use like scuba material for your. So there is a book called "To Raise Up a Child," and I cannot remember right now. I think it's somebody Pearl, and they are the people who or to train up a child. That's what it is. They are the people who advocate for using PVC piping to train your baby by hitting them to not do things you don't want them to do. And that's starting at incredibly young infantile ages. And then you see, these people with these really well-behaved children because they're terrified. They're traumatized. I would absolutely, if I were going to ban a book, I would ban that book.
But what about if you use a spray bottle with children? That'd be fine, I think.
I used a Nerf gun, and my children thought it was a game, and it was fantastic. They would sit there, I would shoot them with the thing, and it's also how we practice mouth packs. You miss it, you get shot.
Oh, that's a great parenting tip. I'm writing that down.
So I don't know if I would say exactly that I've been offended. I've definitely had my sensibilities pushed. I've been like shocked and dismayed by different things that I've read. But offense feels more personal
Mhm.
to me than that, and I guess I don't tend to take them that personally. You know, like I help run the classics book club at my library. And if you read classic novels, you are going to see sensibilities that don't match 21st century sensibilities on a lot of fronts. It can be especially difficult to be a Jewish person reading classic lit because books that are otherwise seem fairly contemporary in their views are fine with suggesting all kinds of nasty things about your ancestry. Um, so I'll see it and I'll feel upset by it maybe, but I'm still not sure I'd exactly say offended. But I guess I'm a thinking person and I tend to approach the world that way, and that gets me in trouble because the other side isn't always thinking.
This may be very weird to say, and I'm happy that a lot of the books that I'm about to sort of name check are kind of being phased out, but pretty much a lot of early childhood development books on music education, because they contain a lot of like, we're getting very good about marrying neurology and learning how people actually learn with how we teach people to play and listen to and respond to music. So there's a lot of things that I learned early on in my training that are just flat out wrong. Because so much of the conservatory system has its roots in the 19th century. You know, we're going to train you up to play in an orchestra. I would argue that a lot of music schools, what they do to people is borderline abusive, in terms of, you know, terrorizing people, making people cry in lessons, which I will come to. I did this once and realized I was a horrible, horrible person, and I needed to rethink how I taught music, because I don't think that learning to play an instrument should ever really elicit that response. And then when I read, you know, how to pick instruments for your child and everything, especially when I read about my beloved instrument, the double bass, I'm like, so this is all bullshit. and we should just sort of like, and again though, now like they're getting so old and everything. And I think the other thing that I truly find offensive about these early music education books is, and this is the difficulty about, do you want to ban books, because this is just my personal values as a teacher. This is not a universal everybody should think as I do. That's very uncomfortable, but I don't really respond well to what I call music as a contact sport. You know, teaching music as an exercise in, I'm the fastest, I'm the accuratest, therefore I'm the bestest ever. I think that's gross. I think that that's not healthy really at any level. And when you're trying to figure out, okay, you know, my kid seems to really enjoy banging on things, maybe they're a would-be percussionist. And you know, you don't have maybe you know, a music teacher around and that you can consult. You got to start somewhere, right? And the existence of material that I think, you know, the whole smacking kids' fingers when they make mistakes. Yeah, I've heard piano teachers doing that and things like that, and or just, you know, some of the stories. You know, I've heard recently about I'll try to keep everybody anonymous. I've heard recently a tale of blasting a tuner in a child's ear to encourage the child to play in tune better. That's not necessarily a book, but I mean, I think that that's more of just a cultural relic that you can still find sometimes, like in the back music. Those books, I do think, really horribly offensive. But I also think that, should we ban them? I mean, I think that a lot of my views on how to teach music aren't really a lot of people's views. So it's not really, I think, my call. Other than to say, just in general, if you're using a book on music as a excuse to sort of emotionally batter anybody, maybe that's not the best book you should be reading.
I think the ones that the books that bothered me the most are similar to what Allison said. Like there are books on often faith-based child rearing, like the focus on the family type stuff. There's the dare to discipline and the strong-willed child and things like that, which I've personally have seen, like I've witnessed and experienced. Like bad stuff comes from those books. Those don't result in good child rearing. They can result in abuse, which is the province of the systems that are in place to prevent and stop abuse, not the province of book banning. Once again, I absolutely, I can assure you, I detest those books. I think they're horrible. I think they're extremely detrimental. But the people, if people are to read them and then, commit abuses based on those people should be held responsible. And as much as I hate what's in those books, again, it's no more my place to say what someone should read than it is for anyone to tell me what I should read. I still hold true to that as much as I hate what's in some books that are out there.
For me, it's some political authors or some of the news authors, just because I find them morally corrupt. Um, However, when I worked at the public library, did I shelve them? Did I check them out to people? Did I put them on hold? Yes. Every time did I touch it? I went, ugh. Yes, did my job. Now, I do think as a school librarian, I do have a different perspective because when I order, I still have to, we are, when they are in our school, we are still have to be considered almost like a parent. Or we have to be, we're in place of, in lieu of. So when I order books, I have to be mindful of the age limit. And so, like, I'll have fifth graders, Miss Reed, do you have the Hunger Games? No, but you can get it at the public library because I don't have it at my school. Middle school, I have it, and you can get it, and it's a great book, and we'll talk about it. But age-wise, is that going to be something that I can have my third grader read as well? So, school, you have to be a little more aware of who has access and the fact that any other place that they can get the book, their parents supposed to be with them. They're in charge. But here, I'm kind of a gateway. Now, however, when my second grader goes, Miss Reed, you got Harry Potter? Here you go. They can't read it, but hey, that's fine. They're going to start. They're going to go home. Their parents are going to read it to them as bedtime story. But, I mean, that's a whole other issue. But
It was always tricky when I was in middle school because there's I think more so than other age levels of kids, there's such a range of what people think is appropriate. You have a 13-year-old, and the emotional maturity of that 13-year-old can be in a range of easily 10 years. And you have this one library that's supposed to serve all those kids, and that's super challenging. And I think that I need to find some sort of secular sainthood for our librarian.
yeah, I do think that middle school is the most challenging because their interests and their ideas range and their emotions range. So what an eighth grader will read probably shouldn't be read by a sixth grader.
Right.
Or vice versa.
And which sixth grader.
Right, right.
Yeah, the best friends who are a foot apart in height and 5 years apart in maturity.
Okay. Do we have any other questions from the audience? Questions, concerns? Do you want to tell us your favorite book? Band book. So are you saying you want to teach at a university level or okay. That actually pays a living wage. Oh, sorry. That's a different panel. Include more than white authors. That is the biggest thing because especially if you look at a majority of what is being taught and what is being pushed to be taught in public schools are a majority not only male authors but well, white male authors. You look at the reading lists, they'll be the token um, diverse character. Also LGBTQ plus, because God knows we're not including that. We don't believe in none of that in our schools. What else?
I look for books that compare and contrast interestingly. So like you can read this classic book that a lot of people have read that is on this theme, and you can read this more recent, interesting presentation of a similar content, so that you can start to get there's a range of views on this. And just because this one's every high school sophomore has read, and this one high school sophomores are not allowed to read, you know, you can help balance it with some compare and contrast.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was going to say that's a really good technique to use. That's one that Allison down there actually had suggested to me when I was teaching, and I put it to great use as a wonderful loophole in the curriculum, because there were things that were absolutely required, like you must teach this text, you must teach it during these weeks, but then I could also teach supporting texts for contrast, and it didn't say how much time I had to spend on each one. So sometimes there would be an essay or a text or something like that that I just did not like at all, but it's required in the curriculum. I'd get through that in a day, and then we'd spend the rest of the week on this contrasting text, which could be whatever I wanted. And it would sometimes go beyond even just written text. Like there's one essay that we had to teach called "A Quilt of a Country," which is not terrible, but I think was not. It presented a kind of a rosier portrait of the way things are in our country currently, like really overlooked a lot of perspectives. That was the required one. I thought that a non-written text as contrast would be great. I think this was Allison's suggestion, actually. I taught "This Is America" by Childish Gambino. If anyone's seen that video or heard that song, as a counterpoint to the view of America presented in that one. So yeah, that compare and contrast supporting text kind of thing, that's a really good way to make sure that you're not too constrained by curriculum.
And don't be afraid to use graphic novels. They're
I love
amazing,
them.
and there's some really powerful ones. And there's, I mean,
It's pretty much how I read my comics.
yeah, it's really good.
It helps because you consume.
Yeah.
Because my eyes are getting
Mhm.
old.
And it helps because we're poor.
Yes, that
That's
too.
going back to how you can support. Use your local library. That the numbers show that it's important. It's a place for the community. So even if you just get your library card and go check out one book or just do digital, those numbers support that library. That
The
is
numbers help the library even if you didn't actually read what you checked out.
yeah. So go check out 20 books, read one, and then turn them all back, because that's how they get their funding. That's how they get their support, because they can justify it by saying, look, we actually have users. Because when people say that libraries are dying, have you been in a library? They're beautiful. Fight you. Sorry, I'm very violent today. So we have come to the end. We are going to reintroduce ourselves and tell you where we're going to be. Starting here.
I'm Allison Charlesworth. I am one of the co-founders and co-chairs of Multiverse Convention in Atlanta, Georgia. We are held every October, the third weekend. You can find me online at multiversecon.org. And we are in the pre-function area. We have a fan table down there with a chance for a giveaway, and you can talk to us about the con and get some candy and stickers and stuff.
I'm Samantha Bryant. I write the Menopausal Superhero series, which you can pick up at the fall staff table. If you're playing Misfit Magic, I have cards that you can use up here to get a discount. I also have chocolate and gummy bears if you need some of those.
I'm Braxton Ballou. I am one half of the gothic metal dark ambient band Valentine Wolf. We're going to be playing at 7 o'clock in the little hidden room behind the bar. And then at 10 o'clock tonight, I will be making spooky sounds with my double bass while Tally Johnson tells ghost stories. We have a table right across from Lakeshore, and if you want to check out some Apocalyptica meets Evanescence kind of music with a whole album dedicated to Mary Shelley and Emily Dickinson, I know a band that can help you with that.
So I'm Jesse Adams. I'm the other half of the founding chairing team of Multiverse down in Atlanta. Would love to see some of y'all come down there and check us out in the fall in October. We also have, as I've mentioned at the top, we have a discount for, because we created a cult yesterday. We started a ConCarolinas cult. And for anyone who registers for Multiverse this weekend, if you use the promo code Cult Carolinas, that'll get you 15% off your registration for Multiverse for this year. We had to give something back to the cult members. But yeah, like you said, we got a table. Stop by, get some candy, talk to us, pick up a cool sticker, and we'll see you around.
And last but not least, I'm Jessica Reed. I'm the Geek Track Director. My next panel is we are doing musical sing along. For my 45-minute or 50-minute panel, I have 5 hours. We're just gonna put it on shuffle and see what happens. Basically, you sit at your chairs and we all just sing. It's great. Disney and at Broadway.
When is that?
5:30. Mm-hmm.
The hidden room behind the bar, because you're right before us, because
Okay.
I'm going to wander while you're setting up and see if I can discreetly stash some of our
You
gear.
can.
So I can. I forgot to say, we're doing an interview with Jason Gilbert at 6. There used to be a panel around some of these cons called Metal in a Pint, and I can neither confirm nor deny that's what we're going to turn our interview into. So for me, only for a little bit, because I got to be road crew guy.
There's also panel surveys in each of the rooms. There's one there. They're at the door. Please give us your feedback on any of the panels you attend. For each survey you do, you will be entered into winning a badges for next year. So just give your feedback on the panels you've attended and what you'd like to see next year, because that'll help us, make you happy. Yay! And I say good day. Go support your libraries.
I'm not erasing the bunny. The bunny is excellent.
Totally. Yep. Yeah, you take if you collect 5 of them, they'll give you a discount on whatever you buy at the fall stack table.
I did. My nephew got me food, so he gave me my card.
Hey, happy
Thank
birthday.
you. I know. Well, I keep going because if I lean over, their chances I'll fall out. So I was like, can't do that at a panel. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, no. Yeah, it's bad. Yeah.
This is my band book purse.
Yeah.
And this is my band book drink. So I'm not passionate about the subject. And this is why reading is part of our cult.
Yes. Oh, here. Well, at least they drank all the water before I knocked the cup over. Yeah. Yeah.
We did all last year. Yeah. If I walk by and you guys aren't there, I just walk down.
Do you enjoy it?
To be honest, I've been
Buy something good to
paneling
read.
since noon.
I hope it's mine, but
I
really,
know.
it's all good.
Which is the whole point of this conversation. To have those feelings.
I am almost done with the fifth and final. I'm hoping if I can get it to John before the end of this year, I can probably get it published before the end of next year. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, it is downtime.
Absolutely. Definitely. Go get a discount. Yeah.
Dave Dan is the best organized announced book on Dr. Holocaust.
Yep.
Over, I believe, it was either nudity or sexual content. I don't know.
They claim to, yeah, there's one panel with the tiniest bit of nudity that you need a magnifying glass to find.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A book about the Holocaust has a bit of nudity.
They banned Waldo because one of the ladies was topless.
Is she? I'm surprised they found it.
They did. They found her. They found her little badly drawn.
Those are some
Yeah.
tiny boobies.
Sorry. If you are really concerned about that,
Yep.
you have bigger issues.
Or a really great magnifying glass.
And your paper.
Absolutely.
I love your hair. I love your hair.
Oh, thank you. There you go.
I sound like a herd of dying cats, right?
Everybody likes cats.
Yes, but everyone generally likes live cats.
Yes. And that's where I'm supposed to be, right? Yeah. Oh, wait. I want to make sure. I need to make it view. Right. Yeah. It doesn't start till 4:30. I'm just like, I need to chill, and this is gonna be nice and quiet for the next half an hour. So I'm just gonna stay here. Yeah, well, I was even earlier.
I kept doing this panic. What time is it? Oh, it's 1 o'clock.
I
Which I- oh,
yeah.
Like, you know what? I'm just gonna go in there.
I stayed here after the last panel because I was like, it's nice and quiet. I'm gonna just relax for a bit.
You have snagged the in spot.
As moderator, it is my right.
Oh, fine. You can do that. I will not stop you. I will have mercy. Rabbit. And I was like, I'm gonna have to stop this right now, or I'm not going to make them. Used to be around people that will do this with me.
Yeah, the fun conversations you can only have with either other geeks or other writers.
Yes.
But we're going to talk about the not so fun conversations.
I'm gonna take a nap. Actually, this is the only one I can prepare for. It's like most of the panels I show up and I got all these notes and like I wrote down a couple situations just to so I didn't forget one in the moment.
Yeah, I was trying to think of questions, and I don't want to make this an entire panel. Let's shit on guys, but you know they bring it on themselves sometimes.
Actually, in some ways,
This is Lakeview.
Yeah. Identifying as women, a woman in fandom.
No, I think I'm supposed to be there. You're like front. Yeah, you're like front. That's main programming. 2 lakes. They're such unoriginal names.
I was gonna say sometimes other women can actually be almost worse.
Almost, yeah, depending on the fandom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which I'll bring up as well. But
We've been weaponized against each other for so long, and I'm so glad we're figuring it.
Oh, finally, yeah.
Because I mean, I used to say, oh, I don't have any girlfriends. And you know what? I realized at some point in my 30s, I'm like, wait, I have been programmed to think this way.
yeah.
About it.
Yeah, I probably went through about 10, 15 years where most of the people I hung with were men.
of it was also the fact that at that point in time, most of the women my age were all doing the marriage and kids thing, and I just
Yeah.
wasn't. And while I love their kids and everything, there's this entire section of stuff that I have I can't talk to them about the trials of raising a kid. I can't talk to, and at that point I was still single, so dealing with a husband or anything else. And I'm just like, so I'm not going to talk guns and games with guys. Something I can talk about.
That's me now, and I can't really bring it up for this panel because it's not fandom, but I think one of the
Guns
most...
are their own fandom.
Oh, I was thinking kids because I don't have kids either.
Yeah.
And when I was married, we didn't want kids. And
Mhm.
I think the most shut out I've ever felt was we moved into a new house and all of the neighbors came out to welcome us. And where are your kids? It's like, oh, we don't have any. And they never spoke to us again.
Really?
And I'm like, oh my God.
I have kids, but I'm not friends with other parents, and I don't want to be responsible for theirs.
Yeah.
And my kids are social and they want to do shit, and I'm like, okay.
But yeah, we were the odd couple that had no kids. And it's like, okay, we do other stuff.
See, and I don't know if it was just me, but I never got the whole, well, when are you going to have children? I never, ever got. And even from my parents, I didn't get it.
My mom tried that once with me, and I'm like, Mom, you have 8 kids. You have 20 grandkids, and you're currently at 27 great grandkids. You don't need me to have them.
No, at all. No. See, my brother desperately wanted kids, and just because vaccines don't always work, he got mumps as a 12-year-old. He is 100% blanks. There is nothing there. So he was never able to have kids. So, which is funny because he would have been a great dad. Honestly, I would have been a great mom. My problem is I dealt with kids a lot in my jobs. And one of the jobs that I did for years was working for adult group homes, where I'm dealing with the adults who were those disabled. Sometimes they were born that way. Sometimes there was like one of them that had scarlet fever as a kid. And I'm like, no, I can't do this. I can't. I just can't. It hurts too much. And I'm watching their parents who are in their 70s and 80s come to visit their kids, and the kids not knowing who they are. And I just went, I'm good. I just, and I'm like going, just even knowing there was a chance. And then I knew a couple Down syndrome people, and I knew one that was basically a vegetable, and one that was living on their own, had a job and everything else. And the fact that it was that range, no, I don't want to.
I wasn't prepared for the constant terror.
Yes, the constant terror that doesn't stop.
No, I know that, and that I have 2. There are 2 girls, 5 and 9 right now, and I knew that I was worried, but I didn't know that I would have to be medicated for it. Okay, like I didn't know it was going to be to that level, and it is worth it that they are in the world where there has been.
I always figured I'd rather, get older and regret not having kids than have them and regret them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
No, I don't regret my kids at all.
Yeah. To me, it was like, I don't know if I'll be a good mom. I don't think I will, but I was married to a guy who just flat out didn't want them. And I'm like, I'm fine with that.
And so my husband didn't want them at all. And then by that point, we were when I met him, I was in my mid-30s. So I was, not too old to have kids. I was definitely quickly coming up on the whole, I don't want to be 70 with a 20-year-old.
I had that too. I had to push my timeline back because my husband, he wasn't so sure when we almost broke up over it. Yeah. And I was like, you need to figure it out before we get married because I've always wanted kids. And
that's an important conversation.
And it's an important thing. And he actually went to a therapist. His dad had issues, and he ended up saying, yes, I do, because we got real close to not getting married.
Yeah, I think that's probably my exes and I's. We had kind of very interesting relationships with our parents, and that's probably why we didn't want kids. And we always said, if we got to a point we could adopt, because he was adopted, but we got a divorce rather than adopt. So it was like, it all worked out in the end.
I'm glad we're on the same page now, because like we had one, and I said I want to try for another, but I'm not. I forget what my age cutoff was. I'm like, I'm not doing it. 35. I was like, I'm not having a child past 35. 35th year, and if it doesn't happen, we're done. And we tried for 7 months. We were just a couple months from stopping, and it happened. And then, oh, I can't believe.
You're like, no.
We're good. We got 2 beautiful, wonderful little girls. They're enough. They're more than enough.
I know a bunch of people that had 3 of one gender because they kept trying to get the other
Oh.
gender, and I'm like, no.
Well, people would ask Alex, "Oh, do you want a boy for the second one?" And he's like, "No, I already know what I'm doing with this one."
I always thought that was, do you want a boy or a girl? And I was like, I'd like a healthy child with 10 fingers, 10 toes.
Exactly.
Not that worried about the gender, worried about the health.
The only person who really, really, really wanted a girl was my 4-year-old girl. Who really wanted a sister.
My oldest daughter really wanted a little brother.
Well, I mean, I signed paperwork saying if you have to go in, you are taking shit with you.
Yes.
We are done. And people are like, "Oh, okay, no,
Yeah.
I should go because there have been some snips on one end and negativity on the other. So, yeah.
Good, this is done. Yeah, no.
Did Daddy have to yell at you a lot? Some.
So that's a no.
And you're going, okay, so I just had to jump up the price of the whiskey I'm bringing back as a thank you gift. Got
Yes,
it.
he does like this scotch. But now he goes off for a week at a time, and I get a whole week of it. So
Oh.
you know, we're good.
Yes, I'd like to point out that right now I could be playing the early release of Diablo 4. I was good. I left my gaming computer at home because if it was with me, I would be up. I'd be.
Yeah. I couldn't take the Switch. First off, Alex would never forgive me. He is at home with my 2 children. Second off, yeah, I've been in Hyrule for 3 weeks now. And that's it.
Yeah.
What I do now.
For me, my addictions are. Mine is mostly Diablo.
I have
love
heard
my
that
Diablo.
all weekend. I owe pages to John. I owe pages to John. Oh no, don't tell John. I owe him pages. Well, he's gonna realize after this weekend because he's gonna have nothing to do but look at who owes him stuff.
This is his own fault. He gave me my developmental edits after he had like 4 months, I think. And he gave it to me the week before here because he didn't want me to be sending people to poke him for the next book. So because I did that at JordanCon all weekend long. Oh, nice book too come out. I don't know. You go talk to John.
John.
He's got it.
Obviously, your tactic worked.
I'm wired a whole lot like John is. So.
Who else is on the panel?
Angela Pritchard is also on the panel. I think there's one other person. Jessica Small?
Oh, yes, that's good. She'll be coming. Or she's lost trying to find this room. Let me poke her.
Hello.
Oh, there she is. I guess I don't have to poke you.
You can poke me anytime.
Well, I usually do, but I mean, at this point,
We were like going, you should be coming. Where are you? I was finishing up my previous panel.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not moderating.
No, I am.
Oh, good. Somebody else has to be in charge.
Oh wait, I'm in charge.
I don't want to be the grown up. Highly overrated.
True story.
I actually asked not to moderate panels, but I got stuck with it anyway.
I asked you to moderate panels because I'm a secret control freak.
But not this one.
Knock yourself out. Yeah, no.
I'll moderate anything. I'm like, I don't care. Sure. You want
She's
me to
totally
moderate?
a moderator whore. It's wonderful. I make her do it all the time.
Angela is here in person, and I have no idea. It just says virtual fan guest.
Oh, that's
And I
gonna
don't know
be
how the
hard.
virtual. We don't have a.
Virtual fan guest?
Angela, are you with us?
I have.
Okay, well, it's 4:31, so I'm going to get started.
Okay.
Yeah. She is here. Okay. I thought I had seen on her Facebook that she was traveling out here. So,
I was gonna say we got a lot of paranormal guests. We can go get a Ouija board.
but her
one of them I know
bio
what you're
says
talking
virtual guest, and I was like, are they doing that? Yeah. Yeah. So do I. So I was like, I was waiting for her to walk in. Well, she walks in a little late. We will reintroduce her. But we're going to go ahead and get started since it's 4:31, and we'll get started by introducing ourselves. My name is Carol Coles. I am the Cinemistress on Geek Radio.
I have been gaming and being on the gaming end of nerddom since I played my first D&D game in 1978. It's been a while.
I'm Seska Small, and I am part of the Blasters and Blades podcast. Before that was Sci-Fi Shenanigans. We rebranded and expanded what we cover. I do social media stuff as well. I've been involved in fandom, well, not necessarily as a community beyond my family, but all my life, if you include those people. But I've been part of fandom going to conventions since 2000. And I've held different volunteer positions at different conventions. So I think that covers me.
Hi there, my name is Angela Pritchett. I have been coming to conventions since 1995 when I went to my first convention in High Point, North Carolina. I am the author of Shut Up and Eat, the unofficial Doctor Who Series 8 and 9 cookbook. I do a regular segment on the Earth Station Earth Station Network podcast called A Geek Girl's Take. And yeah, seems about good.
Hi, I'm Sarah J. Sover. I am the author of the Fractured Fae Urban Fantasy series and the comedic fantasy Double Crossing the Bridge, both from Falstaff Books. My mother tried to make me not a geek, and we see where that ended up. So I am still relatively new to the convention scene, though. I discovered my first convention in 2016, and yes, I live in Atlanta, and yes, I know.
We love you anyways. We're not going to gatekeep or judge.
That's right. That's right.
Yes, welcome. I'm sorry,
So,
guys.
the title of the panel is The Trials and Tribulations of Identifying as Female in Fandom. So, I guess I'd like to ask everyone, what was the first time you ever felt unwelcome in a fandom? And I'll go ahead and go first. I was 8 years old. It was 1976, and Northland, Colorado had a Star Trek convention in the middle of the Northland Mall. And two of my favorite characters were there. Leonard Nimoy and James Doohan were speaking. And my little 8-year-old self drug herself to the mall to see them. And I was looking at some merchandise and forgive me, I'm probably going to curse a couple times during this panel. Some grown-ass man standing next to me looked me up and down and went, "What are you doing here?" And I was a pathologically shy child, and it took everything to get me to get there, to go there in the first place. And I just I like Star Trek. And he's like, "You can't even name anybody that works on the bridge. I bet you can't name one bridge crew personnel." And I'm like, okay, Kirk, Spock,
Uhura, Sulu, Chekhov. Before Chekhov, there was Kyle, and sometimes there was Riley. And he just looked at me and goes, "Go play with Barbies." And I don't remember a damn thing about Leonard Nimoy or James Doohan that day, but vividly, I remember that guy getting angry at me and saying, "Go play with Barbies." And I left. I left and cried. and, and that was the first time I had been to a convention. Thankfully, it didn't put me off conventions, but yeah, that was the first time I ever thought, "Oh my God, I don't feel welcome here." And I was 8.
So I reached my full height by 5th grade. So that means in 5th grade, boys usually are hitting their puberty spurts a little bit later. So I'm bigger than most of the guys at this point. And consistently, "Oh, girls can't play this. You can't play baseball with this. You can't play soccer with this." I'm like, "Yeah, I can. I'm good." Because I was a farm girl, which meant I actually exercised and worked out a lot more than they did. But I had run into that so consistently my entire life that girls can't do this, to the point that I was raised Lutheran. Yes, I had to wear a dress on Sundays. I was told, "Well, you have to wear heels so you can't run." Yeah, no, I learned how to run in heels because I wasn't letting anybody tell me what I couldn't do. And the one that still to this day stands out the most is I was in Kempo Karate, and I'm 19, 20, and our dojo had gone to a competition. Well, it was me and one other girl, and we were the only 2 females competing. And they looked at us and I said, "We don't have anybody else for you to fight." And I'm like, "That's fine. I'll fight the guys." And all the guys are like, "Oh my gosh, we don't want to beat up on these girls. They might get hurt and stuff." I took first, she took second.
So this is an interesting question for me. Because mostly growing up, uh, it wasn't fandom that made me feel like being a girl was bad. It was just people being idiots. And I was weird because I was not a girl into it, but just because I was into it. I would say honestly, I was probably really blessed in that the one of the first times I had somebody. I don't think it was even because I was a girl into fandom. I think it was just Army Dick measuring, and he was just really upset that anybody in the unit could out geek him, and I could out geek him without even trying. I didn't even get halfway through the list. But honestly, I would say it was a couple years ago, 2019, maybe it was 2018, and where no, it was 2019 where I truly felt like I was unwelcome in a fandom because of being female. Ironically, and this is hugely ironic, it is a fandom centered around a female military officer character. I'm very good friends with the author. As in my child, I shelter him very much from fandom, and this person actually knows my kid. So the fact that his fandom was being members of it were being so exclusionary at 2 different conventions was really atrociously bad.
Can I guess the fandom?
Yes, you may.
Said Honor Harrington.
Oh, look, you met Philip Fulgrab among other people in that fandom. So yes, it was. It was actually at 2 different cons, and which I have found incredibly weird. And David and I've had a couple of conversations, and more importantly, his very angry about it wife had a conversation with me about it because it was very slanderous. Some of the shit. Some of it was, "Why are you talking? Because you're female." But the part that really was, it was the talking about my sex life. It was just all the high school slander all over again, and it was really kind of shocking because I had been very blessed coming in. Most of my I was very involved in the Anne McCaffrey fandom when we still had the track there at Dragon Con, and it was very pro women, very feminine heavy. But
So I was really blessed up until that moment. And it was really the first time when I went, wow, you guys are ragingly douchey.
I love how it always comes back to our sex life.
Oh, yeah.
Every insult is always back to our sex life.
Why are they so fascinated by my sex life? I don't know. I don't have one. Oh, no. I actually said that at a convention where somebody was asking me about my personal politics, which I keep separate from fandom. And I looked at them and I went, okay, that's it. We're not going to talk about what I do in the polling booth because that's more contentious right now than my sex life until after we talk about my sex life. So who wants to talk about my sex life? They shut up. Nobody wants to talk about my sex life. It's very boring. Despite the rumors. This is the rumored to be my wife, by the way.
She has slept with me more than any other author.
Fact.
That's awesome. Okay. I got very lucky early on where I have a dad that would buy me action figures and Barbies. It didn't really matter. Like my Ninja Turtles dated my Barbie dolls.
I had more G.I. Joe dolls than I did
Yeah,
Barbie.
there we go. Like, and so I grew up not really because I grew up in Central Virginia, in Charlottesville, Virginia, but we were outside of the city. So like my dad would take me to the comic shop. He would take me to 7-Eleven and buy comics and stuff. So I was an only child. I never really understood the whole like, this isn't for girls, this isn't for boys until I was 12 and I started working at a comic book store in Asheboro, North Carolina. And then all of a sudden, everyone didn't realize that the girl working there wasn't the daughter of the owner. She actually knew something about comics. So, like, guys would come in and they would look at me behind the counter and go to the first male that was like looking at browsing. They saw and be like, hey, can you help me? It's like, no, she can help you. She knows more about most of this than I do. And they're just like, what? So it was always just more of the sexism.
I
of
do
that.
remember being called the magical unicorn, a female that was into geek stuff. I'm like, you're
Well,
weird.
more of what I got was the mean girls in school that
Oh,
went,
yeah,
oh, you
no,
like
yeah.
Star Wars? Oh, you like
I
X-Men?
had
You
a
like
girl
comics?
who tried to beat me up because of loving Anne McCaffrey, the Rowan. The funniest shit is, it was her mother's favorite book too. She had a
but
very painful
what's
day.
so funny is some of my friends who have now like had their husbands make them watch Star Wars and have had kids that love it have messaged me and went, I'm so sorry I made fun of you when we were kids because
Yeah,
I
but now it's
actually watched
cool.
it even though I just refused to watch it with you as a kid. And now I love it. Like, I don't understand why I kept saying I wouldn't watch it with you.
You're a butthead.
I was like, yeah, you were one of my good friends, but still. So, yeah.
Okay, so growing up, we moved every 3.5 years, and I've always been weird, and I have been told that a lot. It's
Yay,
only
weirdness.
recently that I found people who actually appreciate that. I've always kind of been on the fringe of things, and but I also had parents like yours that, I mean, they'd get anything I was into, and we had Ninja Turtle Barbie relationships too, you know.
Nice, that makes me happy.
So I had all that as a kid too, but I just never really reached out to particular fandoms. I just liked what I liked, and I guess I was weird, I don't know. But I think the very first time that I actually felt it was in high school in Florida. I was on the debate team. I had a huge fear of public speaking, and I thought that would solve it. But really, when you're on the debate team, they let you skip the class to go sit in the best teacher in the school's classroom because he had an off period, and he was in charge of the SCA. And like, I remember helping untangle his beard from chainmail. Like, he was awesome. But a group of the boys there would play D&D. And I still to this day have never actually played D&D because I asked them to teach me how to play. And they pretended like they were showing me how, and they just told me that I was trapped in a wagon until everything I did, they said that it failed. They didn't actually teach me anything. They didn't even actually have dice. And I ended up trying to kill my character by running into the wall over and over again before I finally lost interest and left. And to this day, I have never gotten into D&D, which is kind of a shame. If you read my books and stuff, I'm pretty much made for it. And I think that was really the first time, and I didn't even realize it at the time was the worst part. I was just like, I don't understand why they think this game is fun. I'm just like, so I didn't realize it until years later. I was like, oh, yeah, they were just scaring me
I
off.
want to go beat up these boys.
And I don't know why. I still don't know why. Like, I thought we were friends. So
I want to shake up all their sodas forever.
But I've had a lot of there's a character in this book that everybody says is the most relatable, and every time someone tells me this character is relatable, I'm like, this character is modeled on my geek friends from high school. So like, I'm sorry if that's relatable to you. I'm sorry, because none of the characters in that book should be anything you can relate to.
So I don't want this to be like an exceptionally down panel, even though the title is very kind of downer. And even though I had that horrible experience as an 8-year-old, I still went to conventions and I still love Star Trek. And do you feel like fandom is the majority of it is very welcoming, and it's just that minority that is unwelcoming?
Yes. Even
No, it's
even
changed.
the TRMN is more welcoming than the outspoken jack-offs. So, but I do think.
So I started playing WoW in.
What I love is so I'm on a
2005.
game, and I had somebody try and flirt with me, and I went, "Who said I'm female? I pick my character art by the character art."
And most guys pick females anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I find that hilarious, to be honest.
Well, so I was playing WoW in 2005, and I had a very good character. I played a Tauren Hunter, go Horde, always. And I was good enough that I was getting into some of the top raids on that particular server. And most of the time, I'm not saying anything. I'm doing DPS. I don't have to open my mouth. I'm pew, 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 kill, more DPS. And I said something one time on the chat, and there was this pause, and then I went, "Wait, you're a girl?" And I went, "Last time I checked, yeah." And they're like, "You can't be a girl." "Nope, pretty sure I'm still a girl." "You're too good to be a girl."
And you're too dumb to be human. What's
And
your
I'm
point?
like-
It's like, aren't you playing a girl character? What?
Well, actually, I was. My character was named Spotty Heifer.
I mean, not even you. I was talking about some of the guys.
Spotty Heifer?
Yes.
That's great.
She was a spotted Tauren. I named her Spotty Heifer.
My
And-
Tard druid was Moesha.
See?
So I feel ya.
You know, and I'm just sitting there going,
Both of
why
you.
would I be saying that I'm a girl when I'm not a girl and you're And I was like, okay. And I mean, I didn't care because I'm in the middle of a raid. But just that whole, you can't be a girl, you're too good. I was like thinking, what? This doesn't even make sense that you can only be good at something if you're a guy. Yeah, no, I'm better than guys in a lot of things. I just still, even to this day, now, luckily the server I was on was a strictly PvE server because I detest PvP.
Yeah.
Okay. PvP is player versus player. PvE is player versus enemy, which meant I was going and fighting monsters, not other people. I detest PvP servers. So most of the chat wasn't as vile as what I have seen on PvE servers. And some of the stuff is just, I'm like sitting here going, I'm an adult. I mean, I'm an old adult at this point, and I'm looking at some of this stuff going,
You're like, how does this 12-year-old know that word?
Dear God, it is. I could not come up with a situation in my head that didn't involve me in a Bond movie that would have me saying that to anybody. And I'm like, you guys need a life, because I mean,
You guys need your mouths
would
washed
put a
out with
bullet
soap.
into somebody's head as opposed to saying some of the stuff you would see on the chat, like rape, kill. What? No, I'm good.
Yeah, there are definitely times when I'm like, does your mother know what you're saying? That shit.
It's funny because I do game as well. I play Sea of Thieves primarily, which is a pirate game, and there is no PvE servers. It's all it's all a mix. So I learned very quickly to just turn my sound off.
That's what I when I played
Yeah.
Friday the 13th. That's what I did.
You want to
oh my god.
you want to scream stuff at me? You're screaming at a brick wall. I can't hear it.
Most of the time, I just like to. There's only like one game I play where you actually interact with other people. 9 times out of 10, I'm just like, go away.
Yeah.
Like, no, well, it's fun. You get to kill people. I just want to kill. Like, I just want to sit there, plug in, and maim the shit out of something, and then go about my day.
I have to say, the only game that I'm currently playing right now is Diablo. I should be at home playing Diablo.
have one.
No,
Or-
you should not.
Tears of the Kingdom.
And it is you do have a chat stuff. I don't even, the most I've ever seen negative in that is, God, that's a stupid question. It literally says in the item description what it does, that sort of stuff. I have never, at least on where I've played, even seen, they don't care. Oh, you need a run? Sure. Let's go do a run. So at least that has been extremely gender neutral as far as I could tell.
Yeah, Sea of Thieves is, I haven't gotten really targeted because I'm a woman playing the game. And like I said, I turned the sound off, so if you want to talk to me, you have to type it. And I recently got a title called Legendary Hunter of the Sea of Thieves, which means that you have fished every fish in the ocean at least a number of times. It is one of the longest things to do in the game, and I wore that thing. It's like, oh yeah, I'm putting that on right now. And the next time I got into a battle, which I am notoriously terrible at, one of the guys typed into chat, "Oh, Legendary Hunter, touch grass," and I actually typed back. I typed back, "That's fair. That's fair." I spent a long time doing that. That's fair. You know? But yeah, I also play Fortnite though. And yeah,
It's
I
the worst chat
quickly
ever.
worse. I
It's so
turned
bad.
off chat, and even I don't fill, so you can't even type things at me. So it's like, no, I'm a blank wall. Say what the heck have you want. I'm not hearing things because that is just mind blowing what people will say.
I'm so happy Dead by Daylight doesn't have an open chat option. You can only chat with people in your group that like you're playing with.
Yeah.
Because if you're with randos, you can't chat with them. It's great. It's great.
That
Do you find that gaming is like the most toxic environment
Yes.
for everybody? It's like I don't
I do not have the, oh my God, I lost it. I don't have that sort of anger thing. My husband did though. Oh my gosh. He would be cussing, and not at the people, at the game, because he was usually playing Fallout. I'd walk in and stick my head around because he is literally, and I'm like going, I've never gotten that. It's a game.
But my daughter, my 9-year-old, has started asking to do some of the stuff she wants to do Among Us, and she's just kind of.
Oh, I
started
don't let
getting
mine
this
do
stuff.
Among Us
I
because it's
haven't-
a
I
social
said-
deception game, which means it encourages lying.
If you do Among Us, have her play it with friends or you
Yeah.
guys or something.
I
Yeah.
said no to this point.
Yeah.
I mean, she does other things. I'm letting her do Roblox because I have the settings, but I mean, she's gonna keep asking for this. I'm raising a bigger geek than I am. Okay, like she's wonderful. She's already gone to Jordan Con and won Maiden of the Spear, and like but I'm scared of the stuff. Like the stuff that you guys are saying right now makes me even more like.
But there are ways to go in and turn the chats off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And
it's one of
I
those things
highly
where the
encourage that.
Parent just goes in.
I
and
don't want to
fixes those
gatekeep her
settings.
from any of this stuff
Well,
either.
But you
so-
also don't want to
one
hear
second.
her being called.
I'm going to say
some
something
names.
as a mom, and my child is only 2 years older than yours. You're not gatekeeping. Gatekeeping
You're
implies that
Yes.
you are deliberately keeping somebody out of something
Right.
for a negative and
Yeah.
quite frankly bigoted reason, whether it be because they're new, because they're female, because of whatever title, word, I don't care. You are not gatekeeping her. You are parenting her and allowing her to experience things that she is ready for.
Yes, that's fair.
So, because
But I feel like I'm redirecting her because I'm very much a
that's
Zelda
part of-
girl, and
that's part of
I play these
the
kind of games.
experience is
but-
of parenting and also redirecting, and so that you have the tools to have these
But I want her
conversations.
to enjoy these things. If
I
she,
want her to
if-
enjoy
you
them
know,
too, but I want her also not to have
Yeah.
a mouth that makes me want to. If they came out of a male's mouth, there are times when I looked at my son and I'm like, if you were an adult male, I'd want to cut your tongue out just to let you know.
It's like you don't want her coming to you going, Mom, what does this mean? And her
Yeah.
saying
I mean,
stuff, you being
okay,
like,
I actually
that
do want
will
that.
happen.
I do want
no,
that.
But,
yeah,
that will happen
that will
because
happen,
Lord knows the
but-
worst thing when your kid goes to school isn't what your kid learns or what their classmates learn, is what their older siblings taught that kid.
I'm saying you don't want her to come and be like, Mom,
Yes.
why did this kid say
Yeah.
that word to me or stuff like that?
She
When
already
she's
knows.
a
She's
little
already
kid.
been told that when she if anybody contacts her and she doesn't understand it or they're asking certain questions. Like I've already
Yeah.
taught her all this, but to come to me. But yes,
Well, the one that's going to be fun is when she comes home and she thinks she knows what that thing means. My brother had one of those moments where, when you do this and then make the licking motion. And he was a teenager and he did that to me. He thought it meant something different. I turned around, I looked at him and told him if I ever saw it again, I'd break his fingers. And my mother goes, "What?" And I told her what happened. And she goes, "Okay, yeah, no, your sister's right." And that's really gross to do to your sister.
So
because
Yes.
he had an entirely different
I will say that for me growing up, I was surrounded by I grew up in Central Virginia in Charlottesville, and there were 4 other girls that were into the same stuff with me in middle school. So that also kind of
I feel like you cheated.
I did.
Yeah.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too.
Like, I'm glad for you, but I,
was-
also feel like you cheated.
So, but it was very different when I moved to North Carolina a few years later. So I grew up with these other 4 girls that read X-Men. We read comics. We watched, all the nerdy movies and everything. We watched Star Wars, read the novels, and didn't quite understand the whole, as I've gotten older, I've been like, oh my gosh, I'm glad I didn't have to get
To deal
some of
with
the
that.
gatekeeping that other people did. But then also when I started working at the comic shop, I got more of that gatekeeping as a teenager, which I'm glad I got it then than as a little kid. But finding other, even if you have other friends that have kids your age, finding those other nerdy girls.
they already are right. Like I do think
That's
things have
good.
changed so much because from when I was a kid, because
it's popular
the reason she
now.
wants to play these games is because her friends are playing these games.
Yeah.
And all of her friends are girls. So
Yeah.
Good, that's good.
Yeah, my 8-year-old self in 1976, they didn't have conventions, they didn't have clubs or anything. It was literally the geeks were the only people who liked the show. It's not like now where Marvel Cinematic Universe is the biggest thing in the movies.
I think Marvel has done both a great service and a great disservice to fandom as a whole, to be honest, because it rapidly expanded it, which is great. But
And also,
there's a lot of people who don't have that experience of being the odd person out now.
I can say as a kid that grew up in these.
I don't want them to have that experience though.
Having that
I don't
support
want-
system in the adults helps too.
True.
Well,
Well,
saying I want someone's messing with you, who's messing with you. Like John.
Oh,
If I know someone's messing with John, this person's trying to get you. I need to stay there. I need to be safe.
Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, I think one of the differences is because we're both Gen X.
Mhm.
You guys are at
I'm
least
40. I'm
you're-
a millennial.
okay. So
I'm
yeah, you're
41, I'm
at-
technically a millennial.
okay. So
Oh,
you
wow,
guys,
am I the youngest
they're
person
a
on this panel?
decade,
That's crazy.
a minimum of a decade, if not more.
No, I'm
Because at least
40, we're the
when
same age, that works.
I was growing up, all the way up until because the internet didn't come in until the 90s.
Yeah.
If you were going to gatekeep me, if you were going to do that, you had to be in front of me.
Yeah.
You couldn't do it remotely. So I would get that, well, girls can't do that. Well, girls aren't interested in that. But they had to be saying it to me.
Yeah, people
Whereas
interact
now-
differently in the face.
Yeah,
Yeah.
whereas now you get it all anonymously and it comes so fast because it's not just one person, it's multiple. So by the time technology in the world changed to the fact that I could get it anonymously, I'm in my 40s. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Whatever. This is your problem, not
Yeah.
mine. I have a mortgage to pay. I don't care what you say. But I know that I got picked on a lot as a kid. Here, I will tell you my big, huge bully story. My mother admits freely that she should have pulled me out after the second week because I spent 2 years coming home crying every single day. I tried to kill myself 3 times. I am a geek. I've always been a geek. I loved Greek mythology. Loved it. Okay. I could name every single god in the pantheon, what they did, all the monsters who fought them. I loved it. The girls, not the boys, the girls decided to call me Medusa. And every time I walked by, they would turn to stone. Note, 2 years of this.
Some dedication to
Damn.
Oh, no. Dedication. By the time I got out of there, I had no self esteem because I didn't, I love how people are saying, oh, you just think this. No, you will know things. And that is probably the biggest thing that concerns me about especially being young and coming in with this stuff telling you that, oh, you're a girl, you can't do that, or girls are only good for sex, or girls are only good for this, is if you hear it enough, it
You
quits
believe it no
becoming,
matter what.
yeah, it you internalize it. I am in my mid 50s and I am still working on trying to change a belief that was pounded into me when I was 12. Okay? That is what terrifies me the most, and that people think that it's okay. I mean, why would you ever say some of the things that you see being said to girls playing games? Why would you say it to anybody? I That is probably what worries me the most, because all of us have our geek things. We do. And the fact that we're up here now,
Even if you're a mundane.
yeah, I mean,
football.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Football. And name a sport. Name a university, college team. Yeah, no. Everybody's got
their geek thing.
Their
Mhm.
geek thing, whether or not they recognize it or it's more socially acceptable.
So
I hate that terminology.
I truly believe that the internet is the best thing that ever happened and the worst thing that ever happened because it lets people be completely anonymous. And I do believe that it is a minority of people. Even in political situations, I think it's a minority of people, but they are the loudest. And unfortunately, I've grown tired of arguing with them, so I shut them out. And I know that is a bad thing.
It is, but at the same time, you still have to make sure you preserve your own sanity. I actually turned down a job in part because of how it, like, they came across, and I was like, I don't want to have to deal with that fight every day. You know which one I'm talking.
It gets tiring. Do you find yourself, I mean, just
You start almost fighting constantly because
Yeah.
you don't know, because psychologically we all want to win, and there are just some issues that there is no short term in your life win, unfortunately. I would say the biggest thing is always be true to who you are, no matter what that person is, because that consistency is going to be the win, because that consistency is what's going to change people's minds. I had a friend who, we are good friends now. When I was in the army, he was like, you're just too good to be true. Like, he thought my willingness to help people and everything else was just my trying to ingratiate myself into a group. It's just who I am. And it was eventually, and it took time, he kind of realized that's just who I am, and that I was actually the most honest and genuine person he had met.
I was gonna say, you can also change up your fandom. Like, okay, let's say you love WoW. I'm gonna use WoW or Fortnite or whatever, and you are getting this sort of stuff. Change your server. Not every server is like that. Find a different group of people to play with. Tweak your reaction, because if you stay in these situations, it will destroy your love of what you're doing. And sometimes it may even be, hey, I have to take a break and find a different way to do something that I love. Um, yes, I absolutely feel we should fight it. I absolutely think that we should take a stand. However, at a certain point, you're one voice yelling into the void, and you've got to make sure that you still have a voice. So change up what you're doing.
I also think fight the better fight. Like I game with a particular person. We team up and game a lot. And we played a lot of Fortnite and he was just tired of it. He's like, I'm just tired of these kids. I'm tired, we're both older and he's like, we're never going to be as good as they are because our reaction time is far far slower. And I'm like,
This is what macros are for.
yeah, and he's like, I'm tired of playing this. So we switched to a game that's not on a certain. We switched to Grounded, which is just us playing, and that's fine. And I'm like, you're absolutely right. I'm kind of tired of fighting with these kids too. I still play Fortnite, but I play solo, and like I said, I turn all the chats off, and it's like you can't. You're not saying anything to me.
I don't think that's bad to disengage from that because I think that 90% of the people that are posting this kind of crap they're in bad faith, they're trolls, and they're sucking all of the fight out of you when you could be using it for somewhere productive.
Yeah.
They're just shit posting.
So I'd rather fight, Moms for Liberty trying to ban books and stupid ass bathroom bills and shit like that than some 13-year-old on Fortnite screaming the C word at me over and over and over and over.
It's like, I like to tell people I have real problems.
But that being said, I do think that it is like her son stays with me occasionally because I full-time writer, which means if he's sick. She can drop him on my couch, literally, and he can sit there and
He's
goof
such
off
a good
while I'm
little
working.
sick child. Like,
He
I know that
really
sounds
is.
really mean, but he just, like, when he's sick, all he wants to do is sleep and, like, maybe be cuddled.
But I can guarantee
not
you that
whiny.
if he was playing a
Only when
game
he's
and had some of that stuff coming out of his mouth, I would be on top of him like a load of bricks.
Oh,
Because it is not acceptable. And I think the biggest problem is that we allow, and I don't want to say that you're doing it, but you will hear it and you'll go, "Ugh, it's not worth the fight." And I will tell you, I'm guilty of this. My father-in-law is 83. I love him. He is an 83-year-old Georgia boy. I am not going to change his racism in whatever years he has left. And I listen to some of the things. I'm like, that's not really fair, but I'm not going to fight him with it because it is a fight I cannot win. But that also makes me part of the problem, which I don't like. So I do think that we have to actively work to make sure that we're the people that we hear doing it. We call them out on it because lots of people, if you call it out, they're like, oh, maybe you're right. And calling people out is hard. It is probably one of the hardest things you'll do, especially if there's somebody like my father-in-law.
Yeah.
He isn't somebody I want to upset. He is 83. He is not going to have that much longer. I don't want the last few years of it me trying to politically correct him.
I see. I took the opposite route. I kicked my mom out of my house once. I literally did. She was there for dinner and she dropped a word that does not fly in my house. And I'm like, you can leave now. And she was very upset, but I'm like, that does not fly in my house.
Oh, I kicked my now ex-husband out of the house and locked the door and told him that when Sergeant Duke was done being a dickhead, Jeremy could come home.
Yeah. So yeah, I
And,
was like,
because I went, you're not going to talk. Well, this is my house too. And I went, yes, but that's my son, and you're not going to talk like that in front of my son. I don't care how old he is, because God knows what he's going to pick up. Yeah, no, he blinked. He could not believe that I did that.
so did my mom. She apologized. And I'm like, you can come back for dinner next week, but you can sit out a week and think about it.
And as someone who's taught children in middle and high school, they pick it up at home.
Mhm.
They pick it up at home.
Yeah, I guarantee those 12-year-olds that are screaming bad words on Fortnite, their dads are screaming bad words in some other game.
Although I will admit, my son has said some things, and I'm like, where the hell I don't even say that. No.
Do you feel you have to be the biggest geek in the room because you get gatekept so much? For the longest time, I felt I had to be the biggest fan of whatever. But then I was like, okay, I love Tolkien. I have the tattoos. I'm not learning Elvish. I'm sorry. You can
Actually, I sometimes have the harder problem of I will keep my mouth shut if I don't understand something versus asking sometimes because
you don't want to look stupid.
It's not even don't want to look stupid. Is I don't want to give, depending on who's in the room, I don't want to give them the opportunity to tell me I'm less.
I used to. I don't do it anymore.
That is my biggest fear when I started doing panels, was that there was going to be some guy sitting there trying to catch me up. And I am very ADHD, and I joke, I'm very intelligent conceptually, but I'm a factual moron. I do not remember details.
I like to tell people I speak very confidently from a place of total confusion.
Yes. Yeah.
I feel very at home next to all of these people. This makes me very happy.
But yeah, but I see these big pictures and I see lots of connections.
Exactly.
And I see lots of connections that other people might not see, and that's one of my superpowers. But remembering titles and dates and chapter names, and I can't even tell you. I read all of Wheel of Time while I was pregnant. I don't know what happened in which book. Okay, I can tell you the main plot points. I don't know, but I go to Jordan Con all the time. They have Wheel of Time panels. I'm like, I don't think I should be on there because I know someone's gonna catch me up. And honestly, I don't know if you all know Ellie Rain. I rode here with her and everything. She has been a huge inspiration to me because that woman will sit up there and someone will be like, oh yeah, you know this, and act like she should know something. She'd be like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't know. Nope. Missed that one. And I absolutely love her for that. And I have taken inspiration from her for that because I do. I've found where I'm just like, oh, I remember Tolkien. So the first panel I was ever on, someone sat and asked me about how does that apply to the Mirror of Arisement? And I'm like, I didn't know that what it was called. And I'm going, he got me there. After I went,
Yeah, but there are some fans who they want to do that to the
Yeah.
viewers. I mean,
Yes.
those fans are annoying.
Yes, and that has always been my biggest fear on panels. But
That at least got a lot easier for me once I decided that I was going to write original stuff because I have a choice. I can write or I can keep up on TV shows, I can play games. I cannot do both. And so lots of times, in fact, con directors will be like, "Hey, tell us what you're up on the current stuff." I'm like, "I haven't watched it."
That's
haven't
not me.
watched
That's
it,
Carol.
Haven't watched it. Haven't watched it. No. Oh, look, Buffy. I watched all of them. Oh no. And I'm just like, I'm not even going to apologize for it because I have this much free time. And yes,
Oh, yeah.
I would love to. I would love to have watched all of Stranger Things, all of What If, all of these really cool shows. Yeah, I watch my disaster porn to make myself happy, and then I go to bed because I have to write tomorrow.
I ran into it actually on my podcast one time.
Mhm.
Because I have never had any interest in watching Spaceballs. I think I watched like 5 minutes of it and was like, I'm done. I'm good. So, and this guy, and there was another, and he goes, well, why haven't you watched these movies? And he was like, dick slap down, like, why haven't you watched these movies? And I looked at him, and this is the best response ever, and I will totally use it. Nobody can tell them if I tell them the secret. Even if I haven't read their book, I'll use this answer. I'm sorry, I was reading a book, like maybe yours. Oh, never mind.
I will say I don't.
But
tend
to be
judge
honest,
people.
while I was really going to buy the book and read it, I did not because his response was such that I was like, yeah, I'm good.
I will judge you though if you haven't watched Princess Bride, and I'm going to judge you by dragging you to my house, sitting you down, and putting it on.
I
the
haven't
TV.
watched Princess Bride.
Yeah, bullshit. Yeah, no. But most things, it's like
Your
no,
couch is really comfy.
There's this huge range of
She's like a
possible
Chanel.
addictions. You haven't watched Princess Bride? We need to change that. Let me know. We will change it.
my daddy took me to the theaters to see that one.
That's fine.
That's
You don't
fine.
have to like it. I will
you
say
don't
it
have
is
to like
definitely a cultural touchstone.
Okay, so that brings up a question. What if you like something or don't like something and that is the wrong opinion?
Monty Python. I lived in London for 3.5 years and I just can't do it.
I know
can't-
plenty of people that don't like months. It's so weird at times the responses they'll get from it.
Like there's a couple songs that I really like, but like I just never got on board. And all of my high school friends would quote it at each other all the time, and I was just like,
I love heavy metal. I love the movie Heavy Metal, and I loved it from the point when it was illegal to get in the U.S. So we all had pirated VHS copies of it.
I mean, I just look at them and I go, it takes all kinds in this universe. And yeah.
Yeah, I have a friend who always says, "Don't yuck somebody else's yum."
Yeah.
I mean,
Um,
I'm not a big fan of Doctor Who.
but-
despite
But do you
all my
also
obsessed friends.
find yourself oh god, the question just left. Like one of the only I do movie reviews for Geek Radio Daily, and the only review, I think to my knowledge, that I ever got hate mail on was Captain Marvel. And I didn't even love the movie. I gave it a very middle of the road review, but I do this thing in my review where I give you the good, the bad, and the ugly. And my ugly was, hey, my only ugly for this movie is the attitude of certain fans toward this movie because they don't like the star. And that has nothing to do with the movie.
And did
So-
they reinforce that for you?
Yes.
Yes.
By-
Sometimes I just look at them and go, Exhibit A.
Yeah. And I got hate mail for it. Why is this woman telling me what I should and shouldn't like? And I'm like, okay, I'm a movie reviewer. You have the ability to hit the stop button on your recording device or whatever you're listening to. And you can skip my reviews. I don't care. And I'm not like paid to review movies. So
I've stopped apologizing for my opinion when other people
Yeah.
don't like it. And I just kind of smile at them and
No. I will actually justify it. The Force Awakens sucked. I'm sorry. J.J. Abrams.
now I'll say I have major issues with Rise of Skywalker, but I get it because, and I find myself pulling back because I didn't review Rise of Skywalker because I didn't want to get hate mail. So I did find myself actually changing my
Yeah.
behavior.
So, question, and I know you're really the moderator.
No, that's fine.
But with all of why the good, the bad, and the ugly, why keep coming back to fandom?
Because I love it.
And do you ever see yourself leaving it?
No. Literally, I cannot remember a time I was not watching Star Trek.
No, that's fine. But
Yeah.
We have 15 minutes left, so I want to end it on a happy note.
Yeah. No.
Yes, I see myself leaving fandom. Probably about the time you're doing something with my cremated remains. I would really like the option to go up into space like Scotty did, but worst case, I'll be a
Make
tree.
more money.
I'm working on it.
Make more money. That's going to be expensive.
Not that expensive. You can get a trip
Everything's
for
expensive these days.
35,000. I mean, come on. I can spend hell. No, I'm sorry. They get to the point that I don't care. Look, regardless of political opinions, whatever, you get it down to I can afford to drop 20 to 30,000 and go up into space to see the Earth from space. You've got my money. Here you go. I don't care. You guys can all. I want to see Earth from space. It is like my biggest dream ever. I will hand you the money, and I really don't care who you are.
I could die on reentry, and that's okay.
I want to. I want to see the sun coming. No, that literally that is. I am a Trekkie to the bone, and I want to see that more than
I'm
anything.
pretty sure that'll be a religious experience for me.
Yes. Yes.
How about you, ladies?
I think that despite any of the negative stuff, I have found more validation since I have started going to cons. That's why I keep doing it. I am certainly not making more than I spend to be here yet on 2 titles, but I have found more validation as both a person and an author and like all the different parts of me in this environment right here than I have despite all those fears, because the fears I have are based on a lot of old interactions that happen in my developmental years. And I haven't actually had a whole lot of that. I mean, I've had creepers at the bar and cons and stuff and things like that.
Yeah, but that's going to happen if you go to any bar.
Anywhere.
That's just
Yeah.
life.
Yeah, but I haven't had. I literally had to walk out of a conversation I was sitting at my table out here, and somebody walked by and saw my Zelda stuff and started a conversation about Zelda, and I'm like, I was so involved deep in this conversation about Tears of the Kingdom that I was like, I have to stop right now or I'm going to miss my panel. I know it's not for 10 minutes, but I'm not going to stop. like I just don't find that connection out in the world as much. And so, yeah.
I mean, for me, pretty much everyone I interact with socially, I have met at conventions or through fandom. So it's one of those things where it's just so ingrained in my life. And plus, also, I taught middle school for a very long time, and getting to write "Don't Blink" on the board, and all of my students knowing what that is, and being terrified for the rest of class, looking for statues in the room, just kind of makes it all worthwhile.
Weeping angels are just the most.
They don't have to be weeping
terrifying
angels. I could even put like a stone gnome in the room, and they would just been terrified.
That's kind of awesome.
Just because,
So,
I mean, come on, anything.
So I would say for me, I don't ever really see myself leaving it, and part of it is fandom. So she knows I've been on a deep dive into like cults and group psychology and stuff late. But one of the things organizations can do very well, particularly in a society that is very disconnected in part because of the same things that connect us, the internet, is community. And that is ultimately why I think we all keep coming back. And it is a community where the love of a fandom has bridged so many gaps. And that's also why it's important to keep it so inclusive, both to people of differing, I'm going to say something countermanding, something I was said in another panel, both sides of the political aisle and everywhere, because it is something that lets you step out of yourself and out of the mundane and the arguments to learn about somebody who is so different, but using a common tool and a common language, your fandom, Star Trek, Firefly, whatever it is, to build those bridges and connections. Because if we do want to change society, mundane society, for the better, science fiction, fantasy has given us great tools to have those discussions, to learn to get to know each other, and hopefully change each other's opinions and find a middle ground without yelling and being hostile to each other. So to me, it is honestly one of the best things, and I will never leave it. And I will never let some asshole drive me out of any group because I'm a bigger bitch than he is. My ovaries can make life. My balls are ovaries, and they can make life, and his can't.
So I do want to say though, I am aware that there is some very real danger, especially in today, just being a female. I mean, and I'm by danger, I mean dying.
Yeah.
There is a book series. I did not write it. I wish I did. I wish I had the courage of this author. Her name is R.N. Handley. I don't know her. I would love to meet her. I sent her a fan email. She didn't respond. But it's a book series interacting with the games and the different levels of just the prejudice, the gatekeeping, the reactions, the scary reactions. But it is also one of the biggest series of hope I have ever read because these people come out on the other side and they come out on the other side stronger. It is literally one of the best series I've ever read. And it's also the first series I ever read that had a trans character in it that actually talked about why they were trans and why they were transitioning. And I had never actually read anything that actually talked about those emotions. It is by far an excellent series. So, like I said, I didn't write it. I make no money off of it. I'm not publishing her. But if you want to actually get a deep dive,
could if you
she
would.
is. It's just an incredible series, and she addresses issues that I wish I had the courage to address.
Also, for the few guys in the audience, and tell your fellow guys, if you see bad behavior amongst yourselves, call it out.
Actually,
You guys can call out stuff
Yeah.
and it'll have way more
Way
of
more.
an impact on your male
Way
friends
more.
than if we said anything.
Yeah,
Just saying.
just say
man,
knock it the
that,
fuck off.
that shit's messed up.
Amazing how
Literally.
that is really the case.
Yeah.
To be honest.
I mean, I'm very lucky with Geek Radio that I have two guys behind me that they probably shield me from some of the shit that gets thrown at me. And I appreciate that. And I don't expect them to.
What I find fascinating, and I wonder if you have this happen with your podcast. We have one who occasionally shows up, and the other co-host who shows up pretty much every time. They get all the feedback versus
Well, yeah.
me. And I find it hilarious.
Ours is kind of weird because there's a daily show that's a news show that is Billy and his wife on one day, and then Billy and Rich the 4 other days. So it's primarily two guys doing it. I show up on the weekends to do movie reviews, and I'm solo. I will occasionally guest host the daily show, but yeah, it's primarily just me by myself talking into a microphone.
Yeah, but is it weird that do they get
Yeah.
more feedback about what it is you're saying even?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's weird. I don't get why.
Yeah.
I've had that happen with Earth Station 1 where they'll get messages just about my 3-minute segment
Yeah.
just for me, and it's really random.
And it's like my reviews aren't tacked on to the daily show. You have to actively go and listen to my reviews. So you don't like me, don't listen. But yeah, guys,
It's
just
amazing
call
how many
out the
people
bad behavior. Yeah. Really?
I have noticed that there are the more like niche the fandom is, the more people
Integrated it is.
Yeah.
the more they want to step up and say something
Yeah.
when they see the bad behavior. I mean, yeah, the more likely you are to find somebody who's like a super fan who's going to try to like grill you on stuff. But also there are more like other men who are like, no, that's bullshit. Like I listen to a lot of metal. The metal scene, like I am so much safer at a metal show
Yep.
than I am
Yep.
a mainstream pop show, because I know that for every one guy out there that thinks I shouldn't be there, there's another 5 that are gonna protect me because they, I mean, not that white knighting is not an issue, it is.
Yeah.
But it feels the same way in the convention circuit too. It feels like as a Falstaff author, I know I've got a whole team of big brothers behind me. If somebody's giving me crap on a panel, if I get thrown off and for some reason just can't, that ADHD goes bloop, I know that someone else is going to step up and say something, and it does mean a lot.
Yeah.
There's this great meme that I saw that I've just been snickering about. Mom's talking to a girl. She's like, if you get lost, find the gothest person you can find and tell her you're lost. And everybody who's like, yeah, no, we totally take care of the kid.
Yeah, and I don't need guys to white knight me, but I would like them to stand up and say, hey, that's bad behavior. Just
Sometimes we
stop
get
it.
tired.
Yeah.
Support us when we're saying it's bad behavior. Believe us and support us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Don't tell me.
I think one of the best times I had was when somebody looked at them and went, I don't understand why you're so stupid that you didn't understand what she said.
Yep. And
It
unfortunately, that is the end of our panel. We have kind of ran out of time. So, yeah.
I'll
Thank
see you guys
for
at
coming.
8 if you want to come to one on podcasting.
Yeah, if you want to go down the line and say where you're going to be next and where they can find you on the interwebs.
I am at the base of the escalators. Please come buy my books. I still have some I have not sold out of. I would like to sell out of everything because it makes my home trip.
I don't want to have to unpack it.
That too. Other than that, if you look for Badass Publishing or Mel Todd, that is me. I am pretty much unique on the web at this point.
You're unique anyways. I'm Suska Small. You can find me on the Blasters and Blades podcast. I'm also working on starting a new one that will be called Altered Scope with a friend who's here.
Not me.
No,
not me. I have enough to do.
She has enough to do. But you can find me on the podcasting panel at 8 and the survival skills for ADHD tomorrow morning, where we get to see what happens when an ADHD leads an ADHD in a discussion. Woohoo!
Okay, well, I have one more panel, and it'll be tomorrow at 9:30 in Olmsted. It is a makeup panel, and I'm also ADHD, and I'm the moderator for this makeup panel, so it's going to be interesting to see if I can even word at 9:30 in the morning. Other than that, you can find me at Angelise online, and yeah.
Oh, I have business cards if anybody needs them with my link.
Oh, I do have a panel tonight. It's fan fiction. Yes, come talk to me about fan fiction.
She writes dirty fan fiction.
I do not. My fan fiction is very clean with lots of Xander.
We're good. Just kidding. I'm on cryptobiology tomorrow and using science and storytelling, which I am moderating that one, and also ADHD. So I actually do think that neurodivergence plays a lot of role in a lot of these conversations too. Yep. Anyway,
I wish I could have expanded on that, but we ran out of time.
I know. We went Come back next year.
Yeah.
Review us in the app. Tell them that you want to see the same people.
Talking about neurodiversity and toxic fandom.
Yes. That sounds fun. You can find me online at sarahjsover.com and across pretty much all platforms as Sarah J. Sover.
And,
Wait, sober, like
sober.
Like
I heard sober, and I'm like,
well, it's like
that's
sober.
a misnomer
No,
for me.
It's like sober, but not quite.
Okay, I that's a much better way of putting your life.
And I'm Carol Coles. You can find me at geekradiodaily.com. Thank you. Guardiansofthegeekery.com, and here at 7:30, where we will be talking Star Trek. Imagine that. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Okay, I have a friend upstairs in the lobby. You want to come here?
I do at my table, which is right here. I will go right there. I'll give you some.
No, I actually have not done any panels. I'm on the website, but I haven't done any panels yet.
I got it.
That's okay. I've been like, I'm available if you need me, but I think Jayla just like, there we go. Yeah, I've just kind of fallen through the cracks there, but that's.
So short since the last time.
I know. Where did you get the boba tea?
There is a boba tea place over across the.
It's still open. Okay.
Yeah, it's where the Panera used to be.
Okay.
It's in that little area, but you'll see it right when you walk across the street.
Okay.
How many have you had today? One. Had one today. I had two yesterday, but I've had one today.
find a trash can?
What is it?
It's someone's garbage.
Like, even if you can't find a trash can, I can shove it in a pocket or something.
Yeah, I've walked around with cigarette butts in my pocket before, many a time. Thank you.
Maybe you all remember that you're talking about.
Is that a Pringles? But I just have not seen one in a really long time. Did it come in an individual cup? Okay.
I like them because they unless like when you get a bag where you have like cookies or a bag of potato chips.
Bring crackers in a one container, and then I have a smaller container to bring a daily worth of crackers down on the floor when I help Jason out.
Yeah, well, see, that makes sense.
Because I make my own hummus, and that goes in another container that has a lid. Usually something that I might have bought hummus in from years ago. Till I started making my own.
I've been going so far for you.
So much.
Chauvinism or whatever. And I get that. Your favorite fandom is never going to be perfect, you know. But I felt bad because the room was pretty packed, and I felt like if somebody's coming to a fan panel, it's because they're a fan. So don't yuck somebody's yum.
Oh, so okay, right. So she's on the Doctor Who panel being critical of Doctor. Oh,
She was a guest on the panel next to me and expressed.
and that's why I don't put myself on Star Trek panels anymore.
Yeah.
Because I actually, the irony is that Discovery is what I watched for this panel today, and that's the only nice thing I'll ever say about Discovery is what I'll say today. But that's why I stopped being on Star Trek panels, because I hate it so much.
My thing is like, if there's something that I have a problem with, I will say for me,
Yeah.
this didn't hit well.
Yeah.
But but I realize that others.
Yeah, me and Shrewsbury can barely speak about Star Trek anymore.
For me, it's like, it doesn't mean that I don't. I respect that other people like it.
Yeah.
It's just not the frequency that I relate to.
Yeah.
So, now, if it was something where it was like, you know, slasher porn, very violent, children and puppies were injured, that would be a different conversation.
Hey, it's my friends.
Would you like a slinky? Isn't life
You
better?
can offer me a slinky.
I thought I did. Oh, absolutely.
I would actually
This
really
is
love
actually
a
an
slinky.
untouched slinky. You get to crack it apart.
Oh, that's a lot of responsibility.
You have experience now. Well, so yesterday I had it, but somebody forgot to grab it out of them. There were so many people. It was very kind. So many people were helping me unload the scooter. It was me and my stepmom. That things got because there was multiple people. So it wasn't a big deal. But this basket, I had said it twice for somebody to grab it, but I think everybody thought somebody else grabbed it. And then when Carol parked my car for me, because then I was going to like walk out. Right. Yeah. She saw it in the back and said, "Oh, I guess Joey doesn't need this." And then when I came, I was like, "Did you bring the basket?" I thought you must not heard this. So. And then everybody's like, "Oh, well, get one," and I was like, "No." I was like, "It'll just be a new surprise for day 2." That's all. Yeah, like we still have to add the bumper. We'll probably do that tomorrow, and then after we do that, then I can accessorize. But I do have to take this to work, so I have to make sure everything is editable, adjustable. So then I just have to establish who the other
gigantic room that we semi-divided with a bathroom and a closet. She has a faux kitchenette. She has like the microwave, the toaster, and the mini fridge, but like no space unless she uses her bathroom. But we installed a chair lift so she can go up and down, and she would be like, "Oh, she's not gonna have dinner." I'm like, "No, I'm fine." She just stays down there all the time, unless Matt's sister comes. Then suddenly she'll come upstairs. And I'm like, and how do I not take that personally? But daughter-in-law, no. Daughter. But
If I were Matt, I would take that a little personally. Like,
he gets very frustrated. We get more frustrated that his sister will bring something over that his mom has told her she needs, while we literally check on her 2 to 3 times a day. Like you couldn't told us. Yeah, like you're wanting. We went to my mom's for Christmas and they stayed overnight. You know, but it's like she just so it's that kind of stuff. It's fine. She and I are different personalities. I'm much more like if there's a problem, tell me. I'm mad at Francis because Francis came up as a trained EMT and said, I think your mother will have a stroke. Her face is sagging on one side, her hand doesn't look right. And, you know, the first thing to do would be to put her in the ambulance, but I knew that she was not going to respond to me, so I had to call Matt and have him work. Well, she goes, why did you come home from work early? She's sorry. I just figured you could take me in the morning. And yeah, I feel like every second is like valuable.
Yeah.
And yeah, so he was like, well, I'm gonna call an ambulance. You better not. And he said, you can walk to the car right now. Or take me. I mean, she had to go. But before that, she hadn't been in a hospital or seen a doctor for like 25 years. Can you hand me one? I kind of got sat here because I had to have one.
Dang it. Oh, okay. Okay.
I think the battle royale is a different panel that should be after
Oh, let's go.
And I won that last year on Friday.
I give
There's
up.
a battle royale? Where?
I give up.
At D&D.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I knew that.
Because
thought
I
it
bragged
was-
because I told everybody.
I thought there was a ring. I'm ready.
Murdered all of my components. Wait, not my components.
In
Is
My
that like your
components.
ops, like the kids say?
I know.
Along with the English language.
In that case, I will play.
No one left standing, not even me.
That sounds like something from Rick and Morty.
I don't even recall. Name that children now.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I can still do that. Can't see anything.
Smile at the audience.
We have to.
No, the Slinky does it for you.
Apparently, people like it when you smile at them. I don't know.
You're so pretty when you smile.
Whoa.
I've actually only gotten that once, and it was you would be prettier if you smiled. Wait, did that sound good? Sorry, never mind.
Then I walk. And then you wonder why I look so ugly right now. That would have been my like, look.
Huh.
Does it have a name?
I think she is Mingo. Somebody named her last at Retcon, and I can't remember what they called her. I still have a name that's one yet.
What's that camera there for?
Oh. You're right.
Yeah, we were.
No, I am speaking through this microphone. If I can just get it to work.
Are they not on? Are they on?
Yoo-hoo. Can you hear me now? I want it really loud.
Well, I scream all the time. I get so excited.
Nerve.
For real. I get so excited that I know I'm starting to scream at people. And I'll never forget the time I held Catherine Tate hostage at Dragon Con. I mean, it was her fault. She came out from behind the table. All right, you don't do that. If you don't want to get held hostage by a scary, enthusiastic fan, you stay behind your table. You know, that's your yeah. Okay, so
We can't cross back. Security will take them down. But if you come out,
yeah, you're fair game.
you took off the red jersey. I don't know what to tell you. No, I had the flamingo at the unicorn bubble fun that time. Yeah. And Catherine Tate and I have a video of her and I with bubbles going across our face. She's going, I'm not popping.
She's awesome. She's so awesome.
And then Cress Williams too. He really liked the D20 I had at Dragon Con. I had a roll for healing. So like, depending on what you rolled, I would tell you what your curse was. So like, they don't believe in without that's your curse. But then there was one that's like, you know what you did. Like that. So, but it was a phone. It's a phone D20, and if you roll it, I learned a little chart. But some of them you get any content immediately you do. They were fine. So, and some people say, I need to roll again. What did you miss now?
Is this all panelists?
I believe there's just the four of us. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's just so great. We can go.
Hi. Thank you for coming. We'll go through and introduce ourselves, starting down there.
Oh,
Tell people why you're here
hi.
at the convention and what you bring to the table. And also, go ahead and share your diversity concern. What
Would be about
Under my Marcia Collette one, I write urban fantasy and young adult. I guess for my diversity concerns, one of the big ones is stereotypes, labels. I hate to be categorized into a stereotype or label, just because of the color of my skin, or I don't like that at all. I'm so much more than a label. But yeah.
Hi, I'm Dance Harden. I am a writer, but not a published author, but I do have a website where I have puzzle prompts, monthly inspiration for all your creative needs. And I'm also your moderator. Thank you, thankfully, which is nice. I like that. And my diversity concerns that I want to talk about today, I have many. But today I want to talk about sexual diversity, asexuality representation, and non-binary representation.
I'm Joey Starnes, aka the Guinea Speaker. I run the Charlotte Geek here in Charlotte, North Carolina. And I am a writer, but not an author because I never finish anything. But I also run different events in the community, including the Geek Gala and the former Muzzle Market. Now it's great for diversity and inclusivity, so that we can better represent all of the fans and not make it uncomfortable to those who identify differently than Jake Cody Rowling believes we should. And before I get too far, if you want your identifier sheet or EA or whatever I do have a like that. But I believe that everybody should be able to come together. I started the Charlotte Geeks because I did not have one particular fandom. I was not.
Okay, so the next round of questions is going to be, what are the adverse effects that happen to us or to people with anybody like them and never seen any representation of someone like them? They believe whatever they're told by either their spouse or their church or their parents that there's something wrong with them, and they can just either grow out of it or what have you. So sorry, I got a little angry there.
You're allowed.
Okay. Joy, tell us what happens when people don't know about.
So let me just start off this. I have something called later disease. Doesn't mean I have a member. It's just Chairman's sent that here, so it's called later. But it's like I have rocks in my feet. So those were triggered by something. They don't know what causes later host disease. They don't know everything about it. They just know it exists. And I was identified with that in 2015, and so I started slowly to be able to walk or stand for long distances less than that. So you may see me stand up and walk around, but please know that it'll probably take me a half an hour to recover from that after I do that. I identify as female, go to the bathroom down by the second dealer's room, and you will see that it has a handicap sign on it, but there's no way for me to get it in without pushing it from that I've held here. If you try, there are no LTC that should be back at headquarters. All you guys are doing all the fun stuff out on the mission, you know, and so that gets a little frustrating, but it's definitely something that you start to learn more. And I'm thankful that I still have the ability to get around, but before I'm, you know, in a couple of years when I'm at that point where I am permanently bound to the children. So that's something that it's just frustrating. You go to places and they thought, parking lot out here, we're using handicap spots, we're using Tesla charging.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah. And we already know there's one in there. Right? So.
Wow.
People parking like the diagonal line.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, all the stuff, all the stuff. So it's just that. It's that kind of frustration. So, and I don't think that it's necessarily bad people that are purposely trying to make my life harder. They just don't think about it. I mean, Matt, my husband, has said, I never really thought about some of this stuff until I saw you trying to do it. And so, and again, I have more mobility than a lot of my friends. So I can only imagine what their life is like trying to deal with some of that stuff. So, yeah, frustrating. And you'd like to see it be more in literature so people really would think about it and be like, oh,
Yeah, because in literature you can get inside that person's head in a
Right.
much better way.
Yeah.
But we need to have. Why isn't there an X-Men comic where Xavier has to deal with this shit?
yeah,
I
like,
mean, my God, yeah.
yeah, it's just like,
Or Oracle and Batman.
Yeah.
yeah. You know, it's just like, you know, there just needs to be some more thought put into that.
So, what's the adverse effects when you're?
So for me, just being usually I'm like the of course I'm the African American woman. I'm also single. I have a wonderful, beautiful biracial child. And the first thing that people come to me is like, you know, well, they don't come to me, but they kind of hint around it. You know, because I'm not married, they assume that like maybe I'm getting help or welfare or something like that. And it's like, no, my other half came in a little tube this big because I chose to have my child. I didn't have one just because I wanted to get on welfare and food stamps. This is where my daughter's, you know, father is. You know, I got him at the sperm bank. It's not so much I don't need a man either. It's not that type of attitude. It's just this is the situation that I'm in, and this is how I've dealt with that situation. I've put myself through school. I've got a bachelor's degree in biomedical engineering, a master's degree in information technology. I am a software QA manager for an medical imaging company. I've done all this stuff, but when I go to people and I tell them that, they're like, really? Like, what makes you think I'm not capable?
Yeah.
That's the part that pisses me off the most, because it's almost like, because, you know, I'm single and black, I have a child, you know, I have a child, I should be on welfare and food stamps and all this other stuff. And it's like, no, I just chose my life to be different. And that's one of the reasons why I don't like stereotypes. I don't like labels. They're an easy categorization for you to figure out who I am. But then you miss so much more that makes me me and makes me unique. And that's one of the things that really, really bugs me when it comes to those stereotypes. It's like, that's not a me problem, that's a you problem, because you don't want to take the time to lot of it is just some of it is fear too. I think all at the same time. I think a lot of people see the militant, the black woman in there's like this momentary fear, but it's so funny because when I'm with my child and she's white passing, well today she's pink passing because she was in costume, but so you know my child it's really weird because if I'm by myself it's a different look, but if I'm with my child it's like, oh there's her child, oh she's okay, and it's like, why wouldn't I be okay before? And there's also the issue of when it comes down to just skin color tone in general. And I've seen this with a couple of my friends where I'm treated more favorably because I'm lighter skinned, as opposed to my beautiful dark friends who have this amazing color and glow about them, and they're not given like a second glance. It's stuff like that that's just like it just burns my brain because I'm like, what difference does it make? It's like, as far as I know, we're all human. Doesn't that count for something? It's like we just decided, oh, yeah, you're human. But it's that but part that just makes me just wanna, like, what? I don't understand. I don't get the point. I don't. Why in the world can't you just take me for me, or get to know me at least before you start slapping labels on me? And a lot of the times in my literature, like for instance, most of the characters I write about in my books, they are either African American or they're biracial. Biracial because of my daughter, because I want her to feel like if she reads my books, she can live up to this person. She sees this person in this book that represents her. And most of my characters, I got one person who's like a data scientist. I have another person who is a botanist. I've got another person who is a commercial airline pilot. These are women that are engineers. They are scientists. They are super smart people. And that's what I want to portray in my books is that we are so much more than just our skin color. We are so many things. We're business owners. We are, we're about to touch the moon. I mean, there's just so much more to us. It's like when I see people like Sally, not Sally Ride, but I do love her. But like Hidden Figures, oh my God, I love that movie because I'm like, oh my God, that's me. That's me up there, and look what I can accomplish. It's like, does anybody else see this, or is it just me? But it's that kind of stuff, and it's you can almost say it's the same thing whether you're if you're Asian, you're expected to know kung fu. I got a lot of Asian friends. They know how to spell it. That's not it. They don't know. I've got one friend who's Muslim, and that first thing I remember, oh God, this pissed me off. But back in college, she said to somebody that she's Muslim because her name is Manera Ahmed. And the first thing they asked is, where's her hijab? And I'm like, you went to the same school I did? What is wrong with your brain? Because she's an American citizen. She's, she doesn't wear a hijab. That's her. But it's just that we put people in these categories and we miss so much more about them. And that's what makes the world interesting to me.
A lot of this is, especially what you mentioned, like really resonates with me. So I'm from Puerto Rico, and my girlfriend is American, and white American, and there was this bar in the city that I live in that kept telling me I didn't have the right shoes on to walk in. And yeah, some people know what I'm talking about. Like, it doesn't matter what shoe I was wearing, I wasn't wearing the right shoes. And when I started dating her, and I told her, I was like, I don't go there because they don't let me in. Her like white privilege was like, I want to take you there. We're going there right now. And now I don't have my keys with me, but now I'm a member of that place. they gave me free membership, and I'm like, but that doesn't make it right. Like,
It doesn't.
Just because like I got my little quote unquote like green card lady. not that. Anyways, sorry, that was a bit. Sorry, but you know what I'm saying. Like that, I can get into places and things like that. Like that's that's not like right. Like, and I confronted the people about it, the owners of the bar, and they were like, "Oh, it was the door guy." And I was like, "Okay, but where does the door guy get his policies from? You know?"
Yeah.
But either way, yeah, that resonates with me. Joey and Dance, the the exposure aspect of it, I think that's so important, so key. Like no matter what group like we're representing or what group we want to show, I think that exposure is really important in the stories we write, the media that we consume, and um, like we talked about this before. I'm pointing at you, but yeah, we've talked about this before, where I feel like um, it's not okay to just be like, trying to think of an example. I'm not gonna think of an example. Lately, I feel like in media, there's been a big push for like, oh, we're gonna make Thor a lady, but the story doesn't change at all. And I'm gonna pick on Marvel because they make more money than I will ever make. Um, they they don't change the story at all, and that's key. Like being able, like even if you don't make the character uh, your main character, even if it's a side character, like being able to expose someone to a different kind of person is so important, and it's something like in my stories I try to do, and even in when I do adventures and things like that, it's something that adds so much more to your story because I think, and this is my weird little theory, um, we tell stories because we want to expose people to what they're unknown, like the things that they've never experienced. We're sharing our experiences, right? So if back in the day it was like, oh, we're talking about dragons because are they real or are they not, right? Back hundreds of years, right? Or thousands of years. I feel like now the new unknown is each other. Like, and that's where like a lot of like character stories are what drives us nowadays. Yeah, they're behind superhero stories. Yeah, they're behind uh, zombie apocalypse for some weird reason. We have a lot of that.
What you're talking about, I was.
I feel like you could have like a blue shell moment.
What you're talking about, exposing people to the unknown. I meant to mention at the beginning.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure we're all well. Okay, like there's my privilege. Gosh darn. Humans tend to be wired for xenophobia. If everybody's not already familiar with that, or in groups and out groups, or just fear of the unknown. That's just for most people. That's just human nature, and it's something that has to actively be overcome. Which is what parents in school are supposed to be doing when you're a little kid, is exposing you to different things, so that, or in foods and people and all kind of music and stuff, so that when you grow up, you're not voting laws against them. But that, yeah. Let's start down with you and give us some examples of good examples of what you, of books or TV or anything like that, of things like.
So, sure. Maybe I'm biased. Actually, I'll make it up to Marvel. I'll show a good example.
Is it gonna be Cisco Ramon?
No, sorry. It's
oh right, he's on Marvel, right? Okay.
It's Namor in the Black Panther movie, and actually the whole Black Panther portion. But Namor, to me, as a Latino person, I have Namor wings tattooed on me. I've had them for over 10 years now. And when they turned him Hispanic, I was like, great, but let's see. Hold on, let's see what if it's just gonna be like in name. But I liked that he spoke exactly, and that there was like a little origin story of that made sense in historically within our world, and it kind of showed off that aspect of it and the architecture of his world, his city, like a lot of that, like kind of like exposed it, like to new people that might not have been aware that there's still people in Latin America that Spanish is not their first language. it's Quechua in Ecuador. It's all sorts of native languages that are still existing. Still, like I've seen this firsthand, and it's amazing. Like people that are not like me, where and maybe I'm ranting too long, but there's the whole Spaniard thing where they divided everybody by like how their parents racially were. Like there's like mestizo and Creole and mulatto and all these different things. Like there's still people that are pure natives, like pure, like that we don't really see that here as much in the United States or in my in Puerto Rico. There's no Taino Indians left really, but over there in Latin America, you still see that, and like exposing people to that through Namor, I feel like was very important because like I don't know any Taino words. Like I don't. That's not. Well, that's a lie. Barbecue, barbacoa is a Taino word. Anyways, yeah. So I feel like that was a good example with Namor.
I'm glad to know that that is a good example because I wondered when I was watching it if it was.
Yeah, it really
accurate at
spoke to
all.
me. Maybe I'm biased, but it really spoke to
No,
me.
that's good. That's
Where the like his jewelry, the piercings, you still see the piercings in a lot of like South American countries, and you'll still see there's like even like a tribe in Ecuador again, where they have like a certain way of dress and they adhere to it, even if they're modernized, meaning like westernized. They'll still wear their garb when they're running for office and things like that. So it's like very wonderful to see.
For me, okay, I'm gonna go to Sesame Street. Sesame Street, I have to. It kind of goes back to what you said about parents should be teaching their kids this stuff, so that way they get more exposure to it, they understand it at an earlier age. And I every time I turn around, it seems like Sesame Street is always introducing a new type of character. I think the recent one they did was one with Down syndrome. I
And the
think it was.
Filipino.
Yeah, Filipino.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, thank God. My biggest fear is that they're going to say, no, the kids can't watch that for whatever dumb reason they come up with. No, kids can't watch that. But kids should be watching that. I mean, they're at the age now where this is the time that they are the most impressionable.
Oh, yeah.
And so, how in the world is something like Sesame Street gonna mess them up? I think if you start that young and start them out like Sesame Street has, you don't have as many problems growing up. The more kids get that exposure to, the Filipino puppet, the Down syndrome puppet, whatever, the more they're going to go out there and they're going to be like, okay, there really isn't a problem with, hanging out with this person of this group or that person of that group. So I got to give Sesame Street the props for that one. I think they did a really, really great job with that. Now, the part that, well, you already talked about what pissed us off.
We're gonna have another piss
Yeah,
off.
we'll come back.
Yeah, we're gonna come back around for the piss off section.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll circle back.
I've got something
Yeah.
to circle back around
Yeah.
for the piss off
I was
section
gonna
too.
go to Burton or
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna circle back around for NB stuff, and non-binary
Okay.
stuff on the what upsets me.
Okay.
So I've got some good asexual. Okay. Well, first off, Legends of Tomorrow. That was a CW Arrowverse show. That is just hands down in one show the best diversity done awfully well, just for everything, except your issues, except all your issues. Everything else they did great. But for besides that, I'm going to say Anne Rice's vampire series, the books, not what AMC is doing, is fantastic for non-sexual homo-romantic romances and showing intense emotional commitment and connection via pathways other than sexual intercourse. But in TV, the only good thing I'm ever going to say about Star Trek Discovery is that season 4 has an amazingly well done non-sexual homo-romantic relationship. Of course, it's the bad guys, but they're not really bad guys. They're more like secondary antagonists. All right. They are because one of them is not a bad guy at all, but he gets lost to his his either queer platonic friend, lover. They never like qualify what they become in the show.
Are you describing Team Rocket from Pokemon?
No, I'm talking about Star Trek Discovery.
No, but I don't know the show.
Oh yeah. Well, okay. So they're in prison together, and yeah. Yeah, I know it's bad. They're in prison together. The first scene, they're just meeting, and then their time passes, and then somebody gets traumatized, and so then there's some comfort, and then the next scene they've moved their bedrolls together, and they're cuddling and doing math together. I know, isn't that the sweetest thing ever? They're doing little equations together in the hologram thing, and they're cuddling. So nice. So the one gets lost, and the other one does all these questionable things, and all he's trying to do is just get back to him. And he even to the point where he gives up his life, possibly because that's the last thing he can do to try. That's his last chance to try to find his companion. And that is, I was blown away. I could not believe that I was actually watching a good asexual romance, and it was on Star Trek Discovery of all shows that I hate with burning fiery passion. All right, go ahead.
So I have yet to see somebody really address a lot of the disability challenges that I have. So I can't tell you that there's a work history that well. I will though tell you how much I love the week with funded movies, because of the way that Ricky Carter, even the costume design, put together so much thought into honoring the different tribes and making sure the representation. If you lived in the Raleigh area, I think maybe you could see her stuff on display, and Afrofuturism, but she has done so much costume design, and I got to roll around in awe, and then I rolled around in awe again, and then I rolled around in awe again. I had a hard time getting down there, so I waited and made sure it was really worth it to go around like 4 or 5 times. But she not only did a lot of the historical stuff like Mad Max and Spike Lee movies and stuff like that, but she did Selma and she did all of that stuff. But when they were doing the different tribal representations in Wakanda, she researched all of that, and if you go and view it and read about it and see all the effort that was put in so that all the diversity, like you were saying, with the Hispanic side of things was represented. That this is not, oh, they're all Wakandan, so they're all going to wear the exact same. No, it's like there were different groups, there were different tribes, there were different families. And I will say that my aunt is Puerto Rican, my sister-in-law is 100% Portuguese, and then of course there's and then my brother lived in Mexico for a number of years, so all his family from Mexico. You have to be very careful how fluent you are. As an HR representative, I used to have to hire individuals, and a lot of the individuals spoke Spanish, but I had to be very careful as the HR rep what I said, because what you would say to somebody who is from Colombia versus somebody who's from Mexico, or even in the Portuguese, somebody from Brazil versus Portugal or Spain, you could be calling somebody's grandmother abuse if you aren't careful. So like you really have to be careful, and that was something that I don't always think gets represented. It all gets lumped in together.
Yeah.
And it's not until you're in that.
And same with French, like Creole French from Haiti, Canadian Quebecois. Like I learned French from France, and when I graduated from college, I worked at a call center selling computers to small businesses, and it was mostly in Canada. And it was like if I spoke Old English to like a Cajun person. Like it was. Neither of us were happy.
I didn't realize there was that much difference.
It was insane. I quickly learned. Yeah, sorry.
No, you're absolutely right. I recruited for Google for a while, and we were trying to recruit individuals that understood different languages, and it wasn't just, oh, you studied it in college
If you think about it, what goes on your bed? You could call it a blanket, you could call it a quilt, you could call it a comforter, you could call it a duvet, you could call it a sheet. And yes, those are all coverings on the bed, but when you Google that, you are looking for different things. A quilt is different than a comforter, a duvet is different than a quilt. And so somebody who told you that they went to, that they speak Portuguese, I had to again ask Brazilian Portuguese,
Yep.
Portugal Portuguese, American Portuguese, like 3 different languages. And it was going to make a difference. Like in Germany, odd fact, has nothing to do with diversity. That in Germany, they don't have a word for brownies. They don't know what brownies are. That's not what they call it, whatever it is. They don't. It's just not a food. Wow. So how do you explain in German what you're searching for to buy on Google Shopping? Interesting. Oily
Fudge
cake.
cake.
Yeah. 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 You know, and it was the same thing. Like if you're looking at a picture on Google of a table.
Yeah, flat, hard cake. Yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound good.
Yeah. What kind of brownies are you eating?
Well, they're firm compared to
The cake with wheat in it.
they're
is-
firm.
Inflated
Well, okay, chewy. Yes.
Inflated Sorry, I didn't mean to take this off.
Okay, all right.
Steelers left.
All right. Okay. I'm doing this right. Okay.
We have a full hour and then there's a half an hour after.
Yeah. Circle back around to me and talk about myself, as one does. Bad examples. These aren't really bad examples, but it's a pet peeve of mine. Okay, so I'm 50. I went to college in the 90s. When I was in college, everything was all postmodernism and multiculturalism. Okay, so this is and we were still being taught that drugs killed your brain cells and they never grew back. Okay, so it's before neuroplasticity too. So I didn't know, this is before like cultural appropriation and obviously way before terms like non-binary were around and cryptonic and all these wonderful things that whoever came up with millennials, I guess. So I have nothing but sympathy for someone like me that is older that does not know these new terms like non-binary or has never known that trans people have existed all the time, forever, all over the world. And so Discovery also has some non-binary characters, or one. I'm not sure what their lover is. And look, I did it wrong. Look, I made a mistake, okay? I just called a non-binary character that uses they, them pronouns, she. Because people make mistakes, especially when you're used to saying one thing for years and years and years. You sometimes have a hard time automatically switching to a different word or different term. And so Star Wars books have lots of non-binary characters and it's awesome. And they all use they, them pronouns, but nobody ever fucking discusses it. Everybody always just automatically knows that they should be referring to that person as a they, them. There's never any discussion. There's never any mistakes. Nobody in Star Trek ever messes up and calls Adira, I think that's their name. So, look, I did it again. And so that's just my thing, is that people need to be shown making mistakes and being gently corrected. Peacekeeper.
It's not intentional.
Yes. Peacemaker is a great show where they educate Peacemaker, the character, about the terminology he's missed because he's been in prison for like 20 years. A poor guy, he's not a bigot. He's just trying to catch up. And that's my bad example of how things are done.
For me, I guess one of the tropes that I hate the most I didn't even know there was a term for it at the time, but it was the magical POC person. Like either the magical Negro or you got the magical Native American, the magical Asian. I didn't even know there was a term for it, but my thinking was, why do we have to be magical? Can't you figure it out on your own? I mean, it's almost like I'm not a Lucky Charm. But that's how some shows portray it, like The Legend of Bagger Vance. That one was one that just kind of bothered me a little bit because it was like, it's like you can't do anything unless you have this particular person standing beside you at all times. And it's like, no, that's not the case. I thought another show that really ticked me off, even though it was a great movie, don't get me wrong. I wish I could remember the name of it, but it was basically about God, what was it? It was about he went to Johns Hopkins. He was a doctor, and he
Robin Williams?
no, it was oh God, what's
The other Robin Williams?
no, what's his name? That he was in Die
What?
Hard. He was the bad guy. He died.
Snape.
Alan Rickman. Yes,
Alan Rickman,
he
yeah.
was in this movie, and he was basically a doctor. Had discovered this new technique, but he had to have the African American guy with him who couldn't even get a PhD or no, he'd probably get a master's degree. But he helped this guy. I think he was considered a lab assistant or something like that. But he did a lot of work in helping Alan Rickman's character do all of this research in blue babies. And it was just like blows my mind. But then at the end, they show Alan Rickman. He's in there. He's doing the surgery, but he can't do it unless the lab assistant, the black guy, standing behind him, telling him, talking him through it. And it was like maybe that should have been an empowering moment, but it almost feels like it was like we're the crutch. And I just that stuff that bothers me because it's almost like you're perfectly capable of handling this stuff, but yet you need me as your lucky charm to get through it. I am more than a lucky charm. That's it. Yes, yes. It's a great movie. It's a fantastic movie. Very, I love the movie, but it's frustrating because that's the whole movie just about, and it's frustrating, but it's a good movie.
What would have made that better for you? Would it have been to delve into that character's personal life or whatever he's doing with his when he's not helping out Alan Rickman?
What would have made it better for me, and this is where I have the problem with this because I think this is like back in the 40s, 50s, if this was happening, is if they worked kind of together more. Like if I think it's Cuba Gooding Jr.'s character, if he got the same treatment as Alan Rickman's character, but we're talking about the 40s or 50s, it's not going to happen.
What if they acknowledged
And
that
so
he couldn't get the same treatment?
That would have been better for me if they acknowledged that fact at least. It's not going to happen. This is never going to happen. That probably would have been better for me. But yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's when that's the problem I have with a lot of the movies is that you want that recognition. It's like Hidden Figures. You have these three wonderful, amazing, incredible Black women that are doing amazing stuff for NASA, but they can't get the recognition that they deserve because it's the time, it's the age. And that is a huge block right there in itself. But they represent it, so exactly. And it's like, it's frustrating, but at the same time, it's like I said, you've got to understand the time of when all this stuff happens. My biggest fear nowadays is we're just going to go right back in that direction. And I don't care what it's with, whether it's with, African American rights, whether it's LGBT rights, it doesn't matter. We're going to go right back. And that's the biggest thing that I fear of today.
Bad example, bad stereotypes,
Yeah.
bad tropes.
Yeah, I mean, we all know the foreign character trope, of they'll be like, "Hi, amigo, I'm glad you came," or whatever is going on in the story, and it seems to just permeate. Like to me, and I don't like just the bad example. I don't want to glorify it, but I want to talk more avoiding those tropes and avoiding like I feel like we are past the introduction era of a lot of these minorities or I feel like we've already done one-on-one. Like you already know like some I hope a lot of people know already. And I feel like it's time to do like a 301. Let's get you up a level, let's get you up a little bit up in terms of exposure. Like, let's trust you a little bit. Let's make sure, like, when we're making media, that you've been exposed to something, and now you have to come to terms with the truth of that situation. So I feel like I'm being very vague.
You're being general. That's
Yeah,
fine. That's
yeah, I'm
fine.
trying
Yeah,
to-
that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, diversity is a wide topic, and, what we're saying applies across the board in many ways. Yeah,
exactly. Where, like, for example, one of the things I've worked on is Weird Frontiers, which is a cowboy RPG, Cowboy Cthulhu, right? Like, historically, the media has portrayed cowboys as white guys. Not true. Sorry.
the movie Nope, great movie about black cowboy.
Exactly. And I feel like we can show nowadays, we can have a movie where, like, it goes further into actual history. It doesn't have to be like, what is it, Blazing Saddles, where they're like a black sheriff. Like, we're so far removed from that. Like, that was a joke back then. I don't know if that was like a good.
No, I think I just read recently. Someone was complaining about the king, the African queen, the woman that was king.
Oh, the Woman King.
Yeah, and like Netflix's Cleopatra, and they were saying that there are so many amazing real life African monarchs and warrior leaders that could have movies made about them and introduce them to the public. And I'm sure there's tons of people from the old West, and I don't know, non-binary people through history. That
Right.
yeah, Hollywood's not really big on telling new stories right now, so that's a problem for a lot of people. Okay, that's a problem for a lot of people. Yes, and you're all right. Okay, so we're close to the wrap up. Before we do the tell where we're going to be next and everything, I wanted to do a quick thing on shaming. On this is a diversity panel, and we're all saying that.
But for me, as the plus size representative and part of this, it seems like fat shaming is the last safe joke for very people that are more diverse and that I can but so yes, I guess I'm ashamed of the like thing you're trying to step back and say, oh, I'm a recruiter. I literally talk to millions of people a year, or at least look at their resumes a year. And I have bias left and right that I have to fight against. Find diverse candidates who are qualified, but also let's start. And the most frustrating thing for me,
But also, and I mean, black readers, people, and I mean, everybody out here except for Sherman is white. So maybe we get some more black people into the convention. And how could we do that? Sherman, you know all the black people in Charlotte, right? Why haven't you talked to them? Oh my God.
No, but also like Nicole Kurtz who from Mocha Memoir Press would be the first one to
Okay, just let them, and let's just get more black and writers of color in here. Yeah, let them. Not to quote, what is it, JFK movie? We're all part of this same little world, whatever. All right, let me just do the wrap up now before my brain dies. Okay, so I'm Dance. At 10:30, I've got a panel on how awesome Kevin Smith movies are. And that's going to be somewhere in this building somewhere.
Release dog money.
Feel free to say what it comes. No.
Yes, you have to be fabulous.
Well, like
Flocking coming out. Okay. And just be gentle with yourself. If you ever have a bigoted thought, that's okay. We all do. Just be mindful of it and let it go. Awesome. Thank you.
I spend enough at the other options.
jersey.
This one?
Yeah, I like the Red Rocket logo. I've always liked it.
What is it? It's not Hot Topic. Or is it Hot Topic? So,
Hot
Topic. Black Lunch, yeah.
Oh yes, my child will tell
And I
you.
got.
Is your child God?
Oh, she
Or is it still
Put
God?
them in the back.
Yes.
Because God only knows.
Oh my
She
God,
might not
that's
be.
No,
awesome.
she's seen.
So they had to pick one
Venus
of the blue,
like
Yeah, yeah.
the black one, go blue black.
Yeah.
In the back.
Like
That was
fall.
emo.
I thought it was emo
It's
too.
Frieza.
But she's like, no, mom.
But technically,
So.
oh Jesus! But technically, technically God was the more colorful version of punk.
Temporary
Yeah.
tattoos
That's
at
the
the Dungeon Crawl
origin of
Classics
God.
guys
Is the
game.
lighter side of the
I thought
Uh,
she was
there's
going goth,
pencils,
and then oh, well,
my
I thought
card,
they were going.
my
See,
QR code,
I'm all messed up.
my newsletter.
My child. I know I didn't
And
want
the
that.
power of women, like
What's your
in the
It's
Old
Marcia
West,
Fleck.
was also like severely underexposed. It's like how they could control elections and things like that in territories. Like there's so many things that you could expand upon in the West.
All right, I'm following you as Dance, so you
Okay,
can
I
follow
gotta
me back.
find you. Yep,
Yeah.
I'll find you.
Let me ask you something about the whole mermaid.
Your
thing.
men are going out to
I'm pagan. Hang on. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I'm pagan, so I know that mermaids are most prevalent in African and all over the fucking continent in many different versions.
Yes.
And many different, like, in all different ways. Like, they come from all over
What
here.
time is it now?
And just, so,
7 o'clock. Okay.
and,
Where's-
and,
oh,
and
Kings is the
the
one across the
Little
road.
Mermaid
Okay.
story technically is in Northern
Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
So what if they had done a mermaid focused story, but set
Yep.
in Africa based around one of the actual existing mythologies?
You see, this is one of the problems I have a lot with like Disney. I feel like a lot of the stuff they do. And then there's a
It's
sign.
shallow and not well thought out,
Yes.
and just reactionary and,
It's like
and
cash
immature.
grab.
immature.
I feel like it's cash grab.
Yeah.
It's like you've got, like you said, you got all of these wonderful mermaid stories. You could have redone and still call it the Little Mermaid if you wanted to, but drag.
Or gee, how about just
pull it from
how about not infantilize her?
Yeah.
How about it
Exactly.
be a mermaid woman?
Exactly. Exactly. Mermaid lady. Lady on a shell. Call it but it's like you've got all these wonderful mythologies to pull from. And you still gotta give me
But you just
basically
turned the same
the
story,
same
just
thing
made it
over and
just a
over
race
again.
swap.
Right. That's all you did. That's
Yep.
the money grab. That's the money
Yeah.
grab.
Yep.
to me. I don't like the money grabs when they do that. It's like, what can you not? It's like what you said. Can you not come up with an original idea for them? Hollywood, please give me something original. That would have been original enough for me.
Really? Is he still boxing?
No, he's dead. He passed away.
What the fuck did he die? Okay, I'm allowed to not know that then.
Yeah.
Okay, what are you on Instagram?
Jay.
I was really confused at first. Like, you just get your pictures.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I found it easier.
And then he was back, and now he's gone back, and he feels
Like I hate Twitter.
Yeah.
But I just did it 'cause a
But
lot of my office
I
friends
said, Aunt Joey will make
make
mistakes.
things to like
Please know
talk.
that. Just do what I like.
Slower down.
So, you know, I think, but yeah, that was Chris, I talked about you in this panel.
Which one was it?
Diversity and nerdity. And I said that you don't.
Well, I
have-
am very diverse, yes.
Yeah, well, I said you don't have a leg to stand on.
Sexual romance between the antagonist and the guy he lost in prison. Oh my God. It just, that is the best asexual romance that's illegal I've ever seen.
They just love this story.
So like, if you have to ask that, you probably need to go home and take it over. Do not, like, walk, do not drive, whatever.
That's how I roll. Rolling Thunder, something happens. Go get him. See, sweetie. Hola.
Michelle comes in and picks, I think I'm keep off. She's finally on her way. But she's like, I'll be there about 7:24. Can you meet us out? I said, no. I'm down here. I'm
No.
not coming back up. I gotta go use the elevator and stuff, and it takes forever. It's like, no, I'm done.
Yeah, the elevator
So
wars
Lee
have
has-
begun.
Lee has has my key fob, so she's got to come in here at like 7:30 to get stuff. Say, where are you going, woman? No, they're coming for the panel. It's just they're gonna have to go load the stuff in my car, I guess, so they'll be late. So we can get them both times.
Mm.
I don't know how much stuff she's getting. I know there's some watches and of his, and who knows.
Too much fun. I usually do have too much fun.
It's just been a long day.
It has been a long time.
And there's not a whole lot of places to sit around here. That will be not a problem next year at Atomic.
Well, it's not a problem for me ever.
Sometimes you just want a little corner.
Do you know how much fun I have every time I go to the doctor and they're like, have a seat? I mean, I just like, yeah.
Oh, I meant to ask you.
Yeah.
What happened with your meeting with the police guy, the police chief?
That has not occurred yet.
Oh, I thought that was going to happen.
No, that has not. That has yet to occur. Permission granted. Nice. I haven't had this much fun since the pigs ate my little brother. You've ever been, not like me the most. Crappy fake spiders attached to his back, and he's like going down the stairs, you know. And basically, it wasn't William Shatner. It was Captain Kirk going down the stairs. What? It's like T.J. Hooker, the TV show T.J. Hooker. That was not William Shatner as a cop. That was Captain Kirk playing a cop. This is a show where a guy in his 50s jumped over and slid butt first across the hood of a car.
But that was the kind of shows back then.
Yeah,
I mean,
the good boys did it.
yeah, Darren McGavin.
See, I'm from West Virginia. After Smokey and the Bandit 2, we broke up into discussion groups. Today, we're going to talk about the subtext of Jerry Reed as the Christ figure, you know. Cletus, dear God. Stop it. Stop it. Don't you shut your dirty mouth. Those. That's, oh my
I don't even
Lord.
remember watching that movie, but I didn't know the song. I think my brother had that album or something, like 45.
The album, really?
Yeah, I love that.
Album.
Well, that's what you had back then.
Oh, I know. I'm just, you know, it amazes me that there would be enough music out of a Smokey and the Bandit movie to come up with a soundtrack album.
I believe there was more than just that song.
Recorded by the London Symphony Orchestra in Paris, Kentucky, you know.
That's where Danny Bright got the name of the show. It's Down and Down.
Some awesome song.
Who are you?
And you know, after that, you had the TV show BJ and the Bear.
Yeah.
BJ.
Okay. And it wasn't even a bear, it was a monkey.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It was a damn chimp in a truck.
Yeah.
Well, the staggers were chimps as well.
Yeah.
I know. I'm aware. God almighty. Dude, don't get me started. Okay, we will have a race-related incident. Don't. Just don't.
Dukes of Hazzard had music in it. Well, it had a good theme song.
No, no. Oh God, she's gonna do it. Oh, but you're talking. I mean, I saw the national anthem. I saw a national anthem twice a day. Okay. But Russell Watson's rendition didn't thrill you? And I had this much fun with my.
Basically, the TV version.
My two dads. Greg Evigan.
Yeah.
Are we gonna talk about BJ and the Bear now?
Well, we were. I was
You're late.
I was thinking the BJ and the Bear.
You are late.
I'm late to the 70s parade.
And that I did actually watch that show. That was a bunch.
All right,
It
let's
was
everybody
a
do the love
freaking
But
vote.
but
monkey
come on, Greg Evidon was so cute back then. He was
It was age appropriate for that. It was a stupid show.
Marianne. Oh yeah.
Well, let's do some Land of the Lost.
all we had.
Some of us
was
call,
not the
there
porn.
is. She's like me.
Well, basically, it was
Look,
the,
we need an
Nomad
18-minute
version
V'ger
remade into
sequence
motion
flyby,
picture.
okay?
I like that 18-minute V'ger.
No, that whole like
It did have really good
vi-
soundtrack.
It did.
visual
I had
fanboy
that.
masturbation of the flyby of the Enterprise.
Oh.
Please, I remember seeing it in the theater going. It was like Grandpa Wookiee masturbating in Star Wars Holiday Special. First of all, stamina, thumbs up, but daggone,
I first saw it in black and white.
Itchy was.
I saw it in
Okay.
color, but I saw it when it came.
Yeah.
Do we need to make a whole new like spectrum drive-in?
That too.
Space, yeah,
That one wasn't very good.
that
I've
move.
seen it. Battlestar Galactica
Be talking Trek.
actually had the same effect.
Star Trek premiered the day I was 6 months old. And I firmly believe that I was sitting in a dirty diaper, staring at a big Zenith console television, watching history unfold. Star Trek changed storytelling on September 8th, 1966. And we can, we could go for days and days talking about the backstories of how it actually got onto the air. But the public and the entertainment industry were not ready for what Star Trek was. They just had no idea. It was revolutionary storytelling in format, in concept, you name it. And no other entertainment property, including the Bible, has had as many different versions, nor as long a list of we're gonna kind of delve into the good, the bad, the ugly of Star Trek and why we all love it. This is a safe space. It just gets worse.
But then it
and
makes
worse
gorgonzola,
and
which is a
worse.
beautiful
Oscar Isaac,
cheese.
that's all I needed.
Okay. Never mind that. He is gorgeous.
He is, yeah.
That man could do things to me. I'm just saying. All right. Never mind. Moving on. So, let's just dive right in for good fun. Starting now with Nancy, we'll put you on the spot. Of course. If you had to show one episode of any version of Star Trek, I'm talking the TV series, a movie, heck, even a fan film if it grabs you. If you were only allowed to show somebody one episode and say, this is what Star Trek is, what episode you saw? Out of the hundreds of hours of Star Trek that have been produced.
And you wanted to start with me for that one. Thanks. Wait,
Yes.
see what my face
And
is
feel
doing
free to
right
use
now?
sexual innuendo
There's
to
no
describe it.
innuendo happening here. You see what my
No
face is
innuendo.
doing
It's
now?
total straight. Good.
Well, if it's somebody that knows me, if I'm trying to convey to them why I love Star Trek, it would probably be the episode from, and I don't know names of episodes. I'm not quite there yet. It's probably the episode from Enterprise where they encounter the Klingons and Hoshi suddenly learns, or doesn't suddenly learn Klingon, but the moment that she figures out, and everything that leads up to that with her trying, I can't translate this language, I have nothing like it, through that and into her being able to speak rudimentary Klingon to them. That would be the one I would pick, just because, first of all, that's what I do for a living is languages, but also because it's representative of how, instead of coming out firing automatically every time, Star Trek often tries to come with understanding and diplomacy first. and then comes out firing later when that doesn't work, obviously. And these are Klingons, so
So it's not going to work.
no. But I mean, the fact that that's the first thing. Well, it's not the first thing, but I mean, that's an important part of how they interact with the Klingons. That they try to learn their language, which a lot of science fiction things don't start with that.
Cool. Carol.
Okay. So I had previously chosen something different, but I want to be different for this panel. I was on the same panel at RavenCon, and I chose City on the Edge of Forever. I'm going to choose The Measure of a Man from Next Generation.
Good one.
Where they put Data on trial because they want to deactivate him, basically, and they need to. Riker needs to argue against him, and Picard has to argue for keeping him in Starfleet. And I think that episode is absolutely beautiful, and I think everybody plays it really, really well. And I love the character of Data. I cried so. Are we after 8 o'clock? Does anyone care? I cried so fucking hard on the season finale of season 1 of Picard. Every last episode of Picard made me just burst into tears. I never thought Q would make me cry, but god damn it, he did.
Yeah.
But yeah, The Measure of a Man is actually excellent TV.
That is very good. Madame. I mean, if there's one movie, and if you use the phrase JJ,
No.
it's over.
You know, if I was like to introduce someone to start, I'd probably see The Menagerie, just because it was interesting. It shows the Jeffrey Hunter side, but it also shows Kirk and the whole idea. But really, that's
The Doomsday Machine.
I was about to say that one. That's like my favorite, the Doomsday Machine.
I mean, I think honestly, even with how good Strange New Worlds is, the Doomsday Machine has like one of the best nuggets of performance in all of Star Trek. William Wyndham.
Yes. I think it's one of the movies where Picard finds out that his nephew and brother
Oh yeah.
died.
Yeah. Generations.
Generations. That was just an unreal scene.
That was
because
gut-wrenching.
he's also dealing with. I think he's still dealing with PTSD with being a Borg.
Yeah.
Yeah. That one was like.
That's good. That's really good.
We're a Star Trek fan, a Star Wars fan too.
Who gave you that answer?
Can I do two?
Hmm?
Can I do two? City at the Edge of Forever, when Kirk stops McCoy from running into the street after Edith Keeler, and
Oh, yeah.
McCoy goes, "My God, man, do you know what you've done?" And Spock goes, "He knows." And then First Contact, where the Borg Queen blows on the piece of skin on Data.
Well, especially with DS9, because
Yeah.
DS9 was, one 9-hour episode.
Yes.
Kind of thing.
I cannot remember where the Klingons were coming back from, but Jadzia was waiting for him. And when he comes through the door, she runs and jumps up into his arms. And just for a second, it's like, it's not like it's a romance novel, but it's just such an honest moment of connection between two people that shouldn't really work as well as it does. I mean, I'm a big fan of Worf, and I'm a big fan of the two of them together. And I think they did her wrong, but that's another rant for another day.
Yeah.
And now I've forgotten the other one. Crap. It was Cisco Punches. No, that was fun. I mean, anything with Cisco, I could be on board with, because I know a lot of people find him kind of off-putting, but I love him. Yeah, I don't know what the other one was. It's gone.
Confident.
I got lost in Worf for a minute, and I forgot the other one. So it's fine.
But haven't we all?
Yeah.
Mine has got to be in Wrath of Khan. The Seti Eel scene.
Oh.
When Ricardo Montalban chews up the scenery and goes full Warp 10 crazy. And I'm sorry, I've seen that movie a million times, and I still get chills when he's like, when he's talking about the eels and everything, he's like, they took us. Shit. You know, I mean, seriously. He just owned that. Best movie villain ever written.
That's butternut Crocker Crotch to you, sir.
Buttercrotch, whatever,
Butternut
I don't
Crinkle
care,
Fries.
you know. 100 Bandersnatch, that's right. I forgot.
You could not say that.
Whenever, because, you know, they tried to play it like I'm trying to save my 72 followers, but also he's just flat out evil. He's not doing this for a reason you can sympathize with. He's snapping legs and killing people just because it gets his jollies.
Mm-hmm.
And so, for 1,000,006 reasons, that movie just does not. Yeah, it's a dumpster fire.
It was like the writers started with something and then they just like, you know what? I get it. Here, let's just throw some stuff from other movies.
Yep.
All right.
Do a little like Rathacon story because I have that movie memorized. Like literally.
Same here. I can do the entire movie by myself.
But do you have the 25th anniversary extended edition? Because the first time I put that in the DVD player, I'm like baking in the kitchen, just talking with the movie. And then it's like, don't mince words, Bones. What do you really think? And then the scene continued, and I was like, what is going on? And I actually stopped and had to watch the damn thing all over again. It's like, now I have to memorize it again.
Yeah.
That movie was also really good because it really addressed Kirk's mortality.
Yeah.
He was getting old. His eyesight was failing,
Right.
And that he, you know, it didn't try to make him, you know, oh, I'm just, you know, you're just seeing me. I'm still young, virulent, you know, Captain Kirk. You're just seeing me years later. They didn't try to keeping that same kind of like action hero. They recognize the fact that yeah, he is getting older and he's got to really address his mortality and I think it's just all around just perfect Star Trek.
It is good.
It really is. And the one with the whales.
And the one with the whales. Slays us with that knowledge, doesn't she, folks? The details that just come out. Yes. Now, it wouldn't be a fair panel if we didn't go to the other extreme. So in the few minutes we have, what about the theme from Enterprise? That's off the table.
I like that song, but I won't say that really loudly. My least favorite, I think you and I discussed it yesterday. My least favorite is really bad.
Say it was just.
I mean, it didn't. A full-fledged crew member that we were, you know, he was there for a reason, and I liked it. But
Can I say I also like seeing Wesley and Picard? That was nice.
yes.
So previously I had chosen the Jungle Gym Next Generation first season. That is such a terrible episode. Yeah.
My God.
I'm going to choose something different. I'm going to go with Star Trek V. I'm sorry, William Shatner. But there is some minor, tiny little details that are good there, but that is just a dumpster fire.
Mm-hmm.
And started, again, I'm going to curse, started what I call the unfucking of Spock's family. where it's like, oh, he has a brother now. And he remembers his birth. This makes no sense at all. So all of Star Trek V. I still own it and I still watch it, but yeah, Star Trek V.
I'm gonna have to agree with her with that.
Yeah.
That was a bad one. I'm trying to even remember what that movie was about. That was the one with the guy
that was with Spock's half brother. Yeah, Spock's half brother Cybok wants to go see God.
Yeah, wanted to go see God.
It has one good part, and that is, why does God need a starship? Okay, well, Horace Van Dance, give her some credit. She was in her 50s.
Yeah.
I was going to say a good part of that film was the scene with Bose talking about his dad. And
That
he couldn't cure him. Like, DeForest Kelly was acting his
that
face off in that
is
scene. It's
one
weird.
of the best scenes that DeForest Kelly has ever done because he because Denise Crosby wanted to leave, and so they killed her in just such a flippant way. It's just like, there you're gone, and that was just rude.
Behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, the behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, the two women that were there, Crusher and Troy, they could have had potted plants in place of them. Brain, what is brain? Where Spock's entire life can be kept alive and controlled, even including walking him around by a really bad TV remote.
And he talks in his own voice, even though he's not using his own vocal cords.
Yeah, that whole thing was. Oh God, yeah, that was pretty bad. Oh my goodness. Best series and why? The best overall series of Star Trek.
Are you looking at me?
I'll go first.
Yeah, you go. Please go.
Oh, I'm sorry. You go first because we started in the last time. I'm sorry.
Who's going first? Me?
You go first.
No,
Okay.
you're going to say it now.
Oh, best overall. I still watch the original series, but I would have to say, really, the Next Generation was probably the best overall, just simply because it was a longer period of time and had more time for people to develop. But if I really said what was on TV and I would watch it again, I always MeTV every Saturday night has Star Trek on, so I'm always watching the original series still.
Deep Space Nine. As much as I love original series, as much as I love entire seasons of Next Generation, I even love bits of Voyager. I can't address Enterprise.
Until they started with the, I'm gonna get it. It's gonna come to my head. The name of the Defiant. I'm thinking D, and I can't think of what Defiant. They started like going places and all that stuff.
The best cast, production values. I mean, you name it, that show hits on all thrusters every single episode.
We'll see if they can be consistent into season 2.
They and what's nice is they went back to the original format of the original series. It's episodic. It's not 17 episodes in a row of one story. You can piecemeal it to a degree. I mean, there are certain things that it would be nice to know this before that, but really, it's what was it? Not its premiere episode gets 99% Rotten Tomatoes. No Star Trek show has ever premiered with the kind of quality. I mean, most Star Trek shows take a season and a half at least to really get going and to really find their groove and people to work together and things to work out of the gate.
But can you say that Discovery was kind of the proto Strange New World series?
But I would, except if you go back and watch Discovery, Spock and Pike did not interact a lot. The majority of Spock's arc on that show, he was away. He only came back into the fold late, and then it was all with Burnham. And Rebecca Romaine did a couple quick cameos and was gone. So they really didn't have, that whole like ensemble thing that they've got going on. So it is the best Star Trek that's ever been written. It is ever. And exactly. And I won't spoil it, but seriously, if you like the original series, watch the season finale for season 1. Oh my God. It is so good. And it's a direct tie-in to an episode of the original series. Great TV.
Honorable mention for Lower Decks, though, because that's a love letter.
Lower
That
Decks
is so
great.
That's
fun.
what I was waiting to say. I was like, I'm either
That
going
is
to
so
say
fun.
Voyager or Lower Decks, so I'll go with Lower Decks. I like Lower Decks because I feel like it brings in people who are not
who are too cool to be watching Star Trek, but they grew up on The Simpsons and they grew up on Family Guy, and
Deep cuts.
Mhm.
Serious thing.
so
Oh,
it,
God, yeah.
it brings those two groups together, I think.
Exactly. Prodigy's not bad either.
Prodigy's
Prodigy's got some
shockingly good.
great writing.
Yeah, Prodigy's
That show is
shockingly
really well written.
Like, yeah, it's a kid's show, and then we watched it. It's like, oh, that's good.
Even with General Grievous in it?
Oh boy.
I just got this vision of General Grievous. What am I doing here?
My arm is numb and I smell burnt toast. Am I having a stroke or do I just want to kill you? Character motivations, but just like best quality, you know?
Yeah, I still see the spot.
Yeah.
Worst. I really wasn't that much into Neelix. I didn't think he had a whole lot of purpose.
I'm there.
But he gave us the Neelix Tuvok.
Tuvix.
Tuvix.
Yeah.
That was horrible. Okay, I'm gonna go Spock because I have a massive crush on Leonard Nimoy, and yeah, that proved my heterosexuality very very young age. Yes, so, I'm not joking. I can name the episode, but no, yeah, Spock. I absolutely adore the character of Spock. As for worst, I'm probably. Okay, I'm not as familiar with Voyager because I've watched it once and I haven't revisited it in a very long time. Who is Neelix's girlfriend?
Kes.
I never understood the yeah. It's like, okay, she has a 7-year lifespan. Why is she even bothering? Why are they bothering with anything?
Damn.
I know.
A little harsh, don't
That's
you think?
harsh, but she's a hamster. Come on.
She really is. 100%.
In our personal life as well as in
I mean, don't grow too attached to your hamsters, people.
They die quickly.
Yeah. That you actually took mine. That's my absolute least favorite is Kes, followed probably by Neelix and Tasha Yar.
They
which
didn't
I have
do
to
anything with
whisper.
her.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, when they brought her back, they actually redeemed her quite a bit.
Yeah, that was much better. Much better.
And I would say Beverly Crusher, except they redeemed her with Picard, and it's like I can't say she's the worst character anymore because
Yeah.
I actually like what they did with her in Picard.
See, my favorite one is actually 7 of 9.
They did great stuff with her.
And it's just the transformation and her learning about how to go back to being human, and that she never really quite gets there but almost gets there, and just the little drops, like in Picard when she comes out wearing I was saying something about this the other night too, when she comes out wearing her commander's uniform, and when she was the Borg and they were trying to remind her about her human life, and they asked what Annika's favorite color was, and she said red. And just when she walked on the screen like that in that episode, I was just like, ah! My husband's going, she hasn't even said anything. What's wrong with you? I said, she's wearing red. And he's like, okay, shut up. Because Voyager is probably my second favorite of the series, and I've probably seen it the most. So I remember all those little things better than I do for some of the others. But yeah, I loved 7.
Voyager was interesting because it came out on UPN originally. Not everybody had UPN. And so I never saw the first runs of Voyager. I had to wait until they went to syndication to finally go back. And Enterprise also.
I was going to say, I think Enterprise did
So I had to
too.
wait until they became syndicated to actually. So I got to them later.
Yeah. There was an icon show.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that the last episode of Enterprise was the last episode of Enterprise until it just ended.
Yeah.
Because I was watching
Thank
it late.
God.
Shut up. I was watching it late and trying not to do any spoilers because I wanted to see it as though I had seen it when it was first on. And then this episode ended, and my husband's like, "Well, did you like it?" And I'm like, "Did it? Well, I'll see about next season." He's like, "Oh, sweet. There's not
Or not.
anymore." I'm like,
I think the best character has got to be Gomer Scott. seriously, he James Doohan, who was Canadian, who was not Scottish.
Right.
He tried out a ton of different accents, and they liked Scottish the best. And Scots had this shipbuilding tradition, so that's why they went with that. He was given the most garbage dialogue to say. The warp plasma conduit phase inducer optical didn't. I please have some time, because I can't keep acting like this. He's like, and you're going to end up having a crap show. And he wrote over a 3-week period what became the Star Trek Bible. He is the one who invented warp drive. He invented subspace. He came up with all of these concepts. And he filled up legal pad after legal pad after legal pad with here's how the transporter works. Here's how communicators work here. And formed all of the technical basis for things that they're still doing now. Things that you take for granted now. He came up with the idea for deflector shields and antimatter and just all of these really, really neat things. And that's huge, for an actor to invest that kind of time. And the series and all subsequent series are better for it. They're better because of it. As far as the worst character, oy vey, there are so many to choose from.
You love this show?
Harry Mudd.
Oh, no. Yeah.
And I'm talking both versions. I'm
Yeah.
talking the Rainn Wilson Harry Mudd, and I'm talking about the Roger Carmel version Harry Mudd. Both of them just sucked.
Yeah.
It's no.
That was a dumb show.
That was a dumb episode.
That was a dumb episode.
Okay,
You
that's
notice that
most
the word
hated.
Pulaski never came
Yeah.
up?
She's not terribly acted, and
You
she's not a
did
bad
not.
character.
You like Pulaski.
She was all right. I don't think they knew what to do with her.
Yeah, they
I could have
didn't
told.
know what
I
to-
could have come
They're
up
like,
with a few
oh,
ideas.
Diana Moore.
Airlocks.
Ooh.
Fans will remember her from 2 episodes
Yes.
where she didn't play.
But before that was Mark Leonard. Yeah. Klingon, Romulan, and
Vulcan.
Vulcan.
Yeah.
What Vulcan was he? Kidding. Joking. Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah. Because we were watching and Matt would go, oh, that person's on Star Trek. That person's on Star Trek. That's Odo.
Yeah.
Surprising number of shows on Daniel Boone as well. From the original.
Well,
Yes.
all those westerns, the
Yeah.
Rifleman,
those
the
westerns.
Virginian, Wagon Train. DeForest Kelly was a western actor, big time, before he
Strange
became
thing,
Dr.
Craig
Ford.
Hughes played Seminole Indian.
Who?
I'm Daniel Boone.
Who did?
That was in Little Leroy. He was on Daniel
Yeah.
Oh
Boone.
yeah, he was a wagon train like 3 different characters.
Yeah. And I will make a plug, not because I like the guy that did it, because he's kind of a garbage human being, I think, Vic Mignogna. But the fan film series, no, I cannot believe I just blanked on the name of it. Not Axonhar, not Phase 2. Continues. Star Trek continues. Thank you. Duh. 11 episodes, and folks, you are going to think you're watching a 4th and 5th season of the original series. It's epic in look, tone, style. These folks paid some serious attention to set design, lighting, camera angles. I mean, it's awesome. It really is. In one episode, Kirk does the flying kick, which was my favorite move. And I can't tell you how many times I get the wind knocked out of me trying that crap on the playground. Why did you move? And he even gets his shirt ripped a couple times. Great, really, really neat episodes. They've done some great work. So enjoyed that. And it literally takes it from the end of the original series to Star Trek going into dry dock for its refit. It bridges that, like the untold gap. It's really good. So I make a plug for them. Anything that we've forgotten to talk about?
Can we talk about best couple?
Well, let's ship them, please. Who are we shipping?
I have no idea if this microphone is actually working. I'm just so used to talking into a microphone. I'm talking into it. Garrick and Bashir.
Absolutely.
I don't care if they weren't fucking, but they were totally fucking.
Oh my god.
They were acting it. Whether anybody else.
I absolutely adore the character of Garrick.
Yep.
And Bashir is so fucking clueless, and those two together are just magic.
It was beautiful.
Kira and
I-
Odo. Kira and Odo. Because
Deep Space Nine had the best
it's got the whole
couples.
tragedy thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah. Did she get to keep his bucket? I was wondering.
are you joking? Is she,
What's that? What's that?
are you joking? Does she keep a plant in his bucket?
Maybe. That's funny. Okay, couple.
I'd say Worf and Jadzia.
Clearly DS9 wins the relationship.
It does.
Well, because it delved further into the life of the people.
It was an interesting, and then when Jadzia dies in the next
Spoilers.
comes, and then you know, Ezra,
Ezra.
thank you.
Mhm.
When that relationship was weird and how he had to adjust to it and all, and eventually did. I just thought it was an interesting idea in relationships and that whole idea, because obviously when it happened with Beverly, she was not digging it, because that's where we first see.
Yes.
Yeah.
The truth.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was gonna say Jedzia and Worf because Worf, but Janeway and Chakotay. I'm still very salty about
Yeah,
that.
okay, a poll.
They went with 7 and 9.
Chakotay and Janeway. Did they or didn't they?
Yeah.
Come on.
They were
Yeah.
on that for weeks.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
He
No,
built her
no,
a bathtub.
We know that
He built her a tub.
Paris and Janeway did.
Oh, yeah.
When they were lizard.
Yeah.
When they were.
Yeah. That might be up there with the ghost candle.
Yeah, that's
Pretty dang weird.
That is pretty weird.
They were pushing pretty hard for Chakotay at 7 and 9.
Yeah.
You're right.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand that Kate Mulgrew has said she didn't want to have her character reduced to that because that's what everybody expected from a female captain.
Well,
That-
she's
that-
also engaged, and so there
Yeah.
could probably be some. You know,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's
Mhm.
true. They do later on. Yeah.
I just kept up hope and it never happened. And for a long time, I wouldn't watch the series finale because I wanted to pretend in my head that they were still out there doing that and they would eventually get together and then they could come back home and it'd be fine. See, I haven't watched Prodigy yet. I watched the first episode and one of my dogs heard something on it that made her want to embed herself in the television. So I've got to find a time when I'm not home to watch it. I think it was, yeah.
So what else have we missed that we didn't talk about today?
What was the best ship?
The refit Enterprise.
Mhm.
Done. Not the A.
No bloody A, B, but they're the same damn shit.
The refit. You know what?
Oh, uh-oh.
You can take a boat and over 15 years replace every single board on the boat.
Here we go.
At the end of that process, is that the same boat?
Here we go.
The refit Enterprise, when it comes out of dry dock in the motion picture, that is the best, most beautiful design. It's gorgeous. I mean, it looks like a sailing. It looks like a cross between a sailing ship and a horse galloping. The way, because like if you look at it, the neck is more of an angle. It actually goes further forward, and the pylons are these beautiful triangles that look like sails. It's a real neat design.
I have to disagree on your best ship. Surely because the Enterprise E exists. The Sovereign class is a beautiful spaceship.
No, but thanks.
It's like a cross between the Greenfin Enterprise and the Intrepid class.
I wish that they were better at, I mean, like, because, most of us here, we'll see like the technical manuals or read articles and things like that, behind the scenes stuff. So we have a sense of it. But if you're just watching the TV show, you really don't get how big the Enterprise was.
Mm-hmm.
And you sure don't get how big the Enterprise D was. And you don't get how much smaller the D is in the E.
Yeah.
It's, if you look at some of like the designs and the behind the scenes stuff, you get a sense of like, for example, like I used to have this idea that the D was the biggest of them all. Oh, hell no. No, the E, a lot longer.
Yeah.
And then the JJ Enterprise is even bigger than the holograms.
That doesn't count at all.
Well, you get a sense of it in First Contact on the engagement board.
That's
Because
true.
you see the decline in comparison to.
Yeah, little ship. That was a cute line. Anything else?
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, please.
Oh, best ship? I'm going old school Klingon Bird of Prey. I freaking love the Birds of Prey.
Yeah.
It's just so.
Like from the one with the whales or the
Well, okay, so original series, it was the Romulan Bird of Prey, and then it switched to the Klingon Bird of Prey because they didn't know what they were doing quite. But the what we consider the Klingon Bird of Prey right now. Yeah.
I was a big fan of the TNG Enterprise. I'm going to go ahead and say that I don't know all the technical specs. I am not the person who reads all those things. My husband reads all those articles. And so I get a lesson on it as we watch.
So where's he tonight?
Promptly forgetting everything that I've tried to talk to him about. Anyway, the moment on the end of Picard when they walk into the bridge and it's the voice. That Enterprise, that thing, that was probably just my first introduction to life beyond the original series. And for them to come to be able to put that into that like farewell to the fans and to include the ship in the farewell to the fans. And oh my God, how Data flew that thing. And I've seen all the little TikToks with all the different 80s metal band music put to that flying through, and it works with every single one of them, and it's just gorgeous. But yeah, that's my favorite one. Oh, that one was pretty good.
That was good.
Not any particular one I can say.
The Millennium Falcon Prize.
No. I'm probably Enterprise A as well. I thought it was cool that the saucer section was separate, and then you could have like.
And then you could crash it.
Yeah.
But they all did that.
Over and
Even
over.
back to the original series. They just never did it on the screen. But they did in Star Trek Continues. They had an episode where they did a sausage separation.
Oh, see, but you didn't know that back then.
If you had read Mr. Scott's Guide to the Enterprise, you would have.
That's the first time I saw it. And was like, but I felt like then they overused it too much in the series, and then it's like,
Yeah.
okay, the first time you do it, it's actually cool, but then it's like, okay, now we're done.
Every 10 minutes.
Yeah. But I did like the Klingon Bird of Prey too. That was pretty cool. But then I will say that the Space Seed, the submarine spaceship.
Oh my
was a
God.
submarine.
The DY 500 class, yeah. Made from a model kit of a submarine. That's exactly right. Yes.
So in the new set of Star Trek shows, you have 5 from the air and 2 Earth, and
I can't give the best one because it'd be a spoiler.
Do it.
But the season from Strange New Worlds, the season 1 finale. Oh my God. The entire episode is it is I mean it is literally the entire episode is a callback. And it's beautifully done. It's beautifully done. What didn't work? No, there's I'm sorry, it's Star Trek, but it's not perfect.
The Astromech
Huh?
on the Enterprise? The Astromech on the Enterprise? The Astromech on the
Astromech Enterprise. What do they call those things? The little repair bots.
Yeah.
On on Discovery. No, on Discovery. Dots. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, that was a bit weird. That was a little bit much. That and how this, the 12-year-old kid learned how to recrystallize antimatter and again, I don't have any problem with her being a scientific genius or coming up with new technologies. That's fine. But when they start talking about how much power this little thing has, no, this little thing does not have the power of like 15 suns exploding. No, it does not. Could not. Yeah, the details are what hang me up. And because Star Trek is really good at the broad strokes, but a lot of times where it stumbles and falls are in the little details. What was Tuvok's rank?
Lieutenant.
Sometimes. And sometimes he was a lieutenant. And no, it wasn't that he got a promotion. It
That would
was
be a demotion.
sometimes he was lieutenant, sometimes he was lieutenant commander, sometimes he's wearing lieutenant commander insignia and they call him lieutenant. Stuff like that bugs the shit out of me. I really hate that.
We need to never get you and my husband in the same room because
I
you
am-
want the power of 15 suns. That would be, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm from the Navy. That's appropriate to call a lieutenant commander. You shorten it. That's fine. But
I mean, not that you would be disagreeing. You two would
Right.
be just on top of each other's voices.
We'd
Just
be
that's
not
wrong, that's wrong,
piling
that's
on.
wrong, that's
the kings of pedantry. Yes.
Yes.
The kings of pedantry.
I like it. The lieutenant commanders of Petna. I think one of the
Sometimes they call themselves the commanders of it.
it's a, depends on where you're playing. It depends. Read your audience, people.
No, they could just call me lieutenant, but I'd be wing lieutenant commander.
Right, there you go. One of the best callbacks I saw was not necessarily a callback to the whole series, but it was a callback to a specific character. I know that Uhura was groundbreaking in so many ways, but one thing that Nichelle Nichols could do very well was sing. And the fact that on Strange New Worlds, the episode where they met the alien who communicated through music and
Right.
the actress who played Uhura did that so beautifully and so respectfully and so just, it gives me chills just thinking about that episode.
She does a real good job.
She really does.
I really like her.
She really does.
And Uhura was, again, the way they treat females in Star Trek was almost just a throwaway character.
Yeah.
Which is a shame.
The lady
It's
answering the
literally
phone.
sad. But for them to treat her with such reverence now is really neat.
Amazing.
People think the original series and they think what episode shows that it's such a 60s show, and everyone thinks Way to Eden.
Yeah.
Because it's got the hippies.
Oh, the hippies. God, the hippies.
For me, it's Turnabout Intruder because it's like women can't be captains. They're too emotional. Have you met James T. Kirk?
Seriously.
But yeah, that to me, that episode's like, oh man, that is so stuck in the 60s.
Oh God, yeah.
Although I have to say, because they announced the actor playing James T. Kirk in Strange New Worlds, it's like the third actor to play. No, fourth actor. They're Turnabout Intruder.
That's true. Oh, yeah, you're right.
So, that I don't know, it just struck me that it's like which episode was just stuck in its time, and it's like, no, I could put up with space hippies. I could watch that all day, but no, Turnabout Intruders one I don't really revisit all that often because it's so insulting.
Yeah. I can't believe that when we talked about the worst ones, none of us brought up the Gary 7 episode.
I like Gary's, and speaking of callbacks.
That was, well, I mean, Gary 7, that was a pilot for a spin-off that never got picked up. Yeah, I was not a fan of that.
I liked it. I liked it fine enough.
Anytime that they came back to Earth in like street clothes.
City
I don't know.
Danger forever.
The episode
Exactly.
of Voyager where they go back to San Francisco. There's just that one moment where they're coming out of the building and then Sarah Silverman comes out and yells at them and Paris goes, "Shields up," and they start running. That's one of the only times I've forgiven them for going back to the present day and running around in present day clothes because that was so hysterical that it's okay with me.
Fair enough. Where was it that I saw the guy, the Mohawk guy on the bus?
Yeah, he
with
comes
the-
back in Picard.
Hmm?
Oh, right.
Same
Thank
actor.
you. I couldn't remember where it came back from.
Yeah,
they
same
brought
actor.
his character back.
Yeah.
Yeah, same actor.
Colorful
Two
metaphors.
same actors played it.
We've heard about your favorite ships. Now let's talk about some ships that just didn't hit for y'all.
Oh God.
Shit ships. Yeah, we'll go with that.
The Grissom. It's an electric razor in space. Just didn't never. The Grissom, the science vessel that got poof by the Klingons in Star Trek 3.
I didn't like the Space Seed submarine.
Yeah, that's my worst shit. But I mean, if you're talking out, just space phenomenon, Apollo's hand, just
No, it wasn't. Oh, that was Apollo's hand, right?
yeah, it was Apollo's hand just grabbing.
And did you see the Short Treks episode where they redid that?
Yeah.
Love it.
Oh, I have another worse episode. The Halloween one. With the
Cat's Paw.
Yeah.
That had the coolest thing though. The Enterprise in that little. I wanted that
In the
for my
in the
desk.
block of
the little
lucite.
block
Yeah.
of crystal. It's like I want that so bad. I want that so bad.
They use alligator baby sounds for those aliens just never die.
And they actually made the aliens out of pipe cleaners.
Yeah.
It's it's like arts and crafts day at Star Trek.
Oh, the main set was Christmas tree lights, for God's sake.
It's like when your budget is $5.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be their Halloween episode or something.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was a Halloween.
It's reuse of the Squire Gotham.
Oh, that one was not bad. The episode where they all got arrested, children.
Ooh,
But
yeah.
the Next Generation.
Or then there's the opposite extreme, the Deadly Years, where they aged them all.
And they redid that Next Generation too. They just cut it. That was the thing of the first season of Next
They just
Generation.
kept
kinda like
rehashing.
They tried to call
Yeah.
back a lot of stuff because they were trying to get the fans, because
Yeah.
the fans didn't like it.
No.
Yeah, the naked now is a little odd.
But we got fully functional out of that one.
And it always comes back to sex.
Oh, bless his heart.
Broccoli. Talk about the A-team. I mean, seriously.
Everyone says, "Oh, Barkley."
Yeah.
I think they could have done better if they would have done Mr. T instead.
Oh my God.
I pity the fool. That would have been fun.
We got one more over here, and I think we're about done.
Yeah, we're.
Go ahead, Frank.
Oh yeah, we're very close.
Oh gosh. I'm gonna go with the Borg because it was something we had never seen before, and that episode with Lucius of Borg, I was at a con when that showed, and it was like Galaxy Quest, where they showed that episode, and everyone was like, "Yeah, that was such a great experience." But yeah, I'm going with Borg because we've never seen anything like that before.
I would agree. Borg was maybe the best.
Sea level. Because you had no idea where the hell she came from. How'd she get there? Oh my God.
See, I was more frightened probably by the Cardassians, and I can't Did I say it right?
Kardashians.
Because at home I tend to
Kardashians.
actually accidentally say Kardashians, and my husband thinks that's hilarious. He's like, I'm scared of them too. But specifically Gul Dukat, who was just
Oh,
gross.
no,
He
Gul.
played that so well. My skin crawled when he just walked into a scene.
No, David Warner as the gull that tortures Picard.
Okay, yeah. I mean, there was just something about the way that they looked and the way that they just were very stiff and very it worked.
Yeah. And now the Federation president is a Kardashian.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are out of time. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. They are not the same ship. They used this. They repainted an almost identical exterior model to make it that. But no.
That was such a great character.
But they weren't the same.
I need to sit down and watch the movie.
No.
I know very well.
Constitution class. And the A was the enterprise class.
Yeah.
Because it was the first of its.
I've seen that one. I've seen that one.
Huh? No, Picard's done. Season 4.
That one put me off Star Trek.
There's Tom. There is Tom.
Yeah, absolutely.
And not have to do the other one.
See, the thing is though, they can't do anything with Q because no other actor could play it. No other. I mean, yes, it's multiple beings and blah blah blah, but John Delancey's what made Q work, and without him, it wouldn't work. He's too iconic in the role.
Yeah.
They managed to find her.
Yeah, it's like,
It's too soon after he was Eugene on Days of Our
best
Lives.
cast, worst cast, or best cast
Yeah.
character, worst cast character, but we ran out of time, and it's like, okay, next year we'll see.
I'm digging the Strange New Worlds, Monster Marine.
Yeah.
Really, I can't think of a poorly cast character.
It is. Watching that episode is like, oh my. Because when the episode starts, you're like, is it? Could this be? And it's like, oh my God. That it is. It's chilling. And it is incredibly good. And the performances are there. Everything. I mean, I honestly think that's one of an almost perfect episode. The only reason it's not a standalone by itself is you really need to see Balance of Terror in first order.
Episode.
I mean, they're bookend
The one
episodes,
that everyone forgets.
and they work. They really do. You need both of them. So
But
it's
I
okay.
still own it.
But,
I still watch it.
It's so good.
I can't be part of this last night.
Yeah.
And he takes off the hips.
But yeah, I mean, if anybody wants to try it out,
Yeah.
all the episodes are on YouTube.
Yeah.
All the Strange New Worlds, they just released them on YouTube. But yeah, exactly.
It's nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you. Great panel.
Yeah. All they're because they're promoting season 2 really hard. They're trying to because I think they're trying to compete with some of the other streaming services like Max. And yeah, exactly. The HBO, Cinemax, Disney Plus, all the different streaming services. They're making sure they have the name for themselves. And Star Trek is the flagship of Paramount Plus, which is interesting because there's hundreds and hundreds of incredibly good movies on there that people don't even think about. But you go to the movie section of Paramount Plus, scroll after scroll after scroll of good, really good popular stuff. But everybody it's yes stuff. Fun.
honestly, one of the most impactful scenes of Star Trek to me is one of them is the maybe Gek from First Contact, where you go from Picard just livid at the thought of losing his ship again, losing himself again. You see it just finally hit that he's going to kill. That one really hits.
Yeah. Some of those notes at the end are just gut punches. They really are.
And I know you say you don't like the modern day episodes, but
Modern day. Well, when they come
modern
back.
Let me rephrase that. When they come back to modern day.
Yeah. I mean, to me, time travel is very problematic because, again, consistency.
Yeah, and also what hits, what works at the time the show was shown, kind of iffy today.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, if you tried to make an Enterprise that was today a set that was consistent with the Enterprise set from 1966, it would never get past its first episode.
Yeah,
people wouldn't watch it. It doesn't have the wow factor. It's not sleek and sexy and reflective surfaces and 8,000 holograms and all this kind of stuff going on. It's, I mean, we have convinced ourselves that if it doesn't have those things, it's of a lower quality. And that's not true. You know, lower tech can be, or, you know, have a service. You can, you know,
I mean,
service to a story just as much as other stuff.
Like the one guy said, I mean, when your budget is like all of $10,
exactly,
you make it work. And if the writing is solid and the acting is solid, for me at least, it doesn't matter what the scenery looks like.
But I like the Star Trek pays attention to
it tries with
with whatever money it has, it tries really hard to, and that's why they didn't do a ton with like Hollywood backlots. Now, if they would have gone to Vasquez Rocks one more time, I was going to take hostages. But you know, there were only a handful of episodes where they went and did like the Landru episode or the John Gill episode, where, you know, they're like walking through these obvious Hollywood sound stages with, you know, since that they I like that episode.
I like the episode.
It's extremely well written.
Because as she pointed out,
Yeah. Well, to a degree. I mean, they've done some like flash forward stuff. Like, if we make this choice today, here's the result of it in 200 years. Like they did. If we get this wrong, then, you know, look what happened to the Federation. It became a totalitarian state.
or I forget the name of the episode where they come upon the Enterprise C.
Yeah.
And they were under attack by a Klingon warship.
Yesterday's Enterprise. Yeah.
Yes.
And that's when they bring Tasha back.
Yeah. And that's how they.
That's what gets it.
At least you got a better send off this time.
Well, the reason she left was she was tired of not being given any of this a pig.
Yeah.
And his treatment of female, personally and professionally.
Yeah.
And she was just tired of it. And I think Moore gave her more pull than they really did. Unfortunately, you know. And 10% of the scenes.
And one of the episodes, she gets kidnapped.
Yeah.
That was weird. That was a weird episode.
didn't give,
They didn't give anyone, any of the women, that great
no,
to show up.
no, they didn't. Never have. Until you get into shows like Discovery. That's when you begin to see.
And a little bit of Deep Space Nine. You have the Bajoran woman who's on stage.
Kira.
Kira,
Yeah.
thank you. Jadzia, a little bit of Ezra.
But not nearly
Not
as,
nearly as much.
as
but
much
it's-
as the male
But you
characters.
can see it starting to shift.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Well, that was because Berman left,
Yeah.
and Irish Deacon Bennett came in.
At least cover your child there. Fuck Berman.
Not he's kind of a garbage person. You know.
Yeah. But back
I
to what I
know
was
he wanted
saying.
it off because
The
one
one
of the mics
President
down.
episode that really hit for me, like the gut punch, was when Cisco, Benny, was science fiction.
See, I hate that I didn't mention that. Or somebody over here didn't mention that because
Because
that was really good.
Powerful scene.
That was all of that. That whole episode.
It's gonna be emotional.
Yeah.
Because just the way he acted was amazing.
Yeah. He chewed up some scenery.